Chapter 1, Ask for the stockings that the beauties in the school and the campus have used. Xicheng University, outside the school gate. A girl dressed up gorgeously looked at the boy in front of her and said lightly, "Chenyi, I'm pregnant, you have to be responsible for me." Pregnant? Pregnant? Chenyi's face instantly lost color. Because he had never had any relationship with the woman in front of him, Su Cha. Unconsciously, Chenyi's nails had already dug deeply into his palms. "But I don't feel any pain." "No, you have this attitude even though I'm pregnant. Don't you want to take responsibility?" "Take responsibility? You said you were pregnant? But I have never slept with you. Whose child are you pregnant with?" Chenyi suppressed the anger in his heart. Su Cha shrugged indifferently. "Hi. People have different physiques. Although you haven't slept with me, I am fertile, so..." Hearing her words, Chenyi was so angry that he almost laughed. What fertility physique? You really think he is a fool? "So you are pregnant, right?" Chenyi asked back. "I know you may not be able to accept it now, but this is the fact. Also, do you think you are worthy of being a man? So what if the child I'm pregnant with is not yours? Even if a stranger knew that a girl was pregnant, he would help her." "You are too mean. It is because I am a good person that I am willing to be your girlfriend." Seeing Su Cha's matter-of-fact look, Chenyi's eyes gradually turned cold. "You said I should give up, so go find a random stranger and see if he's willing to be the father of your child." "Okay, Chenyi, how dare you talk to me like that? I thought you've been nice to me over the past few years, so I wanted you to be a licker and take responsibility, but I didn't expect you to refuse?" Su Cha shouted sharply. "You don't want it, but there are plenty of people who do. You stupid licker." After that, a Porsche 718 stopped behind them. A man dressed in expensive clothes got out of the car. Seeing this, Su Cha immediately came forward and said in a flattering manner, "Brother Su, you are here." Su Wei put his arms around her neck and whispered, "Why, you miss me in less than a day?" Su Cha buried her face in his chest shyly. Su Wei turned to look at Chenyi, who was standing beside him, stretched out his hand and said, "Hello brother, my name is Su Wei, you are Cha-Cha's boyfriend, right?" "T. What an intimate call." Chenyi said in a cold tone, "I'm not nice at all, I just want to know, what is the relationship between you two?" Seeing this, Su Cha put his hands on his hips and said angrily, "You are so rude. Brother Su wants to shake hands with you, why are you so disrespectful? He is the eldest son of the Su group. It is rare to see him. Today, you have seen him, but you still don't give him face and apologize quickly." Su Wei patted Su Cha's shoulder. "It's okay, Cha-Cha, brother Chenyi may have misunderstood our relationship. Brother, don't get me wrong. Cha-Cha and I are just good friends. We have no other relationship." Chenyi retorted, "Friends? Can friends be so close? Can friends do such dirty things? Can friends go to bed with each other?" Although Su Cha didn't say what happened, he could guess how she got pregnant. The two of them were almost sticking together in public, how disgusting must they be in private? These two people are so hypocritical. Su Wei looked a little unhappy. "What do you mean? What do you mean by dirty things? Can it be dirty between friends?" Seeing that the atmosphere was a bit awkward, Su Cha hurriedly grabbed Su Wei's arm. "Okay, brother Su, why are you arguing with him? If he hadn't transferred money to me so often, I would have broken up with him a long time ago. Didn't you say you would take me out to play today? Let's go quickly." Su Wei touched the tip of her nose and then gently bit her ear. "Are you so anxious, huh? Don't worry, I will make you cry for mercy today." He even pinched Su Cha's buttocks in front of Chenyi. Su Cha showed a shy expression, chuckled and huddled in his chest, saying coquettishly, "Brother Su is so bad." Chenyi took a deep breath and felt his hot blood instantly run cold. He worked part-time to give Su Cha a better life. "I didn't expect that this cousin was cheating outside? No, you should eat it openly, in front of yourself." Chenyi clenched his fists angrily and looked at Su Wei with sparks in his eyes. Seeing his look, Su Wei sneered. "What? You want to hit me, right? Do you know who I am? If you have the guts, come and hit me. I will make sure you never get a chance to survive in West City. In this city, no one dares to mess with him, Su Xiao Xicheng." Seeing this, Su Cha also said, "You stinky licker, do you think brother Su doesn't dare to hit you?" If you know what's best for you, apologize quickly. Yes. He is a young master, and he is just an ordinary person. He now wished he could rush up and beat the couple to death. But if Su Wei was really beaten, he might not be able to leave here today. This will not only harm yourself, but also implicate your parents. But if he were to apologize, what had he done wrong? Su Wei felt very pleased when he saw Chen Yi's angry yet helpless expression. He slapped Su Cha's butt hard. Okay, Cha-Cha baby, don't waste your time on this kind of loser. I feel like I'm getting my hands dirty just beating him up. I've booked a room, let's go early. I'm in a good mood today, so I'll cry in a bit. The two men ignored Chen Yi and got into the car. It wasn't until the roar of a sports car was heard that all the fantasies in his mind were shattered. He was working in the milk tea shop just now, and was suddenly called out by Su Cha, who said there was something important. Is this the important thing Su Cha mentioned? Just to make him a cuckold? Where on earth did he go wrong? He pursued Su Cha for 3 years since high school, and they became boyfriend and girlfriend in college. He has always been good to her wholeheartedly. I even gave her all the money I earned from my part-time job. Now, this is the result. At this time, a girl dressed in 2D clothes walked past Chen Yi and sighed, alas, the dog licks until he has nothing. Hearing her words, Chen Yi felt extremely complicated. Licking the dog. Am I really a dog licker? He shook his head helplessly and muttered to himself, forget it. I don't blame anyone but myself. I blame myself for being blind and staying with such a person for 5 years. In fact, his roommate told him more than once that he saw Su Cha shopping with other men and asked him to break up with Su Cha as soon as possible. But he always thought, their 5 years of relationship could never compare to that of an outsider, right? Now that he had seen the truth with his own eyes, he had no choice but to believe it. But what he couldn't understand the most was that since Su Cha didn't like him, why didn't she break up with him and just kept him hanging like this? Logically speaking, she should have no worries about food and clothing when she is with Su Wei, so why should she care about his little piece of land? Or are you just playing him? Thinking of this, Chen Yi's chest felt so stuffy that he could hardly breathe. He suddenly raised his head, wanting to roar, wanting to vent. But in the end, all the emotions turned into a bitter smile. For 5 whole years, I spent a lot of energy and money, but ended up feeding a dog. Ha ha. Chen Yi laughed in silence, his heart filled with powerlessness and despair. What else can he do? Apart from this relationship, he is just an ordinary college student, with no power or influence, and any learning talent he may have had in the past has been wasted. Chen Yiqiang endured the pain in his heart and tried hard to forget about Su Cha. Unconsciously, he walked to the school playground. He sat on the grass decadently, watching people coming and going. Thinking back to the past few years, he just felt ridiculous. Sudden buzz. The phone in my pocket vibrated. Is that the damn spam text message again? Chen Yi frowned and took out his cell phone impatiently. However, what popped up on the screen was not a promotional advertisement, but an app push notification with an extremely simple, even rough design. The name of the app is very arrogant, winner in life. The content of the notification is even simpler and more crude. Newbie task release, ask Tang Qingyan from the School of Economics and Management and Lin Shuriao from the School of Art for a pair of the stockings they are wearing. Task reward, 20 game coins. Task time limit, 10 hours. Failure penalty, 3 centimeters shorter. Shen Yi. What the hell? He received such a mysterious text message since last night. A download link is attached below, claiming that it can help him become a winner in life. Shen Yi originally thought it was a new virus or scam software, but for some reason he clicked on the download and installation program. After installation, this winner in life app has nothing but a simple personal information interface and a gray button that says Mall not unlocked. Shen Yi immediately decided that this was junk software and planned to uninstall it later. Unexpectedly, a task popped up now? And the content of this mission. It's outrageous. It's outrageous to open the door. It's outrageous to the extreme. Ask the beauties in the school for their used stockings? What is the difference between this and being a hooligan in public? I guess he was sent in before he got the stockings. And what is this failure penalty? 3 centimeters shorter? Where is it 3 centimeters shorter? Chen immediately wanted to uninstall this crappy app. But at this moment, his eyes swept over the gray Mall button. What is this? Chapter 2, Classmate, can you give me the stockings on your legs? Although I couldn't click it, there was a line of small words faintly visible below the button. Pagani's Wind, K-Nigger 1:1. Silber SSC Tuatara. Top floor duplex at Thompson 1. Shiching number 1 Courtyard Riverside Villa. Seeing this, Chun Yi's breathing suddenly stagnated. He had only seen these names on the internet or in magazines. They were things that ordinary people could never achieve even if they worked hard for several lifetimes. What if the game coins rewarded by the mission can really be exchanged for these things? Chun Yi's heart began to beat faster and faster. He was just an ordinary sophomore student at West City University. He came from an ordinary family and was only slightly handsome. He was the type that would be inconspicuous in a crowd. Apart from attending classes on weekdays, he works part-time just to make Su-cha happier. But in fact, over the years, the most intimate thing he and Su-cha had done was to eat at the same table. We didn't even hold hands. As for those sports cars and villas, he didn't even dare to dream so specifically. But now, an opportunity seems to be in front of us. But the price is social death. Chun Yi took a deep breath and his eyes gradually became firm. Damn it, do it. Isn't it just embarrassing? How much is face worth? Compared with sports cars and villas, it's nothing. At this moment, a notification suddenly popped up on Chun Yi's phone. In order to make it easier for users to complete tasks, our company will give you a gift pack for new users. Do you want to claim it immediately? Chun Yi clicked the receive button without hesitation. Congratulations to the user for obtaining the special attribute, Charm. Charm, when facing the opposite sex, your charm value will be greatly improved, thereby increasing the other party's favorability towards you. Good stuff. Chun Yi was so excited that he almost jumped up. This gift package came at the right time. He was just worrying about how to complete the task properly. With this attribute, at least he won't be sent to the detention center, right? Try it first. He raised his head and searched the crowd with sharp eyes. Tang Qingyan, the campus beauty of the School of Economics and Management, is a well-known figure in the school. Not only is she beautiful and gentle, she is also a top student and a student union cadre, and her suitors can line up from the library to the gymnasium. Soon, Chun Yi locked onto the target on the tree-lined avenue not far away. At that time, Tang Qingyan was surrounded by several boys, and they seemed to be discussing something. She just frowned slightly and answered patiently. Her every move exuded an air of intellectual elegance, attracting the attention of many passing students. Fuck, isn't that Tang Qingyan? She's so beautiful. Those girls next to them are from the sports college, right? And they're from the student union. Wow, the campus beauties are just different. Goddess, I would be satisfied if I could just say a word to her in this life. The discussions around him reached Chun Yi's ears, but he turned a deaf ear to them and walked straight towards the crowd. His goal was clear and his actions were decisive, without any hesitation. This abnormal behavior immediately attracted the attention of people around. Who is that guy? He went straight to Tang Qingyan? I don't know him. He looks unfamiliar. What does he want to do? Isn't he going to confess his feelings? Oh shit. It's going to be a good show. How courageous. In front of so many people, some of whom are Tang Qingyan's die-hard admirers. The crowd suddenly became agitated, and many people stopped and took out their mobile phones to record this once-in-a-century confession scene. At the same time, the boys surrounding Tang Qingyan also noticed Chun Yi and were staring at him with unfriendly eyes. One of the tall boys from the sports department frowned and said, "Classmate, what can I do for you?" Chun Yi ignored him and walked straight to Tang Qingyan, but he didn't dare to look directly at Tang Qingyan, who had fair skin, beautiful face, and long legs. Although he had just gained special attributes, he couldn't guarantee whether it was true. Moreover, as a loser who has been in school for a year and a half, has never talked to a few girls, and doesn't even know a few girls, it is inevitable that I feel nervous when facing a beautiful woman wearing super short jeans and sexy white stockings. Even a little restless. Of course, it's just human nature. But Chun Yi didn't dare show it. After all, he is a gentleman. At this moment, the area was already full of onlookers, but they were not optimistic about Chun Yi. Although he looks pretty good and a bit like that yen, Tang Qingyan is also one of the most aloof beauties among the many beauties at Shiching University. Not to mention Chun Yi, even though many handsome and rich boys confessed to her before, she didn't agree. This brother is probably going to be in trouble too. Some people were even clamoring for the market to open. Come on, don't miss it if you pass by. If this classmate confesses his love, I will pay you 500 if he succeeds, and 1 if he fails. What do you mean, do you want to play? It's not a loss anyway, just for fun. I bet he will succeed. If he tries hard, the bicycle will become a motorcycle. Okay, you have guts. How much do you want to bet? Peace. Although most people were sarcastic, a small number of people gave him encouragement. Brother, hurry up, the brave ones enjoy the world first. Yeah man, how would you know if you don't try? That's right, brother. If you take a chance, your bicycle will become a motorcycle. If you gamble, your classmate will become your wife. Surrounded by people, Chen Yi knelt on one knee, staring straight at the white stockings on Tang Qingyan's legs. Classmate, can you do me a favor? Everyone was stunned when they heard this. Wasn't he at a confession? How did it become a help? Then I realized that maybe this was their way of expressing their love. Tang Qingyan frowned and looked at Chen Yi speechlessly. This is the third person who has confessed his love to her today. It's so annoying. But the next second, when she saw the other person's face clearly, she was stunned. It turned out to be Chen Yi. Chen Yi and she are both from the School of Economics and Management, and they were once ranked in the top 3 in the school's appearance ranking. I didn't expect that I look much better in person than in the photos. Oh my god. So handsome. She had to say, after all these years, Chen Yi was the most handsome boy she had ever seen. No doubt about it. Although she is a woman who only cares about looks, it doesn't mean that everyone can catch her eye. After all, so many people had confessed to her before, but she didn't agree to any of them. Because Tang Qingyan knew that those people didn't really like her, but liked her beauty. In simple terms, it means lust. It's better not to have this kind of love. But looking more closely, Chen Yi seems to be a little different from the others. Before, those people looked at her with greedy eyes, but Chen Yi's eyes seemed clear, even a little dull. Looking at his behavior, he seemed to be restrained and his face was red. It was obvious that he seldom interacted with other members of the opposite sex on a daily basis. Maybe the other person really likes her? Add to that his well-behaved appearance, he's definitely a little puppy. Thinking of this, Tang Qingyan's mouth corners slightly raised. This kind of boy is the most interesting. It's the type I like. Tang Qingyan coughed lightly, looking shy. Of course, what can I do for you? Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Is this really the aloof campus belle? Why do you speak so gently? Still looking like a young wife? It looks like there might be some hope. Everyone looked at Chen Yi again, waiting for his next words. Chen Yi slowly raised his head, looked into Tang Qingyan's eyes, and said word by word, "Classmate, can you give me the stockings on your legs?" Chapter 3, Is this guy a pervert? The whole place was dead silent. You can hear a pin drop. Everyone's eyes widened as if they had heard something out of the ordinary. Confession? No. Chatting up? Not likely. This is a perversion? Puff. I don't know who couldn't help laughing first, but then there was laughter and exclamations one after another. What the hell? What did he say? Stockings? Did I hear correctly? He actually asked the campus beauty for stockings in public? Is this guy mentally ill or did he just escape from a mental hospital? I've never seen anything like this before. There are so many weird things. Tang Qingyan's face changed. This is going to be a good show. The boys surrounding Tang Qingyan were even more furious. Boy, what the hell are you talking about? I see you don't want to hang out in West City anymore? You dare to harass our senior sister Qingyan? You are seeking death. Several boys were about to come up and teach Chen Yi a lesson. Tang Qingyan's pretty fair face turned red and white, feeling both embarrassed and angry. This was the first time in her life that she had encountered such an outrageous situation. This guy, is he a pervert? It's definitely a pervert. But, looking at Chen Yi's calm and even frank eyes, Tang Qingyan felt a little strange again. He doesn't look like that kind of obscene pervert, but rather, seems like he is carrying out some kind of mission? I don't know why. Although she always hated perverts, she couldn't get angry when facing Chen Yi. Even, some palpitations. Why, do you want my stockings? Tang Qingyan asked, suppressing her shame and anger. Chen Yimian said calmly, "It's hard to say. If it's convenient for you, please help me. I'll owe you a favor." His tone remained calm, as if he was just asking someone to borrow an eraser. This strong contrast made Tang Qingyan even more confused. The booing and pointing eyes around her made her feel uncomfortable. She originally thought that the other party would ask her if she was willing to be his girlfriend, but she didn't expect that he would ask for stockings. No. Tang Qingyan's brain was working rapidly. The other person doesn't look like a pervert. Could it be that this is a disguised way of confessing his feelings to him? It makes sense when you think about it this way. How could someone ask a girl for stockings in broad daylight? I love this niche way of expressing love. Just when everyone was wondering whether Tang Qingyan would call the police to arrest him, the next second, she took off her shoes. The boys around him immediately started wailing. Ah! The goddess took off her shoes. Are you really going to give him her stockings? No, why? If he can succeed, then can I do it too? Come on, he's much more handsome than you. I'm so jealous. I really want to use your imagination. Then, under everyone's shocked gaze, Tang Qingyan. Give it to me. Chenny took the thing and was completely stunned. Is it that simple? Didn't you say that the other party is very cold? Without thinking too much, Chenny took out his mobile phone from his pocket and switched to the taskbar page. Newbie task, collect 2 girls' stockings. Current number of collectors, 1-2. He felt relieved only when he saw the numbers above had changed. Although the process is a bit embarrassing, I hope the result will be good. He briefly recalled the app. After I downloaded the app via SMS yesterday, I only got a description, except for the name and a vague preview of the store. Complete the designated tasks and get game coins, which can be exchanged for anything you want in the mall. Exchange everything, that's quite a boast. But if it's true, then it really has to be published. Judging from Tang Qingyan's response to him just now, the special attributes should have taken effect. Otherwise, based on what he just said, Tang Qingyan would have called the police long ago. Thinking of this, Jenny breathed a sigh of relief and inadvertently smelled the scent of stockings. It smells quite good. It smells much better than the stinky socks his roommate has been wearing for 3 days. Seeing this scene, the people around were left with their jaws dropped and their worldviews shattered. Fuck. Really gave it to him? What happened to Tang Qingyan? Did she actually give a strange perverted man her stockings? This world is crazy, I must not be awake yet. Did you take the photo? Post it on the campus wall right away. This is the explosive news of the year. Hiss. No, what does he need these stockings for? Then don't worry about it. These stockings have many uses. Not only can they be used to make tea, but they can also. No, I can't take it anymore. Brother, can you sell me the stockings? I'll give you $100. Then I'll give you 1,000. In an instant, a large group of people surrounded Chenny, all wanting to buy the stockings in his hands. However, Chenny ignored it and just stood up, ready to look for the next target. Seeing that he was about to leave, Tang Qingyan stood up anxiously. Where are you going? Chenny was puzzled. I'm ready to leave. Did you forget to tell me something? Forgot to say something? Oh, right. Forgot to thank others. Well, thank you. If you have nothing else to do, I'll leave first. Hearing his words, Tang Qingyan was completely stunned. You, what do you mean? Don't you like me? Chenny scratched his head in confusion. Did I say that? Although Tang Qingyan was indeed very beautiful, he did not have such an idea. She is the school belle, and he is just an ordinary man, who is just a little more handsome than that yen. How can he be worthy of her? It was by relying on the charm that she managed to get the stockings. Now he just wants to complete the task and live a happy life. Seeing Chenyi's innocent look, Tang Qingyan became anxious. You took my stockings, how can you just walk away like that? If you don't like me, how could you ask me for stockings? You must like me, you must like me. The people around also looked at Chen Yi in confusion. They couldn't understand why Chen Yi didn't continue to confess his feelings to her. If Tang Qingyan doesn't agree, then so be it. But now the other party has given him the stockings, and it is obvious that she likes him. Not to mention Tang Qingyan's little woman attitude just now. As long as Chen Yi confesses his feelings now, she will definitely agree. You can even go out and book a room and have sex tonight. But what does it mean now? Just take the stockings and leave. Are these stockings more interesting than Tang Qingyan herself? Or is he impotent? Chenny thought about it for a while and felt that it was not a good idea to just leave like this. After all, these stockings were bought with real money, and if he takes them away, people will be left with nothing to wear. How about this, add me on Green Bubble, and I'll treat you to a meal when I'm free. Tang Qingyan understood what he meant the moment she heard it. Chenny seems to be a very introverted person, and with so many people around looking at him, he must be embarrassed. That's why I want to add her contact information so that I can confess to her when I have time. Tang Qingyan's brows suddenly relaxed, and she took out her cell phone and added him to a Green Bubble. Then it's a deal, you'll treat me to a meal when you're free. Chen nodded. Of course, a gentleman's word is as good as his bond. After saying this, Chen left the scene without looking back. However, how could the onlookers let him off so easily? Before he had gone far, he was surrounded again. Brother, let's talk about it. Sell me the stockings you have. Hey! Why should I sell it to you? You're ugly but you want to be beautiful. If you ask me, we should squeeze these stockings into juice and each drink a little. Chenny looked at the white stockings in his hand and fell into deep thought. Is this thing really that attractive? I want to buy it online myself. These people are really perverted. Although he is also lustful, at least he is not so obsessed with other people's stockings. But there was no use for him to have these stockings right now, and holding them in his hand all the time was not a good idea. Chenny raised his head and glanced around, and found a clothing donation box in the corner. Without hesitation, Chenny walked over and stuffed the stockings directly in. Chapter 4, Campus Bell, Can you give me your stockings? Seeing this scene, everyone felt like the sky was falling. Ah! Brother, you are wasting God's gift. Brother, come quickly. Here are some original stockings worn by beautiful women. I'll send you the location. Hurry! Go back to the dormitory and get my pliers. I must get these stockings today. Chenny finally managed to get away from the crowd. The next target is Lin Shiryao, the recognized campus beauty of Xiqing University. Speaking of Lin Shiryao, she is even more of a heavyweight. If Tang Qingyan is the intellectual and elegant campus beauty, then Lin Shiryao is the peerless fairy who is detached from the mundane world. It is said that she is proficient in many musical instruments and has a cool temperament like a fairy in the Moon Palace. The suitors line up from inside the school to outside the school, including some rich second generations who drive luxury cars. Based on his memory, Chenny walked towards the direction of the art college building. Before I got there, I saw a group of people gathered there. Sure enough, when the school beauty goes out, she brings the spotlight effect with her. Chenny squeezed into the crowd and saw Lin Shiryao surrounded in the middle. Unlike Tang Qingyan, she was wearing a JK uniform with more seductive black stockings on her legs. Her black hair is like a waterfall, her skin is whiter than snow, and she is breathtakingly beautiful. However, her brows were slightly furrowed, and she was obviously in a bad mood. Because a boy wearing all branded clothes, with shiny hair and holding a big bouquet of roses, was blocking her way. Shiryao, please give me another chance. I am sincere to you. These 999 Corolla roses represent my everlasting love for you. There was a bright red Porsche 718 parked next to the boy, and it was obvious that he wanted to win the beauty's heart with money. Student Si Chuanja, I have said it many times, I am not interested in you, please don't bother me anymore. Lin Shiryao's voice was cold and held aloof. Shiryao, how could you do this to me? I'm crazy about you. Si Chuanja is still pestering. The onlookers started a new round of discussion. TSK, it's Si Chuanja, the fly again. I'm so envious. If I could drive a Porsche and chase after the school beauty, I would. Come on, Lin Shiryao doesn't even pay attention to him, he's just a toad wanting to eat swan meat. But this Si Chuanja is really rich. It seems his family owns a listed company. At this moment, Chenny pushed through the crowd again and walked in. Why is it him again? The pervert who wanted stockings? What does he want? He's not going to take Lin Shiryao's stockings, is he? Is he crazy? Will Si Chuanja kill him now? Hurry up, I'm going to buy Principal Lin's stockings even if I have to take out a loan. Hey, Dad, transfer 200,000 to me. I want to buy something. Yes, I will die if I can't buy it. Everyone held their breath, ready to watch an even more exciting drama. Si Chuanja, who was standing behind her, said impatiently, Boy, I'm telling you, you'd better be busy. If you disturb us, you'll have something to worry about. Lin Shiryao glanced at him disdainfully. Does it matter to you that I disturbed you? Are we familiar with each other? Chenny fixed his gaze on Si Chuanja and looked him over. It turns out he is just a bootlicker. I wonder who he is. Chenny cleared his throat and looked at Lin Shuyao firmly. Classmate, can you do me a favor? At this moment, everyone's hearts were in their throats. The same rhetoric, but it must be stockings. Seeing this, Si Chuanja mocked again. Oh, do you know who is in front of you? She is Lin Shuyao, the school belle of our school. You still want to ask Lin Shuyao for help? You are dreaming. The onlookers also felt a little nervous. Yes, she is the school belle, no department belle can compare to her. Besides, Lin Shuyao is the coolest beauty in Xiqing University, even cooler than Tang Qingyan. It is said that many rich second generations in Xiqing confessed their love to her, but she refused, let alone an ordinary person. Forget it, let us go back and grab Tang Qingyan's white silk. It smells pretty good too. Lin Shuyao also looked at Chun-Yi with a puzzled look, not knowing what he wanted to do, but still said gently. Okay, what can I do for you? Chenny touched his nose and spoke after a long while. Well. That. School beauty, can you give me your stockings? Si Chuanja? Lin Shuyao? Onlookers. Fuck. He actually asked? Wan La. School beauty Lin is going to be angry. This brother is going to go to jail. Haha, Si Chuanja's face turned black. There's a good show to watch, hurry up and record it with your phone. Listening to the discussions of the people around her, Lin Shuyao opened her mouth slightly and was stunned. Is this a confession? In her entire life, this was the first time someone had confessed to her like this. So weird, so perverted. But why can't I hate it? When Si Chuanja saw Lin Shuyao's puzzled look, he immediately became furious. You little brat, how can you talk to Shuyao like that? You want her stockings? Dream on. Shuyao, don't be afraid. I'll call the police and catch this pervert. As he said that, Si Chuanja took out his cell phone and prepared to call the police. Lin Shuyao glared at him speechlessly. This kind of man is so annoying. What does it have to do with you if someone wants my stockings? Who do you think you are? Student Si Chuanja, can you please get out of here? What do you want here? After being yelled at by Lin Shuyao, Si Chuanja could only stand aside awkwardly. Lin Shuyao glanced at Si Chuanja coldly, then as if she had thought of something, a barely perceptible curve appeared at the corner of her mouth. Why do you want my stockings? Chenny raised his head upon hearing the voice and looked straight at Lin Shuyao. The school belle is indeed a school belle. This uniform makes her look even more stunning. Ah, no, it should be like a fish in water. Anyway, it shows the whole person's figure to the fullest. The round curves made him unable to take his eyes away for a moment. Chen Yiban was kneeling on one knee on the ground, while Lin Shuyao was sitting on a chair. From this perspective, hiss. The scenery is in full view. White. However, I'm not interested. He quickly lowered his head, but unexpectedly, he felt a warm sensation in his nose. Shit, my nose is bleeding. So embarrassing. It's so embarrassing to have a nosebleed in public just because of looking at a beautiful woman. Chenny quickly held his nose and stammered, actually. In fact, he didn't know what to say. He asked Lin Shuyao for stockings in order to complete the task, but he definitely couldn't tell her about this. So Chenny chose to remain silent. Lin Shuyao leaned forward slightly, and a fragrance entered his nose. Chenny was startled by this sudden action and almost fell to the ground. What does Lin Shuyao mean? Why is she suddenly approaching me? Do you know that for a hot-blooded man, such behavior is simply a crime? He raised his head slightly and saw a white scene in front of him. He was so scared that he quickly lowered his head again. If it were somewhere else, he might have taken a second look. But there are so many people around, how should he see this? Looking at Chun Yi's embarrassed look, Lin Shuyao couldn't help but smile. You are such an interesting person. She doesn't even dare to look me in the eye, yet she dares to ask me for stockings. Quite interesting. Chapter 5 Chen Yi will definitely protect your black stockings. Seeing Lin Shuyao's sweet smile, everyone was excited again. No, school beauty Lin actually smiled? Is that right? I haven't seen her smile in the past few years. School beauty Lin must have smiled because she saw me, it must be. Everyone talked one after another, which once again broke down Si Chuanjia's psychological defenses. How abominable. Lin Shiryao had never smiled at him, nor had she ever spoken a word to him in a nice tone. But why is he so fawning to this poor, stinky boy? Just because he is wearing all domestic products. Their C family is one of the most upper-class families in West City, so what does this brat have? Just relying on an average-looking face, he wanted to pursue Lin Shiryao. He was just dreaming. Si Chuanjia stood in front of her again. Shiryao, don't be afraid of him, I'll take care of it. Hey, get out of here as far as you can. Is Shiryao someone you can dream of? If you know what's best for you, apologize to us now. I can even say something nice to Shiryao and ask her to let you go. Otherwise. However, before he could finish his words, Lin Shiryao pushed him away. I'm telling you, are you annoying or not? If you know what's best for you, leave now or I'll call the police and report you for harassment. After she said that, Si Chuanzhou's face looked like a color palette had been overturned, with the colors changing from red to green, brilliantly colorful. There was no way out, he could only stand aside. Everyone felt so happy when they saw Si Chuanzhou being humiliated. He usually acts cool in front of them every day, relying on the few bucks he has. Now, I'm being scolded by the school beauty Lin. How uncomfortable it is. Shen Yi saw that Lin Shiryao's tone was not very good, and he felt a little panicked. What should I do now? Si Chuanzhou was scolded harshly just for speaking to her. And I asked her for stockings, shouldn't I be sentenced to death? Although it has a charming attribute, but what if? Otherwise, run away quickly? Senior Lin, I'm sorry to bother you today. If there's nothing else, I'll leave first. After saying that, Shen Yi turned around and prepared to escape. Etc. Lin Shiryao grabbed the corner of his clothes and then stretched out a foot. Senior Lin, what do you mean? Shen Yi scratched his head at a loss, wondering what the school beauty meant by stretching her leg towards him. Waiting online, urgent. You wanted my stockings, why are you leaving? I'm too lazy to do it, so take them off yourself. Si Chuanjia? Everyone? Not sisters. You really give. You are a cool and elegant school beauty, how can you just give your stockings to a strange man? Just now it was Tang Qingyan, now it's Lin Shiryao. What special skills does Chen Yi have? Why do so many people like him so much? And Chen Yi was also stunned. He had originally thought of giving up, but he didn't expect Lin Shiryao to agree. But why should he take it off himself? Are you really just too lazy to do it? It can't be a fraud. Seeing Chen Yi hesitated, Lin Shiryao spoke slowly. Why, you don't want to? The boy next to him shouted hurriedly. School beauty Lin, he doesn't want to, but I do. Let me do it. Me too, school beauty Lin. As long as I can take off your shoes for you, I'd be willing to be your boyfriend. Shen Yi's mouth twitched. What kind of outrageous statement is this, eating and taking at the same time? Who wouldn't want to take off the school beauty's shoes? I do. After successfully getting the stockings, Shen Yi picked up his mobile phone and clicked on the Life Winner beta version. Sure enough, the taskbar changed. Newbie task, collect 2 girls' stockings. Current number of collectors, 22. Task completed, game coins have been issued, please go to your inbox to claim them. Before Chen Yi could click to receive it, Lin Shiryao spoke again. I have no problem giving you my stockings, but there is a condition. What conditions? Chen Yi asked puzzledly. Lin Shiryao pointed at the crowd watching nearby and said, protect my stockings. Don't let them take them away. Chen Yi nodded firmly. Don't worry, Senior Lin, I will definitely protect you. In fact, even without her saying anything, Chen Yi would protect her well. These people are like hungry wolves. If the stockings fall into their hands, I don't know how they will be tortured. The greater the ability, the greater the responsibility. Chen Yi, will definitely protect your black stockings. Seeing Chen Yi standing up and about to leave, Si Chuanjia suddenly called him. Hey, kid, you're just leaving like that? What else? You humiliated Shiryao, and you still don't apologize? If you dare to leave today, you will regret it sooner or later. I will make it impossible for you to survive in the entire West City. Even if you have to leave, the stockings have to stay. Chen Yi was speechless. Is this a threat to him? If it were before, he might be afraid. After all, I had nothing at that time and was just an ordinary student. The other party is a rich second generation, so it is indeed easy for him to deal with me. But now it's different, he has a golden finger. As a young man who often reads online novels, Chenny certainly knows what this golden finger is. ISNT, this special code, the super rich system. It's just an app, so they are basically the same. With this thing, are you still worried about having no money? Are you still worried about not having a car or a house? In this world, there is nothing you can't do as long as you have money. In that case, does he still need to be afraid of Si Chuanja? He was actually hoping that the other party would come and cause trouble. So Chani looked at Si Chuanja as if he were a fool. Hey! He's a handsome guy, but he has some problems with his brain. After saying that, Chani left the place directly. When Si Chuanja heard his words, he was stunned. After he realized what was happening, he was shaking with anger. But there were too many people here, so he couldn't do anything. He could only watch Chun-Yi leave with gritted teeth. And everyone forgot that he was holding the school beauty's stockings in his hand. Everyone stared at Chun-Yi's departing back in amazement, unable to believe what he had just said. Chen-Yi actually dared to scold Si Chuanja? Doesn't he want to live anymore? In the entire Shida, or even in the entire Shiqing, few people dare to mess with him. That's the eldest son of the Si family. How dare Lin Shiryao confront Si Chuanja? She is the school belle. What about you, a loser, dare to scold others? Alas, I can't leave after being beaten. Lin Shiryao stared at the direction where Chen-Yi left and fell into deep thought. I originally thought that he would be frightened by Si Chuanja like most people and would apologize to him. But unexpectedly, he was not afraid at all. Chen-Yi, quite interesting. Chapter 6. What's that bulge in your pocket? As soon as Chen-Yi reached a corner, he was stopped by Si Chuanja. Hey, stop right there. Chen-Yi glanced at him impatiently. What's wrong? What's wrong? Are you playing dumb? I've already told you that if you dare to leave today, I'll make sure you don't survive in the entire West City. You ruined my relationship with Shiryao, and you still dare to scold me. Do you think you can leave today? Chen-Yi showed an intriguing smile and asked, then what do you think I should do? Si Chuanja sneered and said, it depends on your performance. If you kneel down and apologize to me, and give me Shiryao's stockings, I will let you go. What if I don't apologize? No apology? Si Chuanja took off his coat, revealing the strong muscles in his arms. See, kid, I go to the gym regularly to exercise. You're such a weakling, I can make you cry with just one punch. Chen-Yi's expression twitched slightly when he heard this. Isn't this just a pile of protein powder? Do you really think you achieved this by yourself? If it were yesterday, he might have been scared. But now I'm still afraid of nothing. Chen-Yi took out his mobile phone calmly, and as soon as he clicked on the app, a notification popped up. Additional reward for novice mission, Body Enhancer. Body Strengthener, can temporarily increase physical strength and combat effectiveness. Duration, 5 minutes. Is it possible to collect it immediately? Good stuff. You don't have to spend game coins. Chen-Yi immediately clicked to receive it. In an instant, he felt his body filled with strength. Even a single punch could kill a cow. Seeing him pick up his phone, Si Chuanja couldn't help but sneer. Hey, you took out your phone and are ready to call someone, right? Okay, I'll let you call, let's see who you can call. He was wearing all domestically made goods and holding a shabby domestically made cell phone. Who can be called? At most, he would ask his roommates to help. But looking at the entire Shida University, who doesn't he know him, Si Chuanja? Who wouldn't he call him Brother Si when seeing him? Even if the school leader comes, you have to speak to him politely. Chen-Yi put down his phone and said calmly, who wants to call for help? I can take care of you with just one hand. Hearing his words, Si Chuanja immediately concluded that this man was stupid. I was scared silly by him. His arms are almost as thick as Chen-Yi or Chen-Er's. What can he use to fight against himself? With your mouth? Chen-Yi, since we are classmates, I will give you one last chance. As long as you give me Shiryao's stockings, we will keep our distance from each other from now on. In fact, he was too lazy to even look at a loser like Chen-Yi. In comparison, the black stockings worn by Lin Shiryao aroused his interest more. Chen-Yi was speechless and said, I wonder if you have a problem with your brain. Lin Shiryao doesn't even bother with you, but you still want to harass her. You even want her stockings. Do you deserve it? Speaking of Lin Shiryao, Si Chuanjia suddenly became furious. Not being able to pursue Lin Shiryao has always been a pain in his heart. But Chen Yi actually used this matter to mock him. He must be tired of living. Chen Yi, remember, your fate today is caused by yourself. Watch out, this punch will be awesome. As he said that, he swung his fist at Chen Yi. But the next second, he was completely stunned. Because Chen Yi actually held his fist easily. You! Si Chuanjia stared at Chen Yi in amazement. How come you are so strong? Why is it different from what he imagined? Shouldn't Chen Yi be knocked out by his punch and then sit on the ground crying? But now his fists were clenched tightly and he couldn't even pull his arms free. Si Chuanjia was furious. You, what do you want to do? Let me go. Shen had no expression on his face, but he was gradually gaining strength with his hands. Shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Weren't you the one who wanted to hit me first? Si Chuanjia felt like his arm was about to be broken and cried out in pain. Quick, let go. Okay, apologize to me first. Si Chuanjia pursed his lips and said nothing. Why, you don't want to apologize? Do you feel ashamed, Master Si? No way. Kill me if you dare. I will never give in to evil forces. Seeing that Si Chuanjia was quite principled, Chen Yi was just about to teach him a lesson, but the next second, several voices came from a distance. Quick! That man is there. Catch him quickly, don't let him run away. For Lin Shiryao's black stockings, I'll fight. Seeing this, Chen Yi loosened his hand. His eyes suddenly became solemn. Look, Lin Shiryao. Chen Yi pointed behind everyone. Everyone looked back when they heard the sound, but they didn't even see Lin Shiryao's shadow. While everyone was still not reacting, Chen Yi hurried back to the dormitory. He didn't breathe a sigh of relief until he reached the dormitory door. Almost. I almost didn't leave. When did the boys in Shida University become so perverted that they can't stop staring at girls' stockings? He had promised Lin Shiryao to protect her black stockings. If I lose this, how can I explain it to others? Oh, right, black silk. Chen Yi touched his pocket and found that the stockings were still there, so he felt relieved. Luckily, I didn't lose it. At this time, a sound came from the dormitory. Hurry, hurry, it's time to beat A, where are you? 5 A's, 5 A's, 5. No more fighting, it's a rip-off. Chen Yi's mouth twitched. These two started arguing again. Their dormitory was a 4-person room, but one person had moved out before, so there were only 3 of them left. However, these 2 people are usually quite nice to him. Before, when he was licking Su Cha all day, the 2 of them often advised him not to indulge in women. It's a pity that he didn't listen. Forget it, since my 2 sons are quite filial, I, as their father, will be nicer to them in the future. Chen Yi pushed open the door and saw Chao Yu and Wang Zihao blaring at the computer screen, gesturing with their fingers in the air. Looks like they are all red and warm. Seeing Chen Yi coming in, the 2 stopped arguing temporarily. Hey, old Chen is back. Where have you been? Chao Yu asked. Chen Yi was about to answer when Wang Zihao suddenly pointed at his pocket. Old Chen, what's that bulging thing in your pocket? Did you hide something valuable? Chen Yi became nervous and subconsciously covered his pockets. Xiao Yu also came over, with a curious look on his face. Let us take a look. Chen Yi hesitated for a moment, thinking that if they found out that it was black stockings, there would be a huge uproar. After all, he knew very well how lustful his 2 roommates were. If they were snatched away, I guess this pair of stockings won't survive tomorrow. Ahem, it's nothing, just keep playing. Xiao Yu narrowed his eyes and said, something is wrong. My intuition tells me that you must have something good in your pocket. Did you win the lottery? Good things should be shared, take them out now. As he said this, he was about to grab it. Wait, look at the school forum, there's a big news. Wang Zihao suddenly shouted. Chapter 7, 1 million? It only costs 15 game coins. Hearing Wang Zihao shout, Chao Yu's attention instantly shifted from Chen Yi's pocket to the computer screen. What happened? Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief and quietly took 2 steps back. He took the opportunity to open the wardrobe, stuffed the stockings in, and then quickly locked it. Then he pretended nothing had happened and walked behind the 2 of them. What melons are there? Let me see too. On the computer screen, the title of the hot post in the school forum was very eye-catching shocking. Tang Qingyan, the campus beauty of the School of Economics and Management, was confessed by a mysterious man, and it was accompanied by several blurry photos. It's Tang Qingyan, that's normal. I would feel strange if someone didn't confess to him one day. Xiao Yu murmured. However, the next post shocked the two people. It ruins your worldview. A mysterious man asked Tang Qingyan for stockings, and Tang Qingyan took off her shoes on the spot. Holy crap, is this true? How could someone ask a girl for stockings in broad daylight? What's even more outrageous is that Tang Qingyan actually gave it to her. Did she have a fever and become confused? Look down there seems to be a video. Xiao Yu immediately clicked on the video. The video was rather blurry and only captured Chun Yi's back. However, it was clearly seen that Tang Qingyan handed the stockings to the man, and what was even more shocking was that the man actually smelled it. Xiao Yu said indignantly, "Fuck, he actually got so excited. Don't let me know who it is, or I won't let him off." But who is this man? Why does his back look so familiar? Wang Zihao squinted his eyes and looked carefully, but couldn't make out anything. Chen Yi curled his lips guiltily. How can he not look familiar? That's me, your father. Fortunately, the photo did not capture his face, otherwise these two people would have pestered him for a long time. The next second, Wang Zihao exclaimed again. Oh my god, there's a new post. Everyone looked at the computer screen again. Double kill. Shida campus beauty Lin Shuyao was confessed by a mysterious man, and he successfully asked for her stockings. What? Even Lin Shuyao gave him her stockings. Why? Who on earth dares to insult my goddess? Even if she wants stockings, that person can only be me. Shen Yi had a bad feeling in his heart and turned around to leave the dormitory. Take a quick look at the pictures, there are two pictures below. Xiao Yu reminded. Wang Zihao clicked on the picture, and it was still blurry, but this time he could clearly see what the mysterious man was wearing. Why does it look so familiar? It seems a bit similar to Chun Yi's clothes. The two of them slowly turned around and saw that Chen Yi had already walked to the door with his hand on the door handle. Xiao Yu rushed forward and grabbed Chen Yi's arm tightly. Old Chen, shouldn't you explain it to us? Chen Yi secretly thought that it was not good, but he still pretended to be calm and said, What's there to explain? What can happen to me? Wang Zihao stood up and walked up to him, carefully examining his clothes, then looked at the picture on the computer. Old Chen, this outfit is exactly the same as the one in the photo, so stop pretending. Tell me, is that mysterious man you? Chen Yi knew he couldn't hide it anymore, so he sighed helplessly and told the whole story. After hearing this, Xiao Yu and Wang Zihao were shocked and said, So that means you were the one who asked them for stockings? Yes, but don't get me wrong, I have no other intention when I asked them for stockings. Chen Yi explained, touching his nose. Oh, I see. No wonder you were so sneaky when you came in just now. Your pockets were bulging. I thought you were hiding something. Tell me, are you hiding their stockings? Yes, but... Before he could finish his words, Xiao Yu in front of him knelt on the ground with a plop. This scene left Chen Yi dumbfounded. No, what do you mean? Why did you kneel down in front of me when you didn't agree with me? Xiao Yu said seriously, Old Chen, I have never asked you for anything in my life. Can you promise me this one thing? What happened? Give me the stockings and I'll keep them safe for you. Seeing this, Wang Zihao also knelt on the ground with a plop. Old Chen, don't believe what he says. Don't I understand his little tricks? Give me the stockings, I will keep them for you. Chen Yi was at a loss for words and quickly took a few steps back. You two are really perverted. These are girls' stockings. What do you want them for? We are perverts? Lao Chen, it was obviously you who asked for it first. So tell me, why did you want this stocking? Chen was speechless. He couldn't say that it was to complete the mission. But it seems that if he doesn't give an explanation, the two will not let it go. Lin Shuyou's stockings definitely cannot be given to two people, he had promised her that. However, he never told Tang Qingyan to protect her stockings. Besides, she had stuffed her stockings into the clothing donation box herself, so they definitely couldn't get them out. After all, it was school property and they didn't have the courage to destroy it. Chen Yi rolled his eyes and said, I can't give you Lin Shuyou's stockings, but I can give you Tang Qingyan's. Both of their eyes lit up when they heard this. Tang Qingyan is also okay, she is the campus beauty of the School of Economics and Management. Although not as stunning as Lin Shiryao, she is still a fairy that is out of their reach. Okay, tell me where it is? Jenny coughed lightly and said, "It's in the clothing donation box at school, go ahead." Fuck, why did you put it in the clothing donation box? Let the kids in the mountains see the world. Upon hearing this, Xiao Yu and Wang Zihao immediately stood up and rushed out in a hurry. Chunyi looked at their departing backs and sighed secretly. I hope Tang Xingyan's stockings are okay. After the two left, Chenyi was the only one left in the dormitory. He glanced at the closet filled with black silk stockings and lay down on the bed as if relieved. Tired. Too tired. First, he was cuckolded by Su Cha, then he suddenly discovered this mysterious software, and finally he asked two girls for stockings. What happened that day could be written into a novel. Oh, yes, software. Chenyi quickly took out his mobile phone and opened the Life Winner beta version. I almost forgot that I still have 20 game coins to claim. Chenyi opened his mailbox and successfully received the game coins. Congratulations to the user for completing the task. Mall function is now open. Attribute function has been opened. Task information function is now open. Chen kept running to the mall, wanting to see what he could buy. 1 million RMB newbie benefit, price, 15 game coins. 1 million? It only costs 15 game coins. BMW 735 Li, priced at 20 game coins. Maybach S484 Matic, price, 40 game coins. 3-bedroom, 1 living room apartment in the city center, price, 40 game coins. He was stunned when he saw these three items. A house that costs millions in real life only costs 40 game coins here. He got 20 game coins for one task, which means that as long as he completes one more task, he can afford these things. Chenyi flipped through the pages and was stunned by the products below. Chapter 8, Endurance? 30 minutes. 1% of Su Group S shares, price, 100 game coins. 67% of Su Group S shares, sold for 1,000 game coins. 50% of Masco's assets, sold for 10,000 game coins. Seeing this, Chenyi was stunned. Su Group? Could it be the Su Group in Shichun? What a coincidence! But it doesn't matter, no matter what group it is, as long as it can make money. Not to mention the following too, just 1% of the shares of Su Group is enough for him to live on for a lifetime. This is so terrible. You have to know that owning 67% of the shares means absolute control. In other words, he only needs to spend 1,000 game coins to own the entire Su Group. Wouldn't Su Wei then become his subordinate? And this Masco is even more awesome. He is the richest man in the world. But here, you only need 10,000 game coins to get half of his assets. In addition, Chenyi also saw some of the products at the bottom. There are spaceships, nuclear bombs, and even space stations. The most outrageous thing is that the product at the bottom is actually the sun. However, the pictures of these products are gray, indicating that they are not unlocked. Of course, you can't see how much game coins you need to spend. But Chenyi doesn't care about these things at all. For him, having money is enough. At this moment, he finally knew that this software was called Winner in Life. You just need to complete the tasks and earn game coins, which you can then redeem for real-life items. And these things are worth millions or even tens of millions. The more Chenyi thought about it, the more excited he became. Engineer, the winner in life, you are really awesome. Although there are only 20 game coins now, this does not hinder his enthusiasm. After all, he only needed to complete some simple tasks to get what he had always dreamed of. Chenyi flipped to the top of the product page and exchanged 1 million yuan without hesitation. Because he only has 20 game coins now, although there are other cheaper products, at present, redeeming this novice benefit is the most cost-effective. Congratulations to the user for winning 1 million yuan, the money will be transferred to you later. All payments are legal, please rest assured. Ding dong. Chenyi quickly looked at his phone. Sure enough, a text message came. West City Bank, your account with the last number 6666 has been credited with 1 million yuan, and the balance is 1,001,121.12 yuan. Oh shit. There was only a little over 1,000 yuan in his bank card for his living expenses, which was barely enough for a meal. And now it's 1 million. For someone who has lived in poverty since childhood, this is simply like a dream. Chenyi pinched himself hard, and the piercing pain made him sure that this was not a dream. His hands were shaking slightly with excitement, and he had already started planning how to use the 1 million in his mind. Yes, give it to parents first. Shenny skillfully entered an account and deposited 500,000 yuan.
His parents were like most people, doing ordinary jobs, so he lived an ordinary life from childhood to adulthood.
Now that I have money, I must first let my parents live a good life. Ding dong, another bank account arrival information.
Shenizhen was looking forward to his parents' joy after receiving the money, but he found that the text message showed that his account had received a refund of 500,000 yuan.
He was wondering what was going on when his father called. Son, why did you send me so much money? Where did you get so much money? Did you do anything illegal? We can't take this money. Tell Dad where you got it.
Shenny was a little amused and explained, Dad, don't worry, this is all my own money.
You earned it yourself? How did you make so much money as a student? Are you doing any of those shady businesses? What are you thinking about, Dad? Have you forgotten that I majored in economics?
This is the money I made by following our professional teacher in stock trading.
Don't worry. You and Mom don't have to go to work anymore. We can just go home and enjoy our retirement. You little brat deserves to be punished, right? I, your father, am not old yet.
Although he still felt it was a little strange, his father did not ask any further questions.
After hanging up the phone, Shenny breathed a sigh of relief. It's over, the hard days are over. The life I've always dreamed of is finally coming.
When he read those novels about super rich people in the past, he always fantasized about becoming the protagonist. And now he can be as carefree and unrestrained as them.
No more having to work part-time, no more worrying about money.
Shenny remembered that he seemed to have 5 game coins left, so he opened his phone again and entered the mall. There aren't many items you can buy with 5 game coins, basically just some mobile phones, tablets and the like.
Oh, that's right.
The mobile phone he is holding now has been used for 3 or 4 years and has become very slow.
It is time to change it. Damn. The top-end version of Fruit 16 only costs 1 game coin? Shenny exclaimed. Without hesitation, click to redeem.
Congratulations to the user for successfully redeeming the Fruit 16 Premium Edition. The mobile phone has been successfully distributed to the user, please collect it in time. The next second, Shenny saw a white box on his desk.
Awesome.
However, Shenny was not in a hurry to take apart the phone because he discovered a more interesting function. Game coins can not only be used to purchase goods, but also exchanged for some attribute points.
Shenny switched to the properties page. User, Shenny. Age, 20 years old. Gender, male. Height, 183 centimeters. Weight, 75 kilograms. Appearance, 92. Lasting power, 30 minutes. Well, I can understand everything else, but what is this endurance? It can't be. That's awesome. This software is amazing, it can even present this kind of data accurately. And his appearance value is as high as 92. Is he really that handsome? Not bad, not bad. Shenyi entered the mall again and switched the category to attribute points. Appearance attribute points, each point is sold for 1 game coin. Height attribute points, each point is priced at 2 game coins.
As for other attribute points, they are all similar, basically 1 game coin per point.
Of course, the most important thing now is appearance.
After all, this is a society that values appearance.
As long as you are good looking, you have already won at the starting line.
He added all 4 points to appearance without hesitation.
Congratulations to the user for successfully exchanging attribute points. Your appearance has been successfully increased.
As soon as I finished adding it, a wonderful feeling came over me, as if a warm current was surging in my body.
Shani immediately jumped out of bed and looked in the mirror.
But, it seems like not much has changed. Perhaps because he was already handsome enough, it looked like he hadn't changed much, so Chunny didn't think much about it. Anyway, he still has the charming attribute now, so his looks are enough.
Chapter 9 I really want to do something bad. Hiss. As for the staying power, 30 minutes should be enough. Is there anyone who can't even last 30 minutes?
It's embarrassing to say that I've been with Sucha for 5 years, and I haven't had a single actual combat experience. Other couples go to check into a hotel room every night, but he can only do it by himself with his hands.
Of course, this can't be blamed on him. It's just human nature. Who can be without mistakes except saints?
After all, men are naturally lustful and lecherous. However, because he was with Sucha before, he rarely talked to the opposite sex.
But now it's different.
Although Sucha didn't break up with Chen Yi, it's impossible for him to look for her again.
What a man! You should just be more unrestrained.
Especially Tang Qingyan and Lin Shiyao, they were obviously interested in me. Regardless of whether it was because of the charm attribute or not, as long as they were willing, he would accept them.
As for women, the more the better. Don't think too much, it doesn't mean anything else.
He just felt that since others helped him complete the task, he should give something in return.
I can finally be my true self.
At this moment, Chen Yi suddenly remembered that Lin Shiyao's black stockings seemed to be still in the closet.
It so happened that there was no one in the dormitory at this moment. TSK. I really want to do something bad.
Although I promised Lin Shiyao to protect her stockings.
But, just don't break it.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi tiptoed out of bed and took the toilet paper and black silk to the bed.
Sorry, Senior Lin. It's human nature, it's human nature. Beep, beep, beep.
Just then, a call suddenly came on the cell phone.
Chen Yi was so scared that she almost threw her black stockings away. What the hell? Who is this? This call comes at a really bad time. After comforting his old friend, he looked at the screen of his mobile phone. Huh? Why is it Gu Choubai? Gu Choubai and Chen Yi have been childhood sweethearts and have been classmates from elementary school to high school. Even in college, it's the same school.
But she and Chen Yi are not from the same college. She is from the School of Arts, while Chen Yi is from the School of Economics and Management. What's even more outrageous is that Gu Choubai was chosen as the campus beauty of the Art Academy. As for Lin Shiyao, she is the campus beauty and does not participate in the college-level evaluation.
But he and Gu Choubai grew up together, so how come he didn't realize that she was so beautiful? Is it immune?
Although they are childhood sweethearts, Chen Yi has been pursuing Sucha since high school, and the distance between him and Gu Choubai has been getting farther and farther.
So much so that until now, they have hardly any contact.
Because Gu Choubai had approached him several times before, but Chen Yi always declined on the grounds that it was inconvenient. Thinking about it now, I feel quite sorry for Gu Choubai. After all, they have been friends since childhood, but because of Sucha, the scumbag, they have become more and more distant from each other.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi still answered the phone. Hey, what's up? On the phone, Gu Choubai asked cautiously, Hello, Chen Yi, are you busy right now?
Chen Yi glanced at the black silk stockings in his hand and said, To be honest, I was just about to take off, but you interrupted me.
You're on a plane? What are you going to do? Are you going to go out with Sucha?
Chen Yi, let me tell you, I saw Sucha dating a guy yesterday, don't be fooled by her.
Chen Yi's mouth twitched. This Gu Choubai is quite simple. But it's understandable, as a woman, it's normal that she doesn't understand these special words. What's the matter with you calling me? Well, if you're busy, forget it. I'm not busy. If you need anything, I'll go find you now, okay? Gu Choubai obviously didn't expect Chen Yi's answer, and it took him a long time to react. Are you free? Aren't you with Sucha? No, there are some things I need to explain to you in person. Where are you? I'll come find you. Oh, that's good.
I'll wait for you at the cafe outside the school. After hanging up the phone, Chen Yi looked at the black stockings in his hand helplessly.
I really don't know what happened just now.
I almost did such a perverted thing. But fortunately, Gu Choubai called suddenly, otherwise I would really have to say sorry to Lin Shiyao.
Shen got out of bed and locked the black stockings in the closet again.
His peripheral vision suddenly caught a glimpse of the fruit phone on the table.
By the way, why not give the cell phone to Gu Choubai?
In fact, her family's conditions are similar to Chen's, and their daily expenses are not high. Anyway, he still has 500,000 yuan now, so he can buy a new phone sooner or later.
After Chen Yi put his phone into his bag, he walked out of the dormitory.
As soon as Chen Yi walked into the coffee shop in University Town, he saw Gu Choubai sitting in the corner. I saw her stirring the coffee in her hand absent-mindedly, not knowing what she was thinking about.
Ahem, Gu Choubai. Chen Yi called softly. Hearing the voice, Gu Choubai stood up and looked at Chen Yi. Hey, weren't you at the airport? How come you're here so quickly?
Chen Yi didn't answer, but just looked at her.
Gu Choubai was wearing a white t-shirt on the upper body and a black pleated skirt on the lower body.
A pair of legs are straight and slender, crystal clear, like white bamboo immersed in the twilight, so beautiful. It's a pity that she was not wearing black or white stockings, but a pair of white cotton socks. How should I put it? This outfit is more inclined to the cute style. In addition, her eyes are big and beautiful, her face still has some baby fat, and she has a high ponytail on her head, making Guchobai look pure and sexy. Hiss. Why didn't I realize before that Guchobai is so beautiful? No wonder she was voted the most beautiful girl in the school. Could it be that I was blind before? Hey, what are you looking at? Why are you so engrossed? Seeing Chenyi staring at him, Guchobai was confused. She looked at herself and found that her clothes were not on backwards and she was wearing the same pair of socks. It can't be because I'm pretty, right? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Chenyi never said that she was pretty. Chenyi came back to his senses when he heard Guchobai's voice. No. I didn't see anything. Oh. Guchobai looked at him doubtfully. If you're fine, please sit down. The coffee is getting cold. Hey, isn't this iced Americano? Yes, your favorite. How about it? Are you touched that I can still remember your favorite coffee? No, isn't iced Americano cold? Guchobai laughed and said, hee, I'm just kidding you, come and sit down. Chenyi sat on the sofa, picked up the iced American coffee and took a sip. A little bitter, but just right. Guchobai also sat down and asked, you haven't answered my question yet. Aren't you at the airport? How come you came here so quickly? Chenyi touched his nose guiltily and began to change the subject. Let's not talk about this for now. I have something important to tell you. What? I broke up with Su Cha. Ah? Guchobai was completely stunned. You broke up? Is this true? You've been together with her for 5 years, how can you break up just like that? Chen rolled his eyes at her and said speechlessly, didn't you tell me that you saw her dating another man? So what am I waiting for if I don't break up with her? Hey, that's not right. I told you many times before, and you never disbelieved it, so why do you believe it today? Speaking of this, Chenyi was also embarrassed. Indeed, Guchobai had told him this many times before, but he didn't believe it and thought she said it on purpose. They had even had several arguments over this. Well, that was before. Today I believe it, okay? Guchobai stood up happily and said excitedly, did you really break up with her? Really? That's great. Her appearance made Chen feel confused. Why are you happy that I broke up? No, you are happy that I am single, right? Guchobai finished his coffee in one gulp and stared at Chenyi intently. I am indeed very happy that you broke up, because I have a chance. Chapter 10, I will complete the flight you didn't take off for you. What? Chenyi was confused. What do you mean you have a chance? Could it be that Guchobai meant that after he and Sucha broke up, they would have a chance to be together? How is this possible? Absolutely impossible. How could Guchobai have such feelings for him? In other words, the two of them grew up together, just like good brothers. Do brothers have such thoughts? Although Guchobai was indeed good looking, it was impossible for him to fall in love with her. After all, there is no love between childhood sweethearts. But then again, Guchobai's face is indeed pleasing to the eyes. If she really likes me, it's not impossible. Looking at Chenyi's confused expression, Guchobai burst out laughing. What are you thinking about? I mean, you and Sucha broke up, and we have time to play together again. You don't think I like you, do you? No way. Chenyi retorted. Alright, I won't tease you anymore. Guchobai wiped his mouth. You haven't answered my question yet. Weren't you just at the airport? Why did you come back suddenly? No, why are you asking? I'm just concerned about you. You said you were getting ready to take off, but I interrupted you, so I was thinking about how to make it up to you. Guchobai muttered softly. Chen almost spit out the coffee in his mouth after hearing this. Hey, that's not what I meant by takeoff, stop talking nonsense. Not this? Guchobai looked at him in confusion. What is that? Yes. Chenyi pressed his temple, thinking about how to explain this problem to her. You really don't know what it means? Guchobai shook his head. I don't know. What else can takeoff be other than taking a plane? Chenyi really didn't expect that Guchobai was so naive. This made him, an experienced driver, feel a little sorry for the other person. If I tell you, will you still compensate me? Guchobai hesitated for a moment and said, As long as it is within my ability, I will definitely compensate you. Chenny raised his eyebrows.
Are you sure? I'm afraid you can't handle it. Don't be afraid, just tell me. Gu Qiubai answered firmly. It's just a plane ticket, how much can it be worth?
Chenny held back his laughter and whispered something in her ear.
Actually, what I mean by takeoff is. After hearing this, Gu Qiubai trembled all over as if he had been electrocuted. Her face was as red as a ripe apple. What are you talking about? Why can't I understand?
Chenny crossed his arms and looked at her. Don't pretend, I've explained it to you so clearly, I don't believe you don't understand.
Gu Qiubai stammered, I. In fact, she already understood what Chenny meant.
But, it's really hard for a girl like her to say this kind of thing. I really didn't expect that Chenny would actually do such a thing. Why, it seems like you girls wouldn't do this kind of thing.
I can do it, but I won't.
I won't tell anyone of the opposite sex about it casually.
TSK. Chenny shrugged. Didn't you ask me to say it? How did it become so casual?
How would I know you were talking about this kind of thing?
But you are always so stubborn that you have to do this kind of thing.
Be careful not to ruin your health.
It's just human nature.
Chen spread his hands, looking helpless.
Besides, this is my normal need.
Gu Qiubai coughed lightly, turned his face away, and tried to calm himself.
For some reason, she thought Chenny was so handsome from the first moment she saw him today.
In particular, after Chenny told her those things, she felt that he exuded a masculine charm.
How strange. Obviously, I never felt this way before.
Although Chenny is indeed very handsome, I have always regarded him as a good friend and would never have such thoughts.
What's wrong with her?
When Chenny saw her shy look, he immediately became playful.
I really want to bully you, hee. Ahem. Look up and look at me. Chenny said lightly.
Gu Qiubai blushed, slowly raised his head, and looked at Chenny evasively.
What happened? Didn't you say you would compensate me? How are you going to make it up to me? What do you think?
I was just about to take off when you interrupted me.
How do you think you're going to make it up to me? In an instant, Gu Qiubai's mind went blank. What's the meaning? Who can tell her what Chenny means? How do you compensate for that? You don't want her to compensate you like that. Thinking of this, Gu Qiubai's face turned even redder. What are you going to do? Yes. Chen nodded.
You said it yourself that you would compensate me as long as it is within your ability.
Why, you don't want to do it now?
Gu Qiubai lowered his head and clutched the corners of his clothes tightly with both hands. After a long while, he spoke in a voice as soft as a mosquito.
Good. Chenny was stunned and didn't hear clearly what she was saying. What did you say? I say. Gu Qiubai raised his head again and said firmly, okay. If you want, I can promise you. Cough, cough, cough. Hearing her answer, Chenny almost choked to death on his coffee. You, what are you talking about? Gu Qiubai touched his hot face and said, you want me to compensate you, right? So, I will complete the flight you didn't take off for you. No, you took it seriously. Chenny said in surprise, I was just joking with you, you didn't really think that I wanted you to compensate me, did you? Gu Qiubai's eyes widened in disbelief. Are you kidding me? Chenny waved his hands hastily. I'm really not kidding you, I was just joking, how could I really ask you to compensate for this? You're just kidding me. I didn't ask you to make up for it like that. Isn't this just something you made up in your mind? Gu Qiubai was speechless. Really?
Chenny didn't ask her to compensate in that way, she just understood it that way herself. How shameful, how shameful, how shameful.
I'm going to the bathroom. Gu Qiubai suddenly stood up and ran away. Chapter 11 I like you very much. Bathroom. Gu Qiubai looked at himself in the mirror and felt very unfamiliar. Why? Why is Chenny so weird today? I never teased her like this before. What is even more abominable is that Chenny only teased her with a few words, but she actually. Damn it, it's so damn. It's so embarrassing. I was actually bullied by Chenny. But why would she agree to do that to Chenny? He even said yes shamelessly. Could it be that I really like him? Also, would Chenny think that she was a very casual girl? No,
I have to explain it to him when I have time. On the other side, after Guchobai left, Chenny kept thinking about what she had just said.
You want me to compensate you, right?
So, I'll complete the flight you didn't take off for you.
What's the meaning? Is what Guchobai said true? Doesn't she like me?
Looking at her expression, it seemed that she really thought I wanted compensation from her. And she agreed. In other words, if he had not refused just now, the two of them would have gone out to get a room. Chenny has always regarded Guchobai as a friend and a good brother, but he never expected that one day he would almost take this step.
Hiss, it's terrifying when you think about it. At this moment, the cell phone in Chen Yi's pocket suddenly vibrated.
He absent-mindedly pulled out his phone, but froze when he saw the notification.
Friend attribute, what is this? Chen nodded and went in. Name, Guchobai. Gender, female. Age, 20 years old. Height, 167 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Capital, C. Appearance, 95. Number of experiences, 0. Does Guchobai have C? I can't tell. If she has C, then Lin Shiryao will be D. And the appearance is actually 95. As expected of someone chosen as the school belle, even a handsome guy like Chen Yi only had an initial score of 92. But what is this number of experiences? Could it be? Wow, this is awesome, you can even see this thing.
I'll have to test that scumbag Sucha when I get a chance to see if she has done it 100 times.
What are you looking at so intently?
Guchobai had just come out of the bathroom and saw Chen Yi grinning at his phone, so he asked curiously.
Nothing. Chen Yi quickly put away his phone. But you, what were you doing in the bathroom? Why did it take so long?
Hearing this, Guchobai, who had just adjusted his state, turned red again.
What can you do in the bathroom? You must go to the toilet.
Chen Yi did not doubt it and took out the top-end version of Fruit 16 from his bag and placed it on the table.
What is this, a cell phone? Yes, the new Fruit 16. Fruit 16? This phone seems to cost nearly 10,000 yuan. You didn't buy it in installments, did you? No.
Guchobai asked in confusion. I remember that your monthly living expenses were only 2,000 yuan, and you gave all the money to Sucha.
Where did you get the money to buy it in full? Chen Yi explained to her, have you forgotten that I am studying economics? Recently, I followed my teacher to buy some stocks and made some money. Oh, I see. But why did you bring your phone here? Aren't you afraid of losing it? Because this phone is for you. What? Guchobai was stunned. Is this phone for me?
Chen nodded and shoved the phone into her arms.
Yes, I remember you bought your phone when you were in high school. It should be very slow now, so I'll give it to you. Guchobai looked at the Fruit 16 in his hand and was completely stunned. Chen Yi actually gave her the cell phone? Chen Yi actually spent the first money he earned on her and bought such expensive things? In addition, Chen Yi was teasing her just now, which gave Guchobai a bold idea. He won't like me, will he? If you don't like me, why would you say that to me? If you don't like me, why would you give me such a valuable thing? You must like me, you must like. Why don't you have any reaction? Don't you thank me at all? Guchobai sniffed his sour nose and said, I like you very much. Ha? Chen Yi was confused. Oh, that's not right.
Guchobai immediately changed his words, I am very grateful to you.
That's more like it. Guchobai glanced at Chen Yi and sat down on the sofa awkwardly. I almost forgot, what's the matter with you calling me out? Chen Yi asked.
It's like this, I want to rent a house outside, so I want you to accompany me to look at houses.
What? You want to rent a house? Why? Although West City University does not have mandatory regulations on accommodation, if you do not want to live in the dormitory, just say hello to the counselor. But generally speaking, only students in their 3rd and 4th years will live outside. Part of it is to facilitate internships outside, and part of it is to prepare for postgraduate entrance examinations. But why does Guchobai, a sophomore student, have to rent a house? Guchobai thought for a moment and said, there's no reason, I just don't want to live in the dormitory anymore. Is that so? Fine then. Chen Yi didn't ask any more questions, after all, it was someone else's privacy. Have you decided where to rent a house? Guchobai shook his head, I haven't decided yet, but as long as it's cheap,
I don't have that much money.
How can that be possible? You can't just do it for the sake of cheapness. As a girl, you must put safety first. But I don't know much about this and I don't know which house is safer. It's so easy.
Shenny opened 85.com on his mobile phone and searched for 2-bedroom, 1-living-room apartments near the school. After looking for a long time, he found a house with a good price and a good location.
What do you think of this house?
Shen handed the phone to Gu Qingbai. However, when Gu Qingbai saw the price of the room, he began to shake his head. No, this house is too expensive. It costs 3,800 a month.
I didn't ask you how much the house cost, you just need to take a look and see if you like it.
Although she was confused, she still said, I like it very much.
The house is quite large, fully furnished, and close to the subway, but...
Then this house.
What? Gu Qiubai was confused. I want to live in this house, but I don't have any money.
Shenny waved his hand and said, it's okay, as long as you like it, you don't have to worry about the money.
He still has 500,000 yuan in his card, and he can't afford to rent a house for 3,800 yuan a month?
It's just that there are no gain coins now, otherwise we would live in a big villa.
What's the meaning? Gu Qiubai still didn't understand.
She wasn't worried about the money, but she couldn't let Chen Yi worry.
What I mean is, I'll pay the rent and you'll live in the house. Chapter 12. You are the first man who has slept with me. Okay, Chen Yi, stop joking. Gu Qiubai returned the phone to him.
I know you made some money from stock trading, but the rent of 3,800 yuan a month is really a bit expensive.
How can I have the nerve to let you spend so much money on me?
You should know that most of the students of Xiqing University who rent houses live in urban villages. Firstly, the housing price is cheap, and secondly, it is close to the school, basically only a dozen minutes walk away. Although this house is not far from the school, it is very expensive.
Gu Qiubai's monthly living expenses are less than 3,800 yuan.
Even if he adds some money from his part-time job, it is still not enough.
Chen Yi was speechless for a moment. Why, do you think I can't afford the 3,800? According to my guess, you should have given all your money to Su Cha. So, you should be penniless. Gu Qiubai had an expression that said, I understand. What if I can take it out? Chen Yi asked back. Can you afford it?
Gu Qiubai's mouth curled up slightly. If you can afford it, I will be your girlfriend.
No, you are eating and taking at the same time?
Why, I'm such a beautiful woman, why are you not happy about being your girlfriend?
TSK, even if I can't find a wife, I won't treat you as my girlfriend. Chen Yi, you are so cruel. Have you forgotten that you are the first man who has slept with me? Chen Yi was stunned at first, then became angry and said, Don't talk nonsense, when did I sleep with you?
Gu Qiubai said calmly, have you forgotten that during the summer vacation in the 2nd grade of elementary school, you lied to me and said that your cat could do backflips, but...
Wow, that was so long ago. Besides, I never slept with you. We just slept in the same bed. Then I don't care. If you sleep, you sleep. You have to be responsible for me.
Chen Yi waved his hand, okay, you can sleep if you want, I'll take care of it. I'll pay for all your rent in the future.
Gu Qiubai looked at him in disbelief. No, do you really have that much money?
Seeing that she didn't believe him, Chen Yi took out his mobile phone and showed her the balance of his bank card.
Well, do you believe it now? Fuck, 500,000. Is this true? Is this all the money you made from stock trading? Chen nodded and said seriously, why are you so excited? This is just the tip of the iceberg. If I want, I can make tens of millions in a minute. Gu Qiubai showed a sly smile. Chen Yi, if you can't, you can support me.
Although she has never found a boyfriend, it doesn't mean that she doesn't have such needs. Especially a boy like Chen Yi who is handsome and rich, it is really hard to find even with a lantern. Therefore, Gu Qiubai felt that Chen Yi was very suitable to be her boyfriend. After all, they grew up together and can be considered friends for life and death.
Support you? What benefits can you give me?
Gu Qiubai leaned close to Chen Yi's ear and whispered, I can give you a lot of benefits.
For example, every night. Haha, I'm not interested. Is this true? You are not capable of this?
Gu Qiubai widened his eyes.
Who told you I can't do it? I'm super strong. I don't believe it, I don't believe it.
Looking at Gu Qiubai's despicable expression, Chen Yi secretly swore to himself that sooner or later, he would teach her a lesson. otherwise she would have no idea of her own limitations. Okay, stop talking nonsense and go look at the house quickly, otherwise it will be dark soon.
After leaving the cafe, the two took a taxi to the designated location. Rongmin Tianxi is considered to be the best community near the school.
After all, Xiqing is a second-tier city, and Shida is located in the suburbs, where there are no good communities. Besides, it would be dangerous for a girl as beautiful as Gu Qiubai to live alone. This place, no matter what, has a decent flow of people, and there is an elevator and the security is pretty good, so safety is definitely guaranteed.
Chen Yi and Gu Qiubai walked into the residential area. The security guard looked them up and down and then asked them what they wanted to do. Knowing that the two people were here to view the house, the security guard let them in. When they arrived at the house, the property staff was already waiting. When you open the door, you will see that the interior is exquisitely decorated and fully equipped with furniture and appliances.
What Shenny didn't expect was that a house that cost 3,800 yuan a month could be so luxurious. Although it only has 2 bedrooms and a living room, every place is filled with luxury.
The space layout is reasonable and the lighting is good.
Gu Qiubai's eyes lit up as he ran around the house, touching the sofa and looking at the kitchen, his face full of joy.
Are you two students of West City University? Asked the staff.
Chen nodded, then looked at Gu Qiubai. How about it, do you like this house?
Of course I like it, I like everything you give me.
Seeing this, the staff smiled and said, Little sister, your boyfriend is so nice to you.
Chen Yi was about to open his mouth to refute, but Gu Qiubai grabbed his arm and said coquettishly, Of course, my boyfriend is the best.
Chen Yi rolled his eyes helplessly, but did not break free from her hand.
Ever since breaking up with Su Cha, Chen Yi's principle in this regard has been, don't take the initiative, don't refuse. Of course, I will still be responsible. Since Gu Qiubai is willing to stick to him, let her do it. Just be happy. I have to say, Gu Qiubai's body is really soft. Not only that, it smells delicious too.
I don't know if it's the shower gel or her body fragrance. Any normal man would have some reaction if such a beautiful woman was close to him.
Chen Yi touched Gu Qiubai's head and said, As long as you like it. Feeling his actions, Gu Qiubai was extremely happy. He actually touched me. Does that mean we have a chance?
In fact, Gu Qiubai had fallen in love with Chen Yi a long time ago. However, Chen Yi had been pursuing Su Cha at that time, so Gu Qiubai did not dare to express his feelings.
But things are different now. Chen Yi broke up and she has another chance. This time, he must be taken down.
Thinking of this, Gu Qiubai pressed his face against Chen Yi's chest. A faint scent of hair came, and Chen Yi frowned.
This Gu Qiubai is really something. Why didn't Ti notice that he was so proactive before? There is someone next to them. If there wasn't anyone, they might have been in bed now.
Chen Yi lowered his head slightly and saw 2 white balls in front of Gu Qiubai.
As well as. Oh shit. How come the capital is so strong? Why didn't Ti notice it before?
Although there was a more proactive and beautiful woman beside him, he was focusing on Su Cha.
Oh my god, what have I missed?
Chen Yi suddenly remembered that when he was just in high school, Gu Qiubai said that he liked him. But he didn't take it seriously at the time, thinking Gu Qiubai was joking. If I had agreed at that time, maybe
they have 2 kids.
But it's not too late now, he is only 20 years old and still young.
There will be plenty of time to have children in the future.
Chen Yi let out a long sigh and hugged Gu Qiubai tighter.
Chapter 13. Why not continue down?
Seeing this scene, the property staff's mouth twitched.
Speechless. Young people nowadays are really shameless. He just started doing it in public. Fortunately, he is here.
If he wasn't here, the 2 of them would probably have started doing that by now.
Well, if you 2 are sure there is no problem, you can move in right away after paying the rent. No problem. So, do you 2 pay once a month or once every 3 months? Chen Yi didn't say anything, just stretched out 2 fingers. 2 months?
The staff member asked in doubt, if you don't have enough funds now, you can pay 1 month first. He was not surprised by this situation. As college students, they don't have much living expenses, and they have to set aside part of it for rent. It is normal that they cannot pay for 3 months at a time. Besides, this house itself is not cheap, it costs 3,800 a month.
You know, there are many people who earn less than 3,000 a month.
Normally, their food alone would cost 2,000 yuan a month, and this couple would probably have to buy a lot of small umbrellas, which is also a considerable expense.
To be honest, these two people are not simple people to be able to live in this house.
Although they are not wealthy, they are at least from a well-off family.
If there is no problem, then please sign this contract. He took out a contract from the folder. Shenyi shook his head. Who said I have to pay for 2 months? The staff looked confused. If I don't pay for 2 months, how long will I pay then? 2 days? I'm sorry, 2 days is not enough. The minimum payment here is 1 month.
I'll pay for 2 years.
Shenyi said calmly.
2 years is not enough.
2 years? Wait, how long do you say? 2 years.
The staff was shocked.
Is this correct?
A college student pays 2 years rent at a time, which is more than 90,000 yuan.
How is this possible? He looked at Chun-Yi for a moment, feeling a little puzzled. He is wearing domestically made clothes and doesn't look rich at all. Don't rich people nowadays like to show off their wealth? Chen nodded and said in a deep voice, yes, can it be paid in 2 years? Ahem, that.
Of course you can, don't even mention 2 years, you can pay for 20 years at a time.
Gu Qiubai pulled Chun-Yi's arm and asked, why do we have to pay for 2 years at a time? Wouldn't it be enough to pay for 1 month at a time? It's too troublesome. I don't need this little money anyway.
I can pay for 2 years at a time and save myself the rent every month.
Seeing Chun-Yi's indifferent expression, Gu Qiubai didn't say much. That's great. The staff quickly took out a 2-year contract and handed it to Chun-Yi. I have to say, this property is really awesome.
Once the rent is paid and the contract is signed, you can move in right away without having to go through so many cumbersome procedures.
After the property staff left, they were the only two left in the room. Gu Qiubai's hand still maintained the same position as before, tightly hugging Chun-Yi's waist. I didn't realize it, Gu Qiubai. I didn't expect you to be this kind of person? Gu Qiubai looked puzzled. Huh? What's wrong with me? Chun-Yi pointed at her hand and said, I didn't expect you to be so proactive and do it to me in broad daylight.
Gu Qiubai then realized that his hands were still around Chun-Yi's waist, and his face turned red all the way to his ears.
Look at what you said. I have always been very proactive. I didn't notice. I remember you weren't like this before. Having said that, Gu Qiubai looked at him with resentment. I've changed a long time ago.
Since high school, you've been chasing Su Cha and rarely play with me.
Really? Chun-Yi touched the back of her head. Then I'll play with you more in the future, okay? Gu Qiubai's legs almost went limp after he touched her like that. Why? Why does it feel so good just by touching my head? Gu Qiubai couldn't imagine what would happen if. Chun-Yi, will you be my boyfriend? I really like you.
I've liked you since high school, no, since I was very young.
Be my boyfriend, and I can do whatever you want, okay?
After saying that, Gu Qiubai buried his face in his chest and put his arms around his neck.
Feeling the softness in his arms, Chun-Yi's mind went blank. It turns out that a girl's body is so soft and fragrant. Damn Su Cha, how much happiness has he lost over the years? But what surprised Chun-Yi even more was that Gu Qiubai actually liked him. I have liked it for so long. Being her boyfriend is really nice. But now is not the time. Unlike before, he is now a super rich man. In the past, Su Cha was his nominal girlfriend. In order to maintain their relationship, he rarely interacts with the opposite sex. But now it's different. Not only did they break up, but they also have winner in life. Therefore, we can no longer use the traditional view of love. As for girlfriends, of course the more the better.
Chun-Yi slowly lowered his head and sniffed her hair.
We'll talk about it next time. Next. Feeling Chun-Yi's movements, Gu Qiubai trembled all over.
But it was just a tremor.
Gu Qiubai closed his eyes nervously, his heart beating like a drum. She had already guessed what would happen next. But it's nothing, isn't it just being slept with? Being slept with by the person you love is a very happy thing.
Just when Gu Qiubai had accepted it calmly, Chun-Yi stopped what he was doing and just stayed at her waist.
Then Chun-Yi gently pushed her away. Gu Qiubai looked at him in surprise and asked, why don't you continue? Why not continue? Chun-Yi asked. In fact, he knew what Gu Qiubai was talking about, but he really couldn't go on. He had never felt this way in the 5 years he had been with Su Cha. Just by hugging Gu Qiubai, he had a reaction. If he hadn't stopped just now, Chun-Yi really wouldn't have been able to help but execute her on the spot. It's a pity that I didn't buy a small umbrella. Taking medicine afterwards would be very harmful to your body. It seems I need to prepare in advance next time. Guchobai lowered his head in disappointment and stammered, nothing, nothing. We've already reached that point, why don't we continue going down? Even a girl like me couldn't help it, but Chun-Yi could actually hold it back. Of course Guchobai knew that Chen-Yi didn't continue because he was afraid that she would get pregnant. Although she felt a little disappointed, she still felt very happy. This actually shows that Chen-Yi is a responsible man. If it were someone else, they would probably just pull up their pants and disappear. As for what Chen-Yi just said, let's talk about it next time, it is understandable. Something as important as I love you should definitely be said on special occasions. But don't worry, she will take Chen-Yi's virginity sooner or later. Guchobai smoothed the wrinkles of his clothes and said, I still have some luggage to take. Can you go back to school with me to get it? Okay, but let me go to the bathroom first. Chapter 14. That kind of thing must be done at night. After Chen-Yi came out of the bathroom, the two took a taxi back to school. Along the way, the two of them didn't say a word. When they arrived at the school gate, Chen-Yi walked in front, with Guchobai following closely behind him. Looking at Chen-Yi's handsome back, Guchobai seemed to be hesitant to speak. It's better not to say anything for now, in case Chen-Yi finds her annoying. As if Chen-Yi had some kind of telepathy, he suddenly stopped and looked back at her. What are you thinking about? Follow me. Oh. Guchobai reacted and hurriedly followed. Seeing that her expression was not right, Chen-Yi asked again, do you have anything to say? Guchobai shook his head, no. It's okay. Are you okay? Guchobai, do you think I'm a fool? Your face is turning red, just say whatever you want to say. Is there any need to hide our relationship? Chen-Yi folded his arms and looked at her helplessly. I don't know what our relationship is. Guchobai muttered softly. Boyfriend or girlfriend? No, Chen-Yi hasn't accepted it yet. A simple classmate? Not really, they are not in the same college now. Childhood sweethearts? There is no way childhood sweethearts would stay together in a rental house. Although it hasn't reached that point yet, it has definitely crossed the line. Therefore, Guchobai didn't know what kind of relationship they had now. Guchobai, what are you mumbling about? Can you speak louder? Guchobai lowered his head and his voice was as small as a mosquito. I want to know why you didn't follow me in the rental house. She stopped talking halfway through. Chen-Yi raised an eyebrow, what do you mean? Guchobai bit her lips tightly, grasped the corners of her clothes with both hands, her ears were bright red, and she looked so beautiful. It's not that she doesn't want to say it, but so embarrassing. How could such a thing come out of the mouth of a girl like her? Just now she was still thinking that Chen-Yi didn't continue because he was afraid that she would get pregnant. But later I found out that there was a supermarket downstairs, and the supermarket was full of small umbrellas. So why didn't he buy it? It would have been fine if nothing happened, but he had teased her like that and then suddenly stopped. It's like someone is dangling a chicken leg in front of her, but she can't eat it. It's even more painful than killing her. Guchobai raised his head with a firm gaze. I want to know, why don't you and I? When she said this, she did not control the volume, so several passers-by around her could hear it. Some of them even looked at them with contempt. In broad daylight, in front of everyone, he didn't even know how to avoid suspicion and his words were too blunt. Chen-Yi was completely stunned. He didn't expect that Guchobai's character was so direct that he could even say such a thing. But he likes it very much. At least he is much better than people like Su Cha. If he loves, he loves. If he doesn't love, he doesn't love. It seems that it is necessary to have an in-depth communication with Guchobai. Chen-Yi took Guchobai into his arms and whispered in her ear, that kind of thing must be done at night, why are you in such a hurry? Guchobai didn't say anything. Come to think of it, she was indeed too impatient. In broad daylight, it's really not good. It's so embarrassing. Everyone said she was a pure goddess, but she turned out to be more anxious than a man. Guchobai wished he could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. She covered her face with her hands and her body trembled slightly. When Chen-Yi saw her like this, he couldn't help but laugh. Okay, stop being shy, we're downstairs at the dormitory. Guchobai then let go of Chen-Yi and said softly, then I'll go pack my things. Do you have a lot of stuff? Do you want me to help you? Gu Bai shook his head. Not much, just some of my clothes and daily necessities. Okay, I'll go back to the dormitory to get something. After parting with Gu Bai, Chen Yi walked towards the boys' dormitory. In fact, it was not an important thing, it was just the black stockings that Lin Shiyao was wearing in the closet. He felt that such important things should definitely not be kept in the dormitory. Just like you can't put a lamb in a wolf's den. It's not that he didn't trust his two roommates, but Chen Yi knew that men are lustful by nature, and that's normal. Underwear like this for girls is indeed very attractive to some boys. Therefore, in order to prevent them from committing crimes, Chen Yi could only take away the black stockings. As I reached the dormitory door, I heard the barking of their dogs again. Hurry, hurry, hit a too small, where are you? Fuck, A is too small, A is too big, 5, 5. No more fighting, it's a rip-off. Why do I feel like I've heard this somewhere before? As soon as Chen Yi opened the door, he saw Wang Zihao and Xia Yu were in a cold war again. Hey, Brother Chen is back again. Didn't you two go to donate the clothes boxes? Why are you back so soon? Xiao Yu blinked and asked in confusion, soon? Wasn't that in the morning? It's almost evening now. Oh. Chen Yi mentioned, did you get Tang Qingyan's stockings? Xiao Yu shook his head, looking very regretful. Hey, stop talking. When we went over there was a bunch of people gathered in front of the clothing donation box. I think they were all up to something bad. Wang Zihao snorted coldly, you talk as if you are not the same. Was I up to something bad? I was just worried that Tang Qingyan's stockings would be snatched away, so I rushed over to stop them. Okay, I know what you two are thinking. And then, what happened next? Chen rolled his eyes at the two of them. Xiao Yu took a sip of happy water and said calmly, it got even more outrageous later. Someone even brought pliers. However, I don't know who reported it to the school, and then a few leaders came and stopped us. Leader? Is that thing still in there? Of course they were. Although the leaders came, they didn't know about Tang Qingyan's stockings. They thought those people were so poor that they had no clothes to wear, and they even wanted to grab the clothes in the donation box. They said they would open the boxes in public and distribute the clothes to them. But of course those people didn't dare to let the leaders open the boxes, so they said they were bored and wanted to open the boxes for fun. The leader was so angry when he heard this that he ordered that no one was allowed to touch the clothing donation box. Finally, the leader criticized them, saying that they were just like children and there was no treasure in the box, so why open it? How could the leaders have imagined that there were indeed good things in the box? Ha ha. Lao Chen, do you know how hard it was for us to hold back our laughter at the scene? Hey, why aren't you laughing? Is it not funny? Chen Yi didn't care whether it was funny or not, he only cared whether Tang Qingyan's white silk was okay. But fortunately nothing happened. If something had happened, he would have felt bad. Well, although Tang Qingyan didn't ask him to keep her stockings, since he took someone else's things, he should keep them well. At least we can't fall into the hands of these hungry wolves. In fact, he regretted it as soon as he stuffed the stockings into the clothing donation box. If it was really snatched away by those people, he really didn't know how to explain to Tang Qingyan. But these people are really something, stealing other people's stockings, what a little hobby. Chen Yi severely condemned them in his heart. You two are really perverted. You want to snatch other people's stockings. Why don't I give you my socks? Chapter 15, I really want to bully you severely. Old Chen, look at what you said. You don't think we are really that perverted, do you? How could that be possible? Look where Wang Zihao and I went. We were just there to join in the fun. Even if you put Lin Shiyao's black stockings in front of me, I wouldn't be interested at all. Wang Zihao also hurriedly explained, yes, we were just joking, how could we do such a heinous thing? But you, Old Chen, you have a girlfriend, why did you ask Tang Qingyan and Lin Shiyao for stockings? Chen Yi sighed and said helplessly, this is a long story. Then he explained the whole story to the two of them. However, he only talked about Su Cha cheating on him, and he did not mention the matter between Lin Shiyao and Tang Qingyan. Of course, the two were already indignant when they heard about Su Cha. Old Chen, Su Cha is so disgusting. She found a strange man outside and even blamed you for getting pregnant? Wang Zihao slapped his thigh in anger. Xiao Yu also kept accusing her, fortunately, Old Chen, you didn't sleep with her, otherwise this matter would really be unclear. Chen Yi also expressed his full agreement with this. No one knew how many men Su Cha had found outside, nor did she know if she was sick.
You have to know that universities are hardest hit by sexually transmitted diseases. Despite AIDS awareness campaigns every year, people still continue to be infected.
Fortunately, I didn't have sex with her.
If I had been infected with AIDS or syphilis, it would be too late to regret now.
By the way, was it Su Cha who broke up with you personally? Chow Yu frowned.
No, she didn't break up with me, and I didn't break up with her either.
But is there any need to mention it?
She and Su Wei are already so open about it, so it's a tacit agreement that we've broken up.
Then doesn't old Chen want to take revenge on them? Su Cha has done this to you, you must post her dirty laundry on the school forum and teach her a lesson.
Shenny shook his head and said in a deep voice, I am not a saint.
Of course I will take revenge, but not now.
According to his guess, the child Su Cha was pregnant with was most likely Su Wei's.
But a rich second generation like Su Wei will definitely not be responsible.
She was just playing around with Su Cha.
If they really wanted to get married, she was not qualified. When Su Cha's belly gets big and Su Wei abandons her, that's when he'll take action. In fact, it was not his turn to take action.
Su Cha would definitely come to find him in person. When the time comes, he will take revenge on this bitch.
If you don't report now, when will you report? Oh, I'm worried about you. How about I prepare a few dozen pages of PPT for you, and you can just post it online?
Okay, no need to go through so much trouble. You will know when the time comes, it will definitely be more enjoyable than asking for it like this. At this moment, the cell phone in Chen Yi's pocket suddenly rang. It was a message from Gu Bai.
Jojo bye, where are you? I have finished cleaning. Wait a moment, I'll be right there. Jojo bye, carrot. All. Shenny put away his phone and said to the two of them, let's stop talking. I have something to do and I have to leave first. Xiao Yu suddenly smiled evilly, old Chen, who are you chatting with? Aren't you chatting with a girl? Yeah, what's wrong? Let me tell you in secret, this girl is quite pretty.
No, she is very, very pretty.
Wang Zihao reminded him earnestly, old Chen, don't blame me for not reminding you. The prettier the girl is, the more careful you should be. Roses all have thorns. Hearing these words, Gu Qiubai's face appeared in Chen Yi's mind.
He may not trust anyone, but Gu Qiubai, whom he trusts from the bottom of his heart. He and Gu Qiubai grew up together and was very familiar with her personality. The main characteristic of this child was that she was simple-minded. Even if you make her cry today, she will still play with you happily the next day. However, Chen Yi still agreed with Wang Zihao's reminder. I see. Let's not talk about it for now. The beautiful girl is still waiting for me. Xiao Yu was speechless for a moment. Get out of here, get out of here. We don't welcome you in our dormitory anymore. You are no longer a member of our dormitory. Chen Yi took out the key, opened the wardrobe, and took out the black stockings.
The moment they saw the black stockings, Wang Zihao and the other man's eyes lit up. Damn it, Lao Chen, why didn't you share your good stuff earlier? No, didn't you say you weren't interested in this thing? Why are you so anxious now?
Xiao Yu wiped his saliva and said with a smile, of course we are not interested, we just want to protect Lin Shuriao's black silk and can't let you take it away.
Shen Yi. After walking out of the boys' dormitory, Shen Yi put the black stockings into her bag. Although he brought it out, he didn't know where to put it.
Originally, he wanted to put it in the rental house, but he was afraid that Gu Qiubai would see it and misunderstand him. But if he hadn't put it there, he wouldn't have a house now.
Forget it. Never mind.
It has 2 bedrooms and a living room anyway, so you can just put it in the other bedroom. Even if Gu Qiubai found out, he would know nothing anyway.
A few minutes later, Shen Yi walked downstairs to the girls' dormitory.
From a distance, I could see Gu Qiubai sitting on the suitcase, his chin supported by his hands, not knowing what he was thinking. At this time, she no longer had a high ponytail, but instead had 2 ponytails, and no one knew why. There was no makeup on her face, but she still looked very fair and tender, which further stimulated Chen Yi's desire for destruction.
It looks so cute. I really want to bully it. Just tonight. Gu Qiubai sitting there was simply a beautiful landscape.
Regardless of whether they were men or women, anyone who walked past her would stare at her face for a long time.
This scene made Chen Yi very unhappy. He hadn't even had a good look at it yet, so how could it be someone else's turn to see it?
At this time, Gu Qiubai took out his mobile phone from his pocket and tapped the screen lightly with his fingers.
At the same time, Chen Yi received a message on his mobile phone. Jojo bye-bye, why haven't you come yet?
I've been waiting for so long that the flowers are almost withered.
Why don't you look behind you? Guchobai turned around and looked around, but saw nothing. It's weird, there's obviously no one here.
Seeing that she really turned her head back foolishly, Chunyi took the opportunity to approach Guchobai from behind and put his arms around her. He put his face in her hair and breathed deeply.
Not bad, very fragrant. Hey, when did you come? Chapter 16 Xiao Bai, you 1T blame me, right? Wait, what did you call me? Guchobai blinked and said, I called you what's wrong?
Chunyi pinched her cheek and said lovingly, why did you suddenly start calling me
Well, I think calling you is a bit more intimate, don't you like it?
No, I like it.
Since you call me I will call you Xiao Bai from now on. Noob. It sounds so strange, like the name of a puppy.
However, Guchobai liked it very much, not because the name was so nice, but because she liked Chunyi calling her that.
Doesn't this prove that the distance between the two of them has become closer? Okay, then you can call me Xiao Bai from now on. Chunyi glanced at the box under her buttocks and said, why is there only one suitcase? Do you have so few things?
I don't have much stuff anyway, just some clothes and daily necessities. Anyway, the rental house is fully furnished, so there's no need to buy anything else.
By the way, what's in your bag?
Nothing, let's go quickly, it will be dark if we go any later.
Chunyi explained seriously, and Guchobai didn't think much about it.
Good. The two of them still took an online taxi, and Chunyi helped her put the suitcase into the trunk.
It was a little different from when we came to school. This time, the two of us interacted a lot more. At first, Guchobai just leaned on Chunyi's shoulder, while Chunyi put his right hand around her waist. The driver glanced through the rearview mirror and smiled.
Nowadays, young people really like to show their love wherever they go. I don't know how his son is doing now, and whether he can find such a beautiful girlfriend. After a while, Guchobai felt a little uncomfortable in his neck, so he lay down on his side and put his face on Chunyi's thigh. And Chunyi stroked her hair from time to time. The driver accidentally saw this scene and his jaw dropped.
Not buddy. This is in a car, and it's someone else's car. Are you so unscrupulous?
The driver quickly retracted his gaze and concentrated on driving. But the ambiguous atmosphere in the car really made him feel uncomfortable. When they were dating, they were extremely polite whenever they met, for fear of offending each other.
But if you think about it, it's the 21st century now. It's normal for young people to be more open-minded. Understand.
But when he looked at the rearview mirror again, he was so scared that he almost mistook the brake for the accelerator. Guchobai was seen sitting on Chunyi's lap, not only that, but he also buried his face in his chest. Chunyi buried his face in her neck, constantly sniffing her body fragrance.
To be honest, with Guchobai, he no longer needs to buy air freshener.
I don't know why, but most people have a scent on their bodies.
Take Su Cha for example.
Although she also has a fragrance on her body, it is more of a perfume smell.
If you smell it too much, you will feel dizzy. It's just that the fragrance on Guchobai's body is even more refreshing and lingering. Chunyi completely ignored the driver's expression and buried his face deeper. Anyway, they didn't move, so it doesn't affect driving.
In the end, the driver persisted and drove to the finish line. The moment the two got off the car, the driver finally breathed a sigh of relief. Although he had eaten more salt than the two of them had eaten rice, he was like a rookie in front of them.
That's too good.
After entering the community, Chunyi and Guchobai did not rush upstairs, but went to the community supermarket first. Although the furniture is complete, some necessary things still need to be purchased.
For example, a small umbrella. While Chunyi was selecting other items, Guchobai quietly came to the counter.
Looking at the various small umbrellas on the shelves, she fell into deep thought.
There are so many brands and I don't know which one is better. I should have studied it earlier. Xiao Bai, what are you looking at?
Chunyi's voice came to his ears.
Guchobai had no time to learn. He just picked up a box and put it in the shopping cart. He didn't see what the brand was.
It seemed to be called something like Bang.
No. I'm fine. Chunyi walked up to her with a shopping basket in his hand. What are you looking at? If you want it, just take it. I have more money than I can spend anyway, so take whatever you want.
Guchobai lowered his head guiltily. No, it's nothing, I just took a look.
Oh, it's nothing, Forget it. By the way, I bought some vegetables and noodles. You should try to cook for yourself in the future. It's better to eat less of the high-tech food in the cafeteria. Okay. Seeing that she was looking down and didn't know what she was thinking, Chun-Yi patted her shoulder and said, "Do you want to buy anything else? If you don't have anything else, just check out. I'll help you clean up the house later." Okay. Gu Qiubai took the shopping basket and walked ahead. Chun-Yi followed behind and quietly picked up a box of small umbrellas when passing the counter. He didn't look at the brand it seemed to be something like S. It doesn't matter, as long as it works. After paying the bill, Chun-Yi pulled the suitcase with his left hand and carried 3 large bags of things in his right hand. Gu Qiubai wanted to share some of the burden for him, but was rejected. Chun-Yi thought, as a man, how could he let a woman carry things? The most important thing is that Gu Qiubai has to save his energy as there will be more fun things to do in the evening. Xiao Bai, you won't blame me, right? Chapter 17. Are you sure? I'm afraid you can't bear it. After leaving the supermarket, Chun-Yi glanced at the receipt inadvertently. This site gave me a shock. That's not right. I remember I only took 1 box of small umbrellas, how come there is 1 more box? Chun-Yi raised his head and glanced at Gu Qiubai's figure, and instantly understood what was going on. It must have been Gu Qiubai who took it secretly, no wonder she was acting so sneaky at the counter just now. TSK. What a play. She is really a hidden talent. She looks so pure on the outside, but actually so bohemian on the inside. Chun-Yi thought to himself, and the corners of his mouth rose unconsciously. Back in the rental house, Gu Qiubai turned on the light and Chun-Yi put the things on the ground. Xiao Bai, are you hungry? I am a little hungry indeed. Chun-Yi pointed at the commercial street outside the window and asked, I'm hungry too, how about going out to eat? I'll treat you. Gu Qiubai frowned and thought for a moment, then finally shook his head. If it were before, she would have agreed to Chun-Yi without hesitation, as she is a foodie. But things are different now. She still has to stay close to Chun-Yi in the future. It would be bad if she eats too much and affects her figure. Well, it's too late today, and the food outside is too greasy and hard to digest. Let's talk about it next time. Is that so? Then what should we eat? It's easy. Gu Qiubai said excitedly. It's delicious. She added. Chun-Yi was confused. Then the corners of his mouth curved up. I didn't expect that. Gu Qiubai is really getting more and more. TSK. I can't wait to eat this meal yet. It seems that the desire is quite strong. Chun-Yi fixed his eyes on Gu Qiubai's lower body and began to look him over. She is not tall, but not short either. She is of a very standard height, which makes her legs look very well proportioned. TSK, I can't even imagine what it would be like if she wore black stockings. In addition, her figure is actually very good. And Gu Qiubai has twin ponytails today, she looks so cute. Those who understand will understand. Chun-Yi couldn't control himself anymore and licked his lips. Are you sure? I'm afraid you. A question mark popped up above Gu Qiubai's head. How can this be unbearable? When Chun-Yi saw her nonchalant look, he laughed in his heart. Oh, you're still being stubborn. In that case, don't blame me for being cruel and ruthless. Then go take a shower first. Gu Qiubai was stunned. Do I need to take a shower to cook noodles? Just washing my hands will be enough, right? But she was thinking in her heart, Chun-Yi asked her to take a shower even when cooking, so she must take a shower 3 times. But she loves boys who love cleanliness the most. It's better than those who haven't taken a shower for several days and smell of sweat. Gu Qiubai secretly vowed in his heart that he must pay more attention to hygiene in the future. Although she takes a shower every day, it is definitely not enough to be with Chun-Yi, at least 3 times a day. After hearing Gu Qiubai's explanation, Chen was stunned. You mean, cooking noodles? Yeah, what do you think it is? Gu Qiubai asked, tilting his head. Ahem, nothing, hurry up and cook the noodles, I'm starving. By the way, I don't eat coriander. Good. Gu Qiubai took out vegetables and noodles from the bag and went into the kitchen to cook. Chun-Yi sat on the sofa, trying to calm himself down. He had already chosen the exercise method, but he didn't expect. I didn't expect that what Gu Qiubai was talking about was noodles. Hateful.
It turns out that she is still so pure.
I was just overthinking it. But it doesn't matter, what can I do? When she finishes her meal and feels full of energy, it will be the end of Guchobai.
No, it can't be called the end of the world either.
She should like this kind of thing.
This afternoon, he asked himself why he didn't teach with her. In this case, he must fulfill Guchobai's wish. At this moment, a message suddenly came on Chunyi's mobile phone.
Tang Qingyan, classmate Chen, are you free tonight? Can you come out and have dinner with me? Tang Qingyan, Omega. Ah, how could I forget about this?
After he asked Tang Qingyan for the stockings, he promised to treat her to a meal.
A gentleman's word is as good as gold.
Now that someone has come to find him, he can't just ignore it. But Guchobai was cooking noodles for him at that moment.
If he left immediately, he would probably be sad.
Besides, he had just agreed to teach her a lesson tonight and even bought her a small umbrella.
It would be really uncomfortable for him to give up now. Alas, there is nothing I can do.
I could only eat some noodles first and then go find Tang Qingyan. Anyway, the small umbrella has a long shelf life, so it's okay to put it aside.
Tomorrow, Guchobai must be taught a lesson tomorrow. Chenny sent back the news to Tang Qingyan. Okay, I'll come find you later. Tang Qingyan, okay.
Tang Qingyan, I'll wait for you.
After exiting the green bubble, he clicked into Winner in Life.
The game coins are displayed as 0, and the taskbar also shows that there are no tasks at the moment.
I don't know when another task will be assigned. I hope the next task will be easier.
After all, asking for stockings is too dangerous. After exiting Winner in Life, Chenibai was bored and started watching short videos. Watching those pretty girls dancing in the video, he didn't feel anything at all. Whenever Chenny saw these beauties in the past, he couldn't help but make mistakes.
But we can't blame him, it's just human nature.
But after spending time with Guchobai today, he lost interest in these cyber beauties.
Just hugging her is addictive. Chenny couldn't wait to get intimate with Guchobai.
The most important thing is to fulfill her wishes. He put down his phone and looked at Guchobai's busy figure in the kitchen, feeling extremely happy.
Being with the person you love and doing whatever you want seems like a good idea.
He had imagined countless times that he and Sucha would rent a small house and live comfortably. Unexpectedly, this person changed from Sucha to Guchobai. From a person who didn't love him, to a person who loves him very much. Looking at the beautiful figure in the kitchen, Chenny gradually became distracted. Not long after, Guchobai came out with a bowl of steaming noodles. Dang dang dang, my loving noodles are here.
Looking at the heart-shaped poached egg on the surface, Chenny was very excited.
After being with Sucha for 5 years, she never spent a penny on herself, let alone cooking. He has lost too much in these 5 years.
How about I feed you? Guchobai said softly. Then you won't eat?
I won't be in a hurry to eat, so I'll feed you first.
Guchobai picked up the chopsticks and fed Chenny mouthful by mouthful. It wasn't until Chenny finished eating all the noodles that she spoke. Can we discuss something? What? Guchobai put down the bowl and cast an expectant look at Chenny. Why don't you stop living in the dormitory and move out with me? There are 2 bedrooms here anyway, and I can cook for you every day. How about that? Not only that, we can also be together in the evening. Chapter 18 Xiaobai, I want tea leave. I'll stay with you tonight. What else can we do together? Chen raised his eyebrows. Guchobai raised a sly smile and whispered in his ear. We can also play games together. Use your imagination.
After saying this, his face turned red and he lowered his head and sat aside.
Chenny couldn't help laughing when he saw her shy look. Xiaobai, you are really getting worse and worse. Don't cry when I bully you.
Guchobai crossed his arms and snorted coldly, you underestimate me too much. If you have the guts, show me your full strength.
If I cry, I will call you a bullshit.
This sentence further strengthened Chen Yi's determination to teach her a lesson.
Some people won't cry until they see the coffin. Still called BB?
Just for this yell, he had to give her a good beating.
But we have to wait until tomorrow. As for the matter of moving to the dormitory, Chen had actually had this idea a long time ago, but he couldn't live with Guchobai for the time being. There are many luxury houses in the mall of Winner in Life. After completing a few tasks, he can live in a big villa. Then take Guchobai over when the time comes. Hey, Xiaobai.
I have no intention of moving out of the dormitory yet, but don't worry, I will come to see you when I am free.
Shen Yi's answer made Gu Qiubai very disappointed.
He had originally thought that living with him, they could be close to each other from morning to night every day.
But I didn't expect that he doesn't want to move out of the dormitory yet. Oh well. Then she asked again, then can you accompany me tonight? Anyway, tomorrow is the weekend, it doesn't matter whether you go back to the dormitory or not.
Although Chen Yi didn't want to refuse her, he had no choice because he had already made the agreement with Tang Qingyan. It must be difficult for him to be pursued by two beauties at the same time. I'm sorry, I have something else to do later, so I can't accompany you tonight.
But I promise you, tomorrow I will definitely be with you.
Although Chen Yi kept assuring Gu Qiubai, she still looked unhappy, with her mouth pouted and her eyes full of grievance.
Humph, every time something happens, I start to wonder if you don't love me anymore.
She turned her head away angrily.
Shen Yi was stunned. He and Gu Qiubai had only been together for a day, so how come something happened every time? But Gu Qiubai is even cuter when he gets angry.
Shen Yi's Adam's apple rolled slightly. Although he didn't have time to do that with her, it was still okay to stick to her and comfort her at the same time.
Without hesitation, he held Gu Qiubai in his arms. 20 minutes later.
Shen Yi sat on the sofa, licked his lips, and looked very satisfied.
Gu Qiubai had collapsed on the sofa, his eyes closed, motionless. Finished.
She couldn't stand it after just kissing him for a while.
I have to say that Chen Yi's fighting ability is really strong.
She had no ability to fight back and could only let Chen Yi bully her. It seems that I need to practice more in the future, otherwise I will have to call him BB.
How about it, Xiao Bai, do you want to do it again? Shen Yi smiled in a sly way. Gu Qiubai waved his hands weakly, no, I don't have any strength left. If this continues, I will really die of exhaustion. Hey, aren't you pretty wild? Didn't you say you wanted more? She knew the feeling of kissing. Even though it was tiring, it was really joyful. Never mind, just be tired. Yes, I want it.
Gu Qiubai suddenly became excited and shouted excitedly. Chen Yi obviously didn't expect her to answer like this, and he was stunned for a long time.
Awesome. Gu Qiubai is indeed strong. As a man, he couldn't stand it anymore. And you, a delicate girl, actually still? Are you a bottomless pit? Xiao Bai, you are such a greedy little cat, I like you.
But forget it today, I will teach you a lesson tomorrow.
The time agreed with Tang Qingyan was getting closer and closer, and he couldn't waste any more time.
Shen Yi kissed her twice more before changing his clothes and getting ready to go out. As he reached the door, his cell phone rang.
Mission notification? Damn, the mission is finally here.
Chen Yi Dian enters winner in life, but the content of the mission surprises him. Mission: stay and spend the night in the same bed with Gu Qiubai, but do not teach and train with her.
Task reward, 200 game coins. Task time limit, 10 hours.
Failure penalty, endurance reduced to 1 minute.
Shen Yi?
Although he knew every word, he had trouble understanding the sentences. He could accept staying overnight with Gu Qiubai, but he couldn't accept teaching Pei what the hell it was.
Did I draft it?
I can't have sex with Gu Qiubai even though I sleep in the same bed with him.
What's the difference between this and telling him to die? Forget about staying up all night, he wanted to eat Gu Qiubai right now. It would be terrible for him to look at the fat meat but not be able to eat it. What kind of outrageous and incredible mission is this? Revenge on society, eh? And the failure penalty. You really treat him as an islander.
However, the reward for this mission was indeed beyond his expectations.
There are actually 200 game coins?
The novice mission only costs 20 game coins, but this time it has increased tenfold.
Obviously, this reward is proportional to the difficulty of the task.
For Chen Yi, sleeping in the same bed with Gu Qiubai but not being able to have sex with him was much more difficult than asking other people for stockings. What's more, he had just agreed with Tang Qingyan to go out for dinner together.
If he asked her to stay now, wouldn't that mean he would be standing her up? But there is no way, if he doesn't complete the task, he will become a quick shooter.
Shen Yi took out his cell phone from his pocket and sent a message to Tang Qingyan.
I'm sorry, classmate Tang, something happened here, so I can't have dinner with you tonight. But don't worry, I have time tomorrow, let us go tomorrow. Tang Qingyan replied immediately. Tang Qingyan, oh, I see. Classmate Chen, you go ahead and get busy.
Putting away his phone, Chenny let out a long sigh and turned to look at Guchobai, who was slumped on the sofa.
Xiaobai, I won't leave. I'll stay with you tonight. Chapter 19 has really been ruined. Xiaobai, I won't leave. I'll stay with you tonight.
Hearing these words, Guchobai, who had already collapsed, sat up again instantly.
Ah? Really? Do you really want to stay? Looking at Guchobai's excitement, Chenny was a little amused and helpless. Of course it's true, but I'll be with you tonight, but I won't be able to tomorrow. Oh. Do you have an appointment with someone else? Yes. Chen nodded. Guchobai then asked, then, is that person a man or a woman? Chenny frowned slightly. To be honest, he didn't want Guchobai to think too much, but he also didn't want to deceive her. Anyway, he has nothing to do with Tang Qingyan now, they are just classmates, there is no need to hide it. Yes, it's a woman. Guchobai was a little disappointed. Oh, is she pretty? Chen Yi's mind flashed with Tang Qingyan's image, shorts with white stockings, and a beautiful oval face. She was indeed very pretty. After all, she is the school belle just like Guchobai, how bad can they be? She is, quite pretty, and you should know her. She is Tang Qingyan from the same college as me. Tang Qingyan. The image of a person quickly emerged in Guchobai's mind. She is the campus beauty of the School of Economics and Management, and it is said that there are a lot of people pursuing her. But Guchobai didn't have any worries in this regard. Logically speaking, she is also the campus beauty of the Art Academy, and there should be boys who like her. This was indeed the case. However, when someone confessed his love to her at the beginning of her freshman year, Guchobai told the suitor that she already had someone she liked, so few men came to her later. After all, no one wants to be a mistress. Guchobai didn't know what the agreement was between Chen Yi and Tang Qingyan, and she couldn't ask, as that would seem a bit nosy. She felt a pang of bitterness in her heart, but she pretended to be calm on the surface. Oh, it's her. I know. She's quite famous. However, Chen Yi noticed at a glance that something was wrong with her mood and couldn't help laughing. Why, is Xiaobai jealous? Guchobai curled his lips, a little bit. Then how can you not be jealous? Kiss me first. Chen Yi smiled and closed the door gently. Since Xiaobai wants it, I must satisfy you. Chen Yi rushed to the sofa at lightning speed and hugged Guchobai in his arms. Why, didn't you just say you didn't want it anymore? It would break if you continued. Why do you want it now? Guchobai pressed her face against his chest, her voice containing a hint of coquettishness. I'm just afraid that you'll find other girls and get intimate with them. Guchobai gently punched Chen Yi on the chest. What others can give, I can give you. What others can't give, I can also give you. Chen Yi scratched her nose lovingly. Don't worry, I belong to you today. As he spoke, he slowly lowered his head and placed a kiss on her forehead. Guchobai's cheeks flushed and he put his arms around Chen Yi's neck. An hour later. Guchobai really didn't understand why Chen Yi was in such good health. Even after finishing the job, he didn't show any sign of fatigue at all. He's really awesome. Guchobai was already looking forward to his first time with Chen Yi. If the kiss could last this long, then it should last even longer, right? Chen Yi looked at Guchobai's weak appearance and laughed secretly in his heart. You just kissed him for an hour, but you couldn't hold it anymore. And yet you're still trying to be stubborn and say you want to be with him. As a senior captain, he has rich experience in this area. Therefore, you need to train in advance. Many boys have grown up watching Naiwan, and Chen Yi is no exception. Therefore, when it comes to game rehearsal, his skills are first rate. I never thought that one day this thing would actually come into play. While she was extremely tired, Chen Yi started the second exercise. Chen Yi smiled and said, Why, do you want to continue? No, let's take a rest first. Guchobai quickly waved his hand to refuse. Hey, didn't someone say he was going to call me BB? Why did you change your mind? Guchobai snorted coldly. How did I regret it? I meant that I would only call you a bastard if I cried. I'm not crying, am I? At this point, she remembered that she still had to do that with Chen Yi tonight, so she had to conserve her energy and could not be intimate with him anymore. Let's stop talking. I'm going to take a shower first. Wait for me. Then he stood up and staggered towards the bathroom. Looking at her petite back, Chen Yi couldn't help but sigh. According to Guchobai's personality, he will definitely have a fever in front of him after taking a shower. It's a pity that he couldn't eat it.
For 200 game coins, for a villa and a sports car, I'll endure it. Chenny took out his mobile phone and started watching short videos, trying to distract himself. Suddenly, a message popped up from Winner in Life.
Unlocked friend attribute, Tang Qingyan. Name, Tang Qingyan. Gender, female. Age, 20 years old. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Capital, D. Appearance, 95. Number of experiences, 0.
A 95% appearance score is quite normal, after all, she is the school beauty.
But this bust? Oh shit. Tang Qingyan is actually D? Doesn't that mean he is much more majestic than Gu Qiubai?
Chenny felt that Gu Qiubai's C was already very majestic.
Unexpectedly, there is someone more powerful than her.
After exiting the app, Chenny looked towards the bathroom. Although he couldn't see anything, the sound of the rushing water made him feel uneasy.
I really want to rush in. No. Must hold back.
If he rushed in, he would probably lose his mind. However, even if I can control it now, I won't be able to control it later. Chenny was so anxious that he scratched his head.
By the way, you can pretend to be asleep.
After Gu Qiubai came out of the shower, he saw Chenny lying on the sofa with his eyes closed and breathing evenly, as if he was fast asleep.
Gu Qiubai wrapped himself in a bath towel and tiptoed to the sofa.
Looking at Chenyi's sleeping face, he felt a little disappointed. She thought she could continue to have intimate contact with Chenny after taking a shower, but she didn't expect him to fall asleep. Yes, fell asleep.
Then couldn't she?
Looking at Chenyi's sleeping face, Gu Qiubai's lips curled up into an imperceptible smile.
Chapter 20 Woman, you are responsible for putting out the fire you started. If Chenny falls asleep, won't that mean he's at her mercy? Hee, this time she wants to take back what she lost. Gu Qiubai gently lifted his shirt, revealing his well-defined abdominal muscles. Wow! Chenny actually has abdominal muscles? Her expression became interesting.
In the past, when she saw other boys' abdominal muscles on their phones, she always wanted to touch them with her own hands. She didn't expect to see one ready-made today. Gu Qiubai placed his pink hands on Chenyi's abdominal muscles. The moment she touched her abdominal muscles, her whole body trembled as if she had been electrocuted.
Hiss. This feels really good. So tough. Gu Qiubai returned his gaze to his chest, thinking to himself.
She didn't notice that the moment she touched Chenyi, his body trembled slightly. That's right, Chenyi was indeed not asleep.
I originally thought that I could get away with it by pretending to be asleep and spend the night peacefully. But she didn't expect Gu Qiubai to be so bold that he dared to touch her? The fire that had just been extinguished in Chenyi's heart was ignited again. It's not his fault. Gu Qiubai's hands are small and soft, and when they touch his skin, it brings an indescribable feeling.
He tried hard not to move, but Gu Qiubai was still rubbing his abdominal muscles, even muttering under his breath that it felt good. Chenny had no choice but to silently recite the 6-word mantra in his heart.
And Gu Qiubai, after touching his abdominal muscles, still refused to stop, even.
Chen Yixiang held back from saying anything and scolded her severely in his heart.
However, Gu Qiubai blushed just by touching it.
She abruptly withdrew her hand, apologizing to Chen Yi repeatedly in her heart.
What's wrong with me? How could I take advantage of someone's misfortune? Fortunately, Chen Yi fell asleep. If he knew about this, he would definitely dislike him.
What she didn't know was that Chen Yi was already gritting his teeth at this moment. This Gu Qiubai really deserves to be punished.
Chen Yi secretly swore that if she dared to do anything excessive again, he must teach her a lesson.
After Gu Qiubai apologized, he looked at Chen Yi's lips again.
That's not right, why should she apologize?
He almost suffocated himself just now, and he didn't even apologize.
Apology, what the hell? Humph, I let you bite my lips, now I bite you back, isn't that too much? Gu Qiubai got hot-headed and bit Chen Yi on the lips. Chen felt the pain and couldn't bear it any longer. Damn! I can't stand it any longer. Woman, you are playing with fire. He suddenly opened his eyes and pushed Gu Qiubai onto the sofa.
Gu Qiubai widened his eyes and looked at him in horror.
You're not asleep? Ha, even if I fell asleep, I would be woken up by your touch. Xiao Bai, tell me yourself, what were you doing just now?
Gu Qiubai swallowed and explained hesitantly.
I didn't do anything. I was just a little bored. Boring, huh? Chen Yi chuckled and stared at Gu Qiubai's body closely. She was originally wrapped in a bath towel, but after Chen Yi knocked her over, the towel fell to the ground. At this moment, she was only wearing a black nightgown. What's even worse is that their postures at this moment are somewhat. Chen Yi's Adam's apple rolled and his eyes became hot. Gu Qiubai felt uneasy at the look in his eyes and wanted to push him away, but found that he was no match for him. She had thought about going that step with Chen Yi countless times, but when she was really pushed down, she still felt a little scared. Of course, this cannot be blamed on her. After all, it was her first time and she was afraid of pain. What do you want to do? What do I want to do? Xiao Bai, shouldn't I be the one asking you this? Do you know that you were playing with fire just now? Gu Qiubai pursed his lips and said nothing. Chen Yi raised his lips and said, "Woman, you started the fire, so you have to put it out yourself." Gu Qiubai's pupils shrank slightly. What do you want to do? I let you touch me. I let you touch me. Are you still going to touch me? Ha? No, stop touching me, be gentle, it hurts. Ugh. On the sofa, Chen Yi held Gu Qiubai's head tightly and tapped it gently a few times as a warning. Don't think too much, he really just pressed her head. Just now there was a moment when he really couldn't help it, but in the end he thought of the punishment from the system. It would be fine if I didn't get the game coins, but if I lose my stamina, I'll have lost my whole life. However, the lesson must be learned, otherwise she will do something excessive again. Of course, Gu Qiubai did not expect that Chen Yi was actually just punishing her and did not do anything else. Wow, you're really patient. Although I was a little scared just now, my expectation was greater than my fear. But when she was ready, Chen Yi actually stopped. Why, is it because she is not hot enough? Can't attract his interest? At this moment, Gu Qiubai even had some self-doubt. Chen Yi was unwilling to touch her. Yes, it must be because he didn't have an umbrella that he didn't continue. That that thing is in the bedroom. Chen Yi looked puzzled. What is it? That one. Which one? Can you explain it more clearly? Gu Qiubai's face flushed, and he said cautiously, that's it. Little umbrella. You didn't touch me because you were afraid that I'd get pregnant. Now that I have little umbrella, you can rest assured. Chen Yi was stunned. After a long while, he sighed and let go of Gu Qiubai. Gu Qiubai looked at him suspiciously and asked, what's wrong with you? Xiao Bai, sit down and listen to me carefully. Chen Yi pushed Gu Qiubai to sit on the sofa and continued talking. You know, for a girl, the first time is very important and can't be given to a stranger casually. Of course I know, but since it's for you, I'm willing to do it. Ah. One more thing, you should be more serious the first time you come. It's really not appropriate for this occasion today. Gu Qiubai blinked, why not? I think it's quite suitable. The main thing is, I haven't taken a shower yet. Yes, I haven't taken a shower yet. Gu Qiubai was confused. If you haven't taken a shower yet, you can go take one now. It's quick. Why are you still hesitating? It must be that she is not attractive enough, which is why Chen Yi has no desire in that regard. Gu Qiubai put his hand on his neck, then pushed him down on the sofa and sat on his lap. I don't dislike you, you can always. The charming voice entered Chen Yi's ears, and he felt that his heart was about to be ignited. The task requires that there should be no teaching or training, so isn't it enough to just not teach or train? Thinking of this, Chen Yi smiled evilly. Again. Chapter 21. I promise to be gentler this time. Seeing Chen Yi's fiery eyes, Gu Qiubai trembled slightly. Wait, you haven't got that yet. It's okay, it doesn't affect anything. No, we have to follow the rules. Don't worry, today we're just going to give it a try and we won't really start. Let's just practice the process first. Drill? Gu Qiubai was puzzled. Yes, let's get familiar with the process first. Gu Qiubai seemed to understand what he meant by rehearsal. She bit her lip lightly. Be gentle. 2 hours later. Gu Qiubai was tired, but still happy. When you are with the person you love, no matter what you do, you will be happy. But what she didn't expect was, it seems that following Chen Yi, I will be very happy in the future. Seeing Gu Qiubai enjoying himself, the corners of Chen Yi's mouth slightly raised. Although Gu Qiubai's gaming skills were a little rusty, they were still better than mine. Xiaobai, don't rest, I'm still full of energy. Guqiubai? An hour later. Guqiubai rubbed his red eyes and said incoherently, you are too bullying. Why, are you going to cry? Shen Yi pinched her face. No, I'm going to the bathroom, to use the toilet. Looking at her back as she fled in panic, Shen Yi smiled unconsciously. He was very satisfied with Guqiubai's performance. You have good physical strength. However, he was somewhat dissatisfied with himself. It seems that the endurance is still not enough. After completing the task, I have to add some of this first, and then some appearance. At this moment, there was a sudden knock on the door. Hearing the knock on the door, Guqiubai also walked out of the bathroom. Is there someone knocking at the door? Chen nodded. It's the middle of the night, shouldn't it? It's okay, I'll go check it out. He walked to the door and looked out through the peephole. He saw an aunt who looked to be about 40 or 50 years old. Shen Yi opened the door and asked, Auntie, what's the matter so late at night? The middle-aged aunt glanced at Shen Yi, and then looked at Guqiubai behind him. He said impatiently, Can you two calm down a bit? I know you young people have bad tempers, but... When she said this, her face flushed a little. But you can't do this. You haven't stopped for 3 hours. I won't stop you if you want to continue, but can you please keep your voices down? Although she looked disgusted, she still glanced at Shen Yi from time to time. As expected of a young person, he is in good health, much better than the old man in her family. Oh, sorry Aunt Ha, we will be more careful next time and promise not to disturb you again. Shen Yi apologized to her very sincerely, after all, it was indeed their fault. After hearing his apology, the middle-aged aunt's anger subsided. Young man, are you new here? Come and chat with me when you have time, I have a lot of experience. That's not necessary. Shen Yi quickly closed the door. Auntie is Auntie, she is really scary. In front of her, I feel like a rookie. Are you talking about us? Guqiubai had a confused look on her face. She was far away and didn't hear clearly what was said. She only heard words like anger, voice, experience and so on. Shen Yi put his hands on his hips and explained helplessly. Xiaobai, look at what you have done. Hey, why do you blame me? The neighbors downstairs said that we were too noisy and disturbed their sleep. Isn't it your fault? You were the one humming just now, but I didn't make any sound. After hearing this, Guqiubai's face turned even redder. She stamped her feet and said coquettishly, How can you blame me for this? It's all because of you that I had to use such heavy hands. You don't know how to be gentle with women at all. Oh, really? Then who told me to continue? Guqiubai paused and said hesitantly, No. No way? I just want you to be gentler. Shen Yi raised a sly smile, Really? Then I promise to be gentler this time. No. Guqiubai begged for mercy, I'm really exhausted, please let me go. Then you have to give me some compensation, right? Compensate? Guqiubai hesitated for a moment, but still walked to his side. She hugged Shen Yi's waist with both hands and shouted in a low voice. Baby, I was wrong, can you forgive me? The fire in Shen Yi's heart was ignited again. Omitted 10,000 words. This time, Guqiubai couldn't hold on any longer. He lay in Shen Yi's arms in a daze and eventually fell asleep. However, Shen Yi was still full of energy, but when he saw Guqiubai's pitiful appearance, he finally softened his heart. Forget it, let her go this time. I have other things to do tomorrow, so go to bed early. Chapter 22 If you can't catch the girl, Maybach will help you. The next day, Shen Yi woke up early. Oh, it feels really good to sleep while holding a girl. Shen Yi felt refreshed and full of strength. I don't know how many times we rehearsed it yesterday, but I still get excited when I think about it now. After all, it was the first time for me to sleep in the same bed with a girl, and she was my childhood sweetheart. Shen Yi slowly sat up and gently placed Guqiubai on the sofa. She hasn't woken up yet, maybe she's really tired. Shen Yi was kind-hearted and didn't wake her up. He understands the principle of playing the long game to catch the big fish, and he cannot be impatient for success, otherwise there will be big problems. Phew. Shen Yi took a long breath, picked up his phone from the coffee table, and went straight to Winner in Life. Congratulations to the user for completing the task. Task completed, game coins have been issued, please go to your inbox to claim them. Shen Yi received 200 game coins with great anticipation and then started browsing them all.
200 game coins can be exchanged for a lot of things. A car and a mansion like this only cost a few dozen game coins, but what he lacks now is money. After paying 2 years' rent, he only had 400,000 yuan left. If he continued to spend like this, he would become a pauper in a few days. Even if you exchange them for luxury cars and mansions, it will be useless. By then, you probably won't even be able to pay for gas and electricity. So, one of the products attracted Chen Yi's attention. 1% of Su Group's shares, only sold for 100 game coins? This thing seems good. You have to know that Su Group is now one of the best companies in Xiqing, and it goes without saying how valuable its shares are. Of course, Chen Yi didn't know how much money he could make. But he has artificial intelligence. In recent times, artificial intelligence has developed very rapidly, and many people even use it to make money. For example, someone on the internet said, using DK to make 150,000 in 3 days, ordinary people can also turn their fortunes around. Some people even use this thing to write novels. However, Chen Yi feels that there is really no need to make money using artificial intelligence, or it is impossible to make money at all. But it is indeed of great help in daily life and study. Chen Yi opened a very popular AI software and simply entered the question. How much money can I make if I own 1% of the shares of Su Group? After a moment, the AI gave an answer. Well, the user asked how much money he could make every year if he owned 1% of the shares of Su Group. Then, it gave a long and illogical answer that Chen Yi couldn't understand at all. And the final answer is: holding 1% of the shares of Su Group, based on this year's net profit, the annual income can theoretically reach about 20 million yuan, but the actual cash income depends on the company's dividend decision. Well, Chen was speechless for a moment. Whether this is artificial intelligence or artificial stupidity, in the end it's the same as not saying anything. So what are those people who want to make money from AI thinking? This thing is just for fun. Chen Yi exited AI and clicked on redemption directly. Congratulations to the user for obtaining 1% of the shares of Su Group, which will be distributed to you later. If it is detected that the user owns shares, should they be cashed out immediately? It can also be converted into cash directly. Chen Yi was completely stunned. This is great, it saves him a lot of work. If he just holds these shares, it won't be of much use to him. Most companies distribute dividends once a year, and Chen Yi simply can't wait that long. If you cash it out directly, the price may drop, but it is still more cost-effective than waiting for dividends. Chen Yi decisively chose to cash out. Contacting the buyer for you, please wait. Not long after. We have successfully found a buyer for you. 1% of Su Group's shares will be converted into 18 million yuan and will be distributed to you soon. Ding dong. West City Bank, your account with the last number 6666 has been credited with 18 million yuan, and the balance is... Cool. 18 million. This time I am truly financially free. Although it is a little bit worse than that of billionaires, it is already out of reach for ordinary people. Chen Yixian transferred 1 million yuan to his parents, and his father replied within seconds. Father? Dad, don't tell me you made money from stock trading again? Although it is a little outrageous, it is indeed true. Father. Okay, Dad, you and Mom should go home and retire soon. Father. After exiting the green bubble, Chen Yi went shopping in the mall again. I currently have 100 game coins, which is just enough to exchange for a car and a house. Of course you need a car. After all, you have to take a car when you go out, and it is not very convenient to always take a taxi. For example, the interaction with Gu Qiubai in the car yesterday would have been more in-depth if it was in my own car. Chen Yi browsed for a long time but didn't see any car that he particularly liked. He doesn't know much about this. After all, his family conditions are average and he doesn't have access to these luxury cars on a regular basis. He can only learn a little about them through the internet. Hey, this car is great. Maybach S584 Matic, price, 60 game coins. In fact, there are also 480 and 680, but one costs 40 game coins and the other costs 80 game coins. The low-end version is a bit too cheap, let's go for the high-end version. There's no need for that. The remaining game coins can just be exchanged for a house. As for why he chose Maybach, well, when Chen Yi was watching short videos, he always saw Maybach. He remembered some of the famous quotes clearly. If you can't catch the girl, Maybach will help you. Maybach can straighten your back, cure your father's hunchback, and wipe away your mother's embarrassed smile.
When you start Maybach, don't forget to take back your once inferior self. Whenever he saw these things in the past, he was always excited and fantasized that one day he would be able to drive a Maybach. However, he did not expect that this day would come so soon. Hard work really pays off. Is this the reward for enduring for a whole night? At the age of 20, without relying on parents, driving a Maybach, what level does that mean? Shenny didn't hesitate and immediately clicked to redeem. Congratulations to the user for successfully redeeming the Maybach S584 Matic. The 4S store will contact you later, please answer the call in time. Before the call came, Shenny first checked the performance of the car. It is equipped with a 4.0 TV8 twin turbocharged engine and a 48V mild hybrid system. Matched with a 9-speed manual transmission 9G-tronic, the gear shifting is smooth and fast, combining sportiness and comfort. To be honest, Shenny didn't understand. Anyway, it's awesome. He was getting excited when a call came from an unfamiliar number. Chapter 23: The Harvester of Good Girls. Shenny answered the phone. Hello? Is this Mr. Chun-Chen? Oh, that's right. I'm a staff member of the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the suburbs of Xicheng. My last name is Li, you can just call me Xiao Li. Hello, Xiao Li. Mr. Chen, have you reserved a Maybach S580 in our store? Yes, the money should have been paid, right? I've paid. Mr. Chen, you can come pick up the car anytime. Just decide when to come, and we'll prepare in advance. Shenny thought about it and decided that since it was still early, he might as well go pick up the car first and then go find Tang Qingyan. Well, I'll leave now. I'm close, so I should be here soon. Okay, Mr. Chen, I'll arrange for someone to receive you now. After hanging up the phone, Shenny exited the app. I was originally thinking of exchanging the house as well, but who knew that this Maybach would come so quickly? There's no rush to move out anyway, so I'll go pick up a car to play with first. Shenny stood up and looked at himself in the mirror with some disgust. After a whole night of playing with Gucho Bai, his hair was a mess. Also, when driving such a high-end car, shouldn't there be some sense of ceremony, such as wearing a suit? Forget it, there are no suits here anyway. What's wrong with wearing domestic clothes? You can still afford a Maybach if you wear domestic clothes. Fill in the blanks yourself. Suddenly, Gucho Bai, who was lying on the sofa, started talking in his sleep. Chen-Yi frowned. This child is such a greedy little cat. He wants to eat everything. But, good opportunity. Gucho Bai didn't react at all and just slept soundly. Shenny felt bored and let go. Gucho Bai is really a big-breasted and brainless person. How can she sleep so soundly? It seems that I have to keep a closer eye on her in the future, and she must not go to places like bars. Isn't it often said on the internet that many drunk girls are picked up and raped outside bars? It would be troublesome if you were targeted by some people with bad intentions. Shenny carried Gucho Bai back to the bedroom bed, covered her with a quilt, and finally locked the door before leaving with peace of mind. At the same time, the Mercedes-Benz 4S store in the suburbs of Xicheng. Manager Li put down the phone and looked inside the store. Logically speaking, a wealthy customer like Shenny would definitely be assigned a beautiful salesperson to serve him throughout the process. But here lies the problem. Anyone who can afford a Mercedes-Benz must be wealthy. Not to mention being a wealthy person, but at least a middle-class person, so the beautiful salesgirls in the store had already been filled up, all to accompany customers on test drives. I originally thought that the other party might have to wait until tomorrow to pick up the car, but who knew that they would be here soon? This made Manager Li very worried. Mr. Chen paid the full amount for a Maybach, which showed how strong his financial strength was. If he made Mr. Chen unhappy, he might lose his job as a manager. Just when he was scratching his head anxiously, a sloppy yellow-haired man walked over. Cousin, didn't you wash your hair today? Why are you scratching your head all the time? Huang Mao is his cousin. He never studied hard since he was young and spent all his time hanging around in society. Now he can't find a job. Just recently, Huang Mao begged me to arrange a job for him. He didn't ask how much money he could make, as long as he could provide food and accommodation. Although I feel helpless about him, he is my cousin after all. We grew up together and there is some affection between us. So, he used his power as a sales manager to arrange for Huang Mao to work as a cleaner in the store. Although it's only a few $1,000s a month, it's better than just eating and waiting to die every day, right? But this kid is just a waste of time after he came in. He just cleans up the house casually with a rag and mop all day,
and spends the rest of the time sitting in front of the computer and working on the tiles.
What a hopeless person. Manager Lee got angry when he saw him and glared at him. Go away, can't you see I'm annoyed? Cousin, tell me what's going on.
Be careful not to hold it in. There's a big customer coming to the store soon, but the beautiful salesgirls are out.
Where can I find someone to greet him?
Huang Mao became excited when he heard this. Cousin, I'll do it.
It's just receiving customers. I can do it. Manager Lee frowned and looked him up and down. You? Can you be so careless? Don't offend the customers.
Huang Mao patted his chest and assured, don't worry, cousin, I will definitely treat you well and keep this customer for you.
Get out of here, go and beat your tiles. I'm not asking you to do anything for me, but please don't cause trouble for me, okay? When other people receive customers, they use beautiful women to sell. What about you? What do you have? Huang Mao muttered, TSK, isn't it just accompanying S? As long as you pay me, I can do it.
Then he seemed to suddenly remember something. Oh, by the way, cousin.
I can call my girlfriend over, she's a big beauty. You? You have a girlfriend? Don't underestimate me, this is my 4th girlfriend.
Hearing this, Manager Lee was speechless. No wonder he often heard people say that energetic young men are the easiest to find girlfriends. It is known as the harvester of good girls. He originally thought it was a joke, but it turned out to be true.
You are lazy and eat a lot all day long, but you can find 4?
He has become a sales manager, but he is still single.
How can this be justified? Well, what does your girlfriend look like? Huang Mao chuckled and said, of course that's good. Do you see the will-o'-the-wisp parked at the door? I ride it every day and take her for a ride. People on the road are always envious of us. Ghost, will-o'-the-wisp?
Manager Lee looked in the direction the yellow-haired man pointed and saw a fancy modified Ghostfire motorcycle parked at the door. He was a little skeptical about how reliable this yellow-haired guy's girlfriend could be, but there was really no other way at the moment. As long as you can treat customers well, nothing else matters.
Okay, call your girlfriend over right away. If you can serve this client well, I'll give you a bonus. When Huang Mao heard that there was a bonus, he immediately became excited.
This is great.
He will change his girlfriend sooner or later anyway, so now he can get her to help him earn a bonus. He's so happy. No problem, cousin, I'll pick her up now.
After saying that, he walked out in his flip-flops and rode away on his will-o'-the-wisp. Manager Lee looked at his departing back, feeling nervous, and could only pray that his cousin's girlfriend would be more reliable.
Chapter 24, TSK, what is so great about knowing a little English?
After going downstairs, Chen hailed a taxi and went straight to the 4S store. In the car, he sent a message to Tang Qingyan.
Student Tang, are you awake? Tang Qingyan, wake up, are you awake? All. Tang Qingyan, sorry, I'm too excited. Carrot. Since you are awake, Mr. Tang, go pack up. I will pick you up in a while, it will take about an hour or two. Tang Qingyan, okay. Tang Qingyan. Okay. Putting away his phone, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. This Tang Qingyan seems to be quite interesting.
This smile scared the driver who was peeking at him through the rearview mirror, and he almost mistook the accelerator for the brake. As soon as he got off the car, Chen Yi saw a Ghostfire parked in front of the 4S store.
Hiss. This is not good. It seems there is a yellow-haired creature wandering around here. In fact, Chen Yi is particularly afraid of those spirited young men and women.
Especially when I go home during the Chinese New Year, I always run into a group of people standing at the entrance of the village, and I don't know what they want to do. Of course, it wasn't that I was afraid that they would hit me or anything, but when I walked past them, they all looked up and stared at me.
That look was so scary.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi couldn't help but shrugged his shoulders.
Don't let him touch the little yellow-haired boy, otherwise he will be embarrassed to death. However, it was not good. As soon as he walked to the door, he saw a spirited young girl sitting in the 4S shop, and a young man standing opposite the girl. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi's good mood was already half gone. It's not that he looks down on spirited young men, but he really will have a rejection reaction. However, thinking that he was here to pick up the car today, Chen Yi adjusted his mood and walked straight in.
When Huang Mao saw Chen Yi, he immediately stood in front of him.
Hey, what are you doing? Chen was speechless for a moment. What else could he do at the 4S store besides picking up the car?
I'm here to pick up the car.
You? You're here to pick up the car? The yellow-haired man couldn't help but look at Chen Yi.
He was wearing domestically made clothes and looked average, not looking like a rich man at all.
Now this young man can't afford a car, so he has to install it?
As strong as he is only riding a Ghostfire now, not to mention that this is a Mercedes-Benz store.
This man can afford a Mercedes-Benz, he eats it.
On the other side, when the spirited girl saw Chen Yi, she was completely stunned.
Wow! This is so cool.
Not only is he tall, but he's also handsome. He's simply her dream man.
Actually, it's not her fault.
As a spirited girl, she usually comes into contact with some spirited young men. It's inevitable that she would be attracted when she saw such a handsome boy for the first time. Anyway, he is much better than her loser boyfriend who not only doesn't spend money on her, but also relies on her to make money. As she watched, she became fascinated. The yellow-haired man also noticed her look and became immediately furious.
Isn't it just a little taller than him? What's so good about that? He glared at Chen Yi. Go, don't disturb our business here. A big customer will come later. If something goes wrong, can you take the responsibility? Huang Mao's tone was very bad, which made Chen Yi a little angry.
However, he still maintained the good morals of a college student and did not utter any swear words. I've already told you, I'm here to pick up the car, please make way.
The yellow-haired man smiled disdainfully and said sarcastically, Young man, are you stupid? You said you want to pick up the car? Then I think you are in the wrong place.
You should go there. As he spoke, he pointed to an electric car shop in the distance.
Chen Yi was not angry when he heard this. He asked him back, if I'm not mistaken, the will-o'-the-wisp parked outside should be yours, right? Yeah, what's wrong? Are you jealous that I have a will-o'-the-wisp to drive, while you can't even afford an electric car? Hearing this, Chen Yi almost laughed to death. No way, there is no way anyone would really like to ride a will-o'-the-wisp. Of course I envy you, because you can only afford a Maybach, unlike me. Maybach?
The yellow-haired guy looked as if he had heard a huge joke.
You're driving a Maybach? You must be driving one in your dreams. You think Maybach is an electric car on the street that you can buy whenever you want.
Chen Yi pretended to be shocked and nodded. Indeed, not everyone can afford such a luxury car. When Huang Mao saw his look, he thought that Chen Yi was shocked by him, so he began to explain things to him.
Boy, you don't understand this. Only rich people can afford this Maybach. Before you came, I just drove it for a spin. I won't hide it from you. Actually, the car inside is mine. Oh, then let me ask you, how many tons is this car? TSK, is it so great to know a little English? Chen Yi was amused. Hey, what are you laughing at?
Chen Yi patted his chest and said in a deep voice, Alright, I don't want to hear you arguing with me anymore, let me in quickly, I have something urgent to do.
No kid, are you really stupid? With all the cheap clothes you're wearing, do you think you can afford this Maybach? I'm going to say this today.
If you can drive this car away, I'll give you my girlfriend.
Only then did Chen Yi notice the energetic young girl sitting next to him. No, what the hell is this?
How come this makeup is so ugly, just like ghost paintings?
Looks like a female ghost. Give her to me? No.
However, my younger sister was very excited when she heard this. She was willing to follow him regardless of whether he could drive the car away or not.
Being poor doesn't matter, what matters is that he is handsome. Well, that won't work.
I'm just here to pick up a car, not for a blind date.
Chen Yi waved his hands quickly. The yellow-haired guy was getting a little impatient. Have you finished pretending? You even said you were here to pick up the car. If you don't leave, I'm going to report you to the police.
Chen Yi wanted to ask him to report to the police, but he had urgent matters to attend to and had no time to play with him here.
I'll ask you again, will you let me in? No.
If I let you in today, I'll smash the will-o'-the-wisp.
Okay, that's what you said. Chen Yi took out his cell phone and called Manager Li.
After seeing this scene, Huang Mao not only did not realize that something was wrong, but he became even more unscrupulous.
Hey, you even called?
I'll wait here today and see who you can call over.
I tell you, no matter who comes, they have to call me brother. Chapter 25. If you can afford a car, I'll chop off.
Hearing this, the spirited little sister frowned slightly.
Chen Yi does not look like a rich man.
First of all, the clothes he is wearing look very cheap. Besides, he is holding a domestic mobile phone that is only a few years old. How can he afford a luxury car worth millions? But she knew in her heart that Chun-Yi liked her, and he forced himself to come forward in order to make her his girlfriend. In fact, she fell in love with Chun-Yi at first sight. Although he was poor and couldn't even afford a will-o'-the-wisp, he was indeed very handsome. Considering that he had a crush on her, the spirited girl also gave him a kind reminder. Handsome boy, this car has indeed been taken. Even though you want me to be your girlfriend, there's no need to do this. How about this, leave me your contact information and we can get to know each other when we have time. Hearing this, Chun-Yi was confused. Little ghost girl, little beauty, self-confidence is a good thing, but blind self-confidence is not good, right? Before he could say anything, Manager Li's voice came from the other end of the line. Hey, Xiao Li. Hello. Is this Mr. Chen? Chun-Yi cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, yes, I'm already at the 4S store. You are here. I have arranged for a beautiful sales lady to meet you. Before he could finish his words, Chun-Yi retorted. Are they two yellow-haired ones? Yes, they didn't receive you well? Manager Li was obviously stunned and spoke after a long time. Humph. They're blocking me at the door and I can't even get in. You decide what to do. Without giving Manager Li time to react, Chun-Yi hung up the phone. Huang Mao felt a little strange when he saw his serious face. The voice on the phone does sound a bit like his cousin. Could this kid really know his cousin? But looking at his poor appearance, it doesn't seem like that. It must be just a coincidence. I didn't expect you to pretend so well. You only know that my cousin's last name is Li. Can you call him Xiao Li? Look at how poor you are. If you can afford a car, I'll chop off your dick. The spirited little girl also had a look of displeasure on her face. This guy is quite handsome, but he is too pretentious. Handsome boy, I agree to be your girlfriend. You should leave quickly. Be careful that Manager Li will come soon. The yellow-haired man turned around and glared at her. You bitch, shut up. I am your man, I am. When the younger sister heard this, she shrugged in fear. Her boyfriend is incompetent at everything except kicking people. Huang Mao then raised his head and looked at Chun-Yi, and you, if you can't afford a car, get out of here, and you're still thinking about seducing my woman, do you think you deserve it? I really don't know what she was thinking. He is obviously more handsome and richer than this loser, but how could this bitch fall for him? Is there still justice in the world? Chun-Yi didn't say a word the whole time, just looked at him with a smile. Are you serious about what you just said? What? Just chop. The yellow-haired man crossed his arms across his chest, looking disdainful. I'm not like you. I can't tell a lie. I won't say anything else. When my cousin comes, I'll chop him off if you can walk out of here. But you, what if you can't afford a car? I'll chop it too. Chun-Yi said calmly. Huang Mao was about to open his mouth to continue mocking, but suddenly he saw Manager Li behind him. Cousin, you're finally here. This guy had to show off here, saying he was here to pick up the car. I asked him to leave, but he scolded me. What do you think will happen if this affects that important client? After listening to Huang Mao's words, Manager Li turned his gaze to Chun-Yi and began to look him over. Why are you so young? All the clothes are cheap. It doesn't look like Mr. Chen. That's right, how could someone who can afford a Maybach dress like this? Manager Li frowned and his expression turned very ugly. Sir, if you are not buying a car, please make way and don't disturb our other customers. Chun-Yi sneered, but didn't lose his temper. Although Manager Li is also a snob, he is at least polite and better than this yellow-haired guy. I'm just here to pick up the car. His voice was very cold, without any emotion in it. Hearing Chun-Yi's voice, Manager Li froze in place. Why is this voice exactly the same as Mr. Chen's on the phone? No way, it can't be such a coincidence. What's your name, sir? Chen-Yi. Chen-Yi? Which Chen, which E? Could it really be Mr. Chen on the phone just now? He looked around, but there was no one else. Just now on the phone, Mr. Chen said that he had arrived, but was stopped by the yellow-haired man. That means the person in front of me might really be. By the way, there is a photo of Mr. Chen in the car purchase contract, but he left in a hurry just now and I didn't have time to see what he looked like. He hurriedly took out the car purchase contract from his pocket, turned to the page with the photo, took a look, and his face turned pale instantly. The person in the photo clearly looks the same as the person in front of me. In an instant, Manager Lee's face turned pale and his breathing stopped.
It's over. Mr. Chen's tone was very cold and he was obviously angry. What should I do now?
Just when he was getting extremely anxious, Huang Mao came up with a solution for him.
Cousin, call him Chen E or Chen Air.
Anyway, I have already reported him to the police. The guards will be here to arrest him soon.
He will go to jail soon. Ha ha ha.
Also, I have just secretly recorded a short video. I will post it online later and let netizens severely cyberbully him to restore the reputation of our 4S store.
Seeing that no one responded, Huang Mao kept talking to himself. Cousin, how did I do this time? Wasn't it great? After this, you have to give me a promotion and give me a car, ha ha. Hearing Huang Mao laughing, Chun Yi couldn't help but laugh out loud.
This guy is quite interesting, at least he made him laugh. However, when this laughter reached Manager Lee's ears, it sounded like a death warrant. Someone who can afford such a luxury car actually wears cheap clothes.
How low-key is that?
A person of this status, let alone him, even the young Master Su from Xiqing probably can't afford to offend.
If he gets angry, both my cousin and I will probably die here. By the way, such a big shot will definitely not bother with a child. As long as he says a few words to Huang Mao, Mr. Chen will definitely forgive him.
Manager Lee was just about to scold Huang Mao when he suddenly stepped forward and pointed at Chun Yi's nose.
You still dare to laugh? Let's see if you can still laugh when the guards come. Cousin, people like this deserve to be poor all their lives, don't you think? Also, brat, isn't it time for you to fulfill your promise? Do you want me to chop it for you?
How about this? I will be more generous and not chop you up. I will just give you a slap and you don't have to thank me. After all, I have a kind heart. As he spoke, he pulled Manager Lee's arm.
Cousin, beat him.
Don't worry, I've turned off the camera, this part won't be recorded, and the guards won't know about it. Manager Lee was already scared silly at this moment. Listening to the yellow-haired man's dirty words, he almost fell to his knees. The yellow-haired man became more and more excited as he spoke. Cousin, if you don't fight me, I will fight you first. As soon as he finished speaking, he raised his hand and was about to hit Chen Yi in the face.
Bang! Chapter 26, Being Rich Feels Great.
With a bang, the yellow-haired man was knocked flying. It was Manager Lee who did it. The yellow-haired man sat on the ground, looking at him with a red face.
Cousin, you hit the wrong person. I told you to hit him.
He pointed at Chun Yi with one hand. Manager Lee had a stern face and shouted angrily, "Shut up and apologize to Mr. Chen."
Chen, Mr. Chen?
For a moment, Huang Mao was stunned. The distinguished Maybach that his cousin asked him to receive also seemed to have the surname Chen.
Could it be? Is this stinky loser really here to pick up the car? This is not right. He wiped his eyes again and looked at Chun Yi.
He was indeed wearing cheap clothes, and he didn't look very old, probably around 20 years old.
Are you kidding me that I can afford a Maybach at the age of 20? He must not be Mr. Chen, definitely not.
Cousin, you must have recognized the wrong person.
How could he be Mr. Chen?
Manager Lee's mouth twitched unconsciously. He had been trying to give this brat a chance, but he was still stubborn and refused to change.
He must have been stupid.
In fact, he didn't believe that the person in front of him was Mr. Chen, but that was the fact, and the real name information on the contract would not lie. He is just 20 years old and still a college student, but he can afford a Maybach.
This shows how strong his family's financial strength is.
If they really provoke him, they will be in trouble today.
You little bastard, do you want to die? Apologize to Mr. Chen now.
As he said that, Manager Lee slapped him again. Seeing this scene, Chen Yi quickly stopped him.
Hey, Xiao Li, hitting people is not nice.
Manager Lee was stunned. What did he just call himself?
Xiao Li.
Before on the phone, I thought Chen Yi was very old, so I asked me to call him Xiao Li.
But the fact is that you are only 20 years old, and I am 7 or 8 years older than you. Logically, you should call me brother, but now you call me Xiao Li?
Manager Lee felt mixed emotions after hearing this.
He suppressed his discomfort and said slowly, Mr. Chen, my cousin was disrespectful to you and he deserves to be beaten. However, Chen Yi shook his head. What's the point of slapping him twice? It would be more interesting to chop him off. But forget it, he will feel uncomfortable if he chops it off. You don't have to hit him, and you don't have to apologize to me. Manager Lee. Rich people are rich people. Look at their mind and courage. They are worthy of being people who can afford a Maybach. People like this deserve to be rich. Mr. Chen is very magnanimous. It's really admirable.
Manager Lee quickly agreed.
Huang Mao felt secretly proud when he heard what he said.
Ha, I must have scared myself.
Maybach? Can it compare to his will-o'-the-wisp?
His will-o'-the-wisp can carry 4 women.
If you drive a Maybach, how many women can you carry?
This kid, he knows what's best for him. The yellow-haired man got up from the ground, brushed off the dust on his body, and snorted disdainfully.
However, Chen Yi's next words made him feel like he was falling into an ice cellar. Brother Huang Mao just made a bet with me. If I can afford this car, I will chop it off.
Chen Yi said this calmly, as if he was talking about something very normal. Hearing this, Manager Lee's face turned pale and his whole body stiffened.
This idiot dares to bet on anything. He must have gone crazy.
Huang Mao was so scared that he almost wet his pants. The 2 things he is proud of in his life are his little brother and the will-o'-the-wisp.
What's the difference between asking him to chop them off and taking his life? Cousin, save me, I don't want to be a eunuch.
Manager Lee was also in a difficult situation. He wanted to save his cousin, but he had no say.
It's easy for rich people to control me.
If he is unhappy, not to mention his cousin, he himself would probably be chopped to pieces. At this time, the little sister who had been sitting in the store stood up. She grabbed Chen Yi's arm and said coquettishly, "Brother Chen, for my sake, please let him go." Although she looked down on this yellow-haired guy from the bottom of her heart, he at least brought her a lot of happiness. It would be a pity if he was chopped off. She is very confident in her appearance and believes that Chen Yi will definitely agree to her. Chen Yi curled his lips and gently pushed his younger sister away.
But, I'll be more generous and not chop you up.
I'll just smash your will-o'-the-wisp.
Hearing these words, Huang Mao's world collapsed.
She was his good friend for several years and could be considered half his wife.
It would be better to kill him than to smash it. Huang Mao collapsed on the ground, 2 lines of tears rolling down his cheeks. Damn capital, do the poor deserve to be oppressed?
Seeing that Huang Mao didn't say anything, Manager Lee made the choice for him.
It's just a will-o'-the-wisp, how can it be more important than your life? Okay, I'll smash it. I'll smash it right now.
As he said that, he picked up a brick from the ground and started smashing it with a clang, clang. Will-o'-the-wisp parts kept falling in front of Huang Mao, and he was already in despair.
My will-o'-the-wisp. Chen Yi didn't say anything, just watched the scene silently.
But he was very excited in his heart.
I can only say that he deserves it. If he really can't afford a car, should he be ridiculed? This kind of person will not change unless he is taught a lesson. Also, it feels great to be rich. In the past, he always licked others, but now it was others' turn to lick him. Chen Yi silently gave a thumbs up to winner in life in his heart. The spirited girl saw the will-o'-the-wisp being smashed into a pile of scrap metal, and the yellow-haired man sitting on the ground in a pitiful state. My heart aches.
After all, Huang Mao rode the willow wand for a ride for her every day, which was considered to be quite nice to her.
But she didn't say anything. Chen Yi had reduced the punishment for her, and she also had to think about Chen Yi. Just consider it as a punishment for Huang Mao.
I hope he can find a better girlfriend in the future. She turned her head and secretly looked at Chen Yi's profile.
Isn't this so cool? He is handsome and rich, who wouldn't he love him?
Although her virginity was taken away by Huang Mao, I think Chen Yi would not despise her.
He definitely wouldn't dislike it, otherwise why would he be willing to listen to him?
At this time, Manager Lee had smashed the ghost fire to such an extent that it was unsightly and should have been scrapped.
Huang Mao was still slumped on the ground, crying bitterly.
Manager Lee was somewhat speechless. Mr. Chen had already given you face by smashing your will-o'-the-wisp.
Otherwise, he would have chopped off.
He grabbed Huang Mao's collar and lifted him up. Then she leaned over and whispered in his ear, all right, stop crying.
At worst I can buy you another one. Go and apologize to Mr. Chen, and this will be over. Huang Mao was still sobbing, but when he thought of his little brother, he suppressed his grief and came to Chen Yi. Mr. Chen, I was wrong. You.
Before he finished speaking, Chen Yi waved his hand.
All right,
help me with the formalities, I have something urgent to do.
Because of this yellow-haired guy, he has been delayed for a long time. Manager Lee quickly came to Chen Yi and asked, Mr. Chen, do you still need a test drive? No need, I'll just drive away. How long will it take? Soon, just sign this contract. After signing the contract, Chen Yi was about to drive away, but unexpectedly the spirited young girl got directly into the passenger seat. Hey, little brother Chen, you seem to have forgotten me. Chapter 27. Is this the distinguished Maybach owner? Chen Yi?
Manager Lee was also confused.
Huang Mao was even more distressed. He had just lost the will-o'-the-wisp, and now even his little sister was going to leave him? Chen was speechless for a moment. No, sister, why did you get in my car? The spirited girl put her hands on her hips and muttered, Humph, brother, are you playing hard to get with me? Didn't you just say that as long as you can afford this car, I will be your girlfriend? Chen Yi was about to speak when his cell phone suddenly rang. Tang Qingyan, student Chen, have you arrived yet? I'll be there soon. Sorry for the delay. Tang Qingyan, it's okay. I'm not in a hurry. You can take your time. Okay. After the chat ended, Winner in Life suddenly popped up another notification. Unlocked friend attribute, Li Xiela. Name, Li Xiela. Gender, female. Age, 25. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 42 kilograms. Capital, A. Appearance, 75. Number of experiences, 10. Li Xiela? If I'm not mistaken, it should be the energetic girl in front of me. As for age, I'm a bit old. Figure. It's so far away, isn't it the same as having nothing? Value 75, hiss. It's just average, just watchable. Compared with Guqiubai and Tang Qingyan, they are so far behind and I have no interest in them at all. Frequency. No, 10 times. Seeing this data, Chen Yi almost spit out last night's meal. You are already second-hand, but you still come to me for money. Where is your shame? Look at Xiaobai and Xiaotang, they are not only good-looking but also keep themselves clean. They are what we call good girls. At this moment, he finally realized the gap between people. Chen Yi shook his head helplessly and put down his phone. Your name is Li Xiela, right? Yes. Li Xiela sat up instantly, his eyes shining. This is her attraction. Chen Yi must have investigated herself privately just now, so he knew her name. Get out of the car quickly, I have something urgent to do. Chen Yi waved his hands impatiently. Tang Qingyan must have been waiting impatiently, so she sent him a message. He couldn't waste any more time with this woman. Li Xiela was confused after hearing this. What? What did you say, brother Chen? Why should I get off the car? Why? If you don't get out of the car, I'll call the police. Li Xiela felt a little aggrieved. You obviously like me, why did you kick me out of the car? The corner of Chen Yi's mouth twitched. Unless he was blind, he would not fall for a spirited girl with a 75 appearance, a bust size, and who had been taught and trained dozens of times. Manager Lee, who had been watching the fun from the side, discovered that something was wrong. He originally thought that Chen Yi had fallen in love with Li Xiela, but now it seems that he didn't. That's right, how could a rich man like him fall in love with her? Li Xiela has been fooled by Huang Mao. He doesn't even consider his own status and still dreams of hooking up with a rich man. Afraid that Chen Yi would get angry, Manager Lee directly opened the car door and pulled Li Xiela out. Mr. Chen, I'm sorry that we haven't entertained you well today. Chen Yi ignored him and drove out. Li Xiela was stunned as he watched the Maybach moving further and further away. So, love will disappear, right? After leaving the 4S store, Chen Yi drove straight to Xiqing University. He drove very carefully along the way. Although he took the driver's license test right after the college entrance examination, he has never driven a car since getting the license, so his skills are a little rusty, but it's not a big problem. I have to say, a luxury car is a luxury car, and the interior is amazing. This ambient light really proves the saying that the 64-color ambient light illuminates not only the car, but also the stars that you have never seen in all these years. Not only that, the 4.0T engine is really powerful, making overtaking on the road a breeze. Also, the space in this car is really big, it feels like it is twice as big as an ordinary car. I feel like it would be nice to have some in-depth communication with Guqiubai here. Even the pedestrians on the road looked over here from time to time. Chen Yi was so excited that he couldn't even imagine it a month ago that he could drive a Maybach. This ultimate experience made Chen Yi almost think he was dreaming. It seems that I have to transfer 3 million to his father later so that he can buy him a luxury car. A moment later, Chen Yi arrived at Xiqing University and parked his car on the school playground. As soon as I stopped the car, many boys surrounded me. Fuck, is this a Maybach? Is this true? There are people in our school who can afford such an expensive car. I've only seen it on my phone before, but I didn't expect to see it in real life today. I have seen Si Chuanjia's Porsche, but whose Maybach is this? Several people gathered together, their words filled with envy and jealousy. For most boys, being able to drive a luxury car is their lifelong dream. At this time, Chen Yi walked down from the cab. When everyone saw him, they stopped discussing instantly. Is this the distinguished Maybach owner? He is really handsome. But why are these clothes so shabby? They are just cheap stuff worth only a few dozen bucks. Are the big guys nowadays very low-key? One of the brave boys walked up and asked, "Brother, are you from our school?" Chen nodded. So, which college are you from and what's your name? Chen Yi thought about it and said it directly. School of Economics and Management, Chen Yi. Chen Yi? Everyone looked at each other. They all recognized the Porsche 718 that Si Chuanjia drove, but they had never even heard of the person who drove the Maybach. Looking at the shocked expressions of several people, Chen Yi couldn't help but smile. He also wanted to keep a low profile, but there was no way. Rich people couldn't keep a low profile. Take Si Chuanjia for example, although he has bad character and low quality, he is rich. He drove a sports car to school on the first day of school, how could he not attract other people's attention? Many girls tried every possible way to get close to him. But Si Chuanjia only set his sights on Lin Shuyao. After all, she was the school belle and everyone liked her. Even though many people hated him, his fame quickly spread throughout West City University. Chen Yi had a hunch that with this app, it wouldn't be long before he would become famous throughout Xiqing University, or even the entire Xiqing. Arriving downstairs of the girls' dormitory, Chen Yixian sent a message to Tang Qingyan. Tang, are you ready? I'm already downstairs. However, after waiting for a long time, Tang Qingyan did not reply. Chen Yi felt a little strange. Whenever he sent her messages before, she would reply within seconds. But this time, after almost 5 minutes, he still hadn't replied. Nothing will happen, right? This thought couldn't help but pop up in Chen Yi's mind. But then he thought he was overthinking. What could have happened in the school dormitory? He was probably just changing clothes and didn't have time to check the news. Just as Chen Yi thought, at this moment, upstairs in the girls' dormitory, Tang Qingyan sat on the chair and slowly put on a pair of black stockings. Chapter 28 JK, it's really good. After putting on the black stockings, she walked in front of the mirror and looked at herself again and again, but still felt that it was not perfect. She simply put on her favorite white silk stockings, walked in front of everyone again, and shook them. How do you feel about wearing this? One of the roommates said, Miss Tang, you've been trying for an hour, and you're still not satisfied? Tang Qingyan was confused and said, but I don't know what type he likes. No way, are you really going out on a date with a boy? Of course it's true, how could I lie to you? She replied with a blushing face. In fact, an hour ago, Tang Qingyan started trying on clothes enthusiastically and said that a boy wanted to treat her to a meal. At that time, her roommates found it very strange. After all, Tang Qingyan was so aloof and had never accepted any boy. How could she be hungry after going out to eat with a boy? Maybe she was lying to them. But what everyone didn't expect was that she actually spent an hour changing clothes. This made them believe that Tang Qingyan was really going out to play with a boy, otherwise why would she dress up so carefully? No way, my little Yan Yan, don't you never accept any boys? Why did you agree this time? Tang Qingyan frowned, thought for a moment, and said, actually, I don't know why, but when I first saw him, I felt that I had fallen in love with him. Everyone looked at each other in surprise. Is there such a charming boy in Shida University who could make Tang Dahua fall in love at first sight? Sha Yan Yan, who is this boy you are talking about? Do we know each other? He is also from the School of Economics and Management. His name is Chen Yi. Don't you know that he was once one of the top 3 handsome men in our school? Chen Yi? I seem to have some impression of him. He is indeed good looking, but not as exaggerated as you say. There are many more handsome men than him. Why do you fall for him? Tang Qingyan retorted, "That's because you haven't seen him in person. He's much more handsome than in the photo." "Then when did you two meet?" asked the roommate. She felt a little shy when she said this. "Actually, it was the one who asked me for stockings yesterday." "What?" Everyone was shocked when they heard this. In fact, several of them also saw the post on the forum yesterday. At that time, they thought that Tang Qingyan had met some pervert. After all, asking a girl for stockings, isn't that perverted? But what they didn't expect was that Tang Qingyan did not report to the police, and even gave the stockings to the pervert. They asked Tang Qingyan last night why she gave him the stockings. Tang Qingyan hesitated and didn't answer. Everyone was afraid that she would be disgusted, so they didn't continue asking. Unexpectedly, this pervert was actually their classmate, and the reason Tang Qingyan agreed to give him stockings was because she liked him? Oh my god. Is this really true? The usually aloof campus beauty unexpectedly fell in love with a perverted man at first sight and even gave him her stockings. Anyone who thinks about this would think Tang Qingyan is crazy. Xia Yanyan, did you know that after he asked you for your stockings, he went to find senior sister Lin Shuyao, and senior sister Lin Shuyao also gave him the stockings? Her roommates began to feel sorry for her, saying that even if she asked Tang Qingyan for stockings because she liked her, she should have been more loyal. How could she go looking for other girls? Tang Qingyan herself was also very surprised. Since Chenny liked her, why did he go to find Senior Lin? She is also very familiar with this senior sister Lin. The most beautiful campus belle at West City University. Even I, a woman, think she is very pretty. Could it be that Chenny is really a pervert and wants stockings just to satisfy some of his own fetishes? Tang Qingyan fell into deep thought again. No, as far as she knew, Chenny did not invite Senior Lin to dinner, and they didn't even add each other's contact information. That means Chenny likes her and not Senior Lin. Seeing that she was silent, several roommates thought she had figured it out, so they continued to persuade her, "Xia Yanyan, this kind of boy is unreliable, don't be confused." Unexpectedly, Tang Qingyan raised her head and said firmly, "No, you blamed him wrongly." "Have you found a problem?" "What's the problem? Do you think senior sister Lin is aloof?" Everyone nodded. "Of course, she is the coolest girl in our Shida University." Tang Qingyan continued, "Isn't that right? Even someone as aloof as senior sister Lin is willing to give her stockings to Chun-Yi. Doesn't that prove a point?" Everyone was silent, listening attentively to her next words. Tang Qingyan stared into everyone's eyes and said word by word, "This shows that Chen-Yi is very outstanding," so senior sister Lin agreed. "This further proves that I was right about him. Besides, Chen-Yi invited me out to play but didn't invite senior sister Lin. Doesn't this mean that Chen-Yi likes me but not senior sister Lin?" The roommates looked at each other, speechless after hearing Tang Qingyan's reasoning. "It seems, it does make some sense." One of the roommates muttered quietly. Tang Qingyan raised her chin proudly, "So, I have to keep the appointment even more." At this point, there was nothing left to say and everyone could only wish her a safe journey. "Then be careful and don't drink. If anything happens, send us a message. People's minds are hard to predict in today's society." Tang Qingyan said with a smile, "I know. But first, can you help me see which outfit looks best on me?" "Oh, don't worry, you are so beautiful, you will look good in anything. If I have to pick one, I think QQ underwear looks best." Tang Qingyan's face was full of shyness. Don't talk nonsense. In fact, just wear JK. I heard from others that uniforms are the most seductive. No boy can resist JK. JK, it's really good. Tang Qingyan listened to her roommate's advice and thought it made sense, so she changed into a pink JK uniform and paired it with a cute bow hairpin. She stood in front of the mirror again and was very excited when she saw her pure and beautiful appearance. Chen-Yi will definitely like this outfit. After packing her clothes, Tang Qingyan picked up her mobile phone from the bed. When she saw the message on the screen, she was completely stunned. Chapter 29. You must be a pretty good driver, right? Chen-Yi has actually arrived. The message showed that it was sent 10 minutes ago, which meant that he had been waiting downstairs for a long time. Tang Qingyan felt a flustered feeling in her heart. She didn't expect Chen-Yi to come so early. Her cell phone was on silent mode, so if she hadn't held it in her hand, she wouldn't have known the message had come. He quickly tidied his clothes, took a deep breath, and then walked downstairs. As soon as she went downstairs, Tang Qingyan saw Chen-Yi sitting on a public chair, browsing his phone. She felt a little nervous. She made him wait for so long, would he be angry? You don't think I'm standing him up, do you? Will I fall in love with Senior Lin because of this? So Tang Qingyan stood there, motionless.
Shen Yi, who was watching a short video and looking at a beautiful woman, suddenly caught a glimpse of Tang Qingyan standing beside him.
Hey, classmate Tang, when did you come down?
Tang Qingyan trembled all over and said, I've been down for a while.
You've been down for a while? Then why didn't you call me? Shen Yi looked puzzled. I. Tang Qingyan stammered and couldn't utter a word for a long time. Seeing her look, Shen Yi couldn't help laughing out loud. Who said Tang Qingyan is cold? Isn't she quite cute?
She wore a white shirt on the upper body and a cute butterfly hairpin, and a pink pleated skirt on the lower body, paired with white stockings and a pair of white shoes. Only the exposed thighs look white and slender, which is very ornamental. Unlike Gu Choubai, Tang Qingyan has a sexy style, but this outfit makes her look very pure and cute.
Simply put, it is pure and sexy. Chen Yi's laughter made Tang Qingyan's face turn red instantly, like a ripe apple. She lowered her head, her fingers tugging at the hem of her skirt nervously, and whispered, I'm sorry to have kept you waiting for so long. Chen Yi stopped laughing and waved his hand, It's okay, I didn't wait long. And you're dressed so beautifully, it's worth waiting any longer. Hearing this, Tang Qingyan raised her head excitedly. Ah? You said I was dressed beautifully? Yes, not only beautiful, but also cute. After being praised by Chen Yi, Tang Qingyan couldn't help but smile up. Family members, who understands? He is handsome and speaks nicely, who wouldn't be confused when seeing him? She finally understood why even senior sister Lin would agree with Chen Yi. This kind of boy is hard to come by. Classmate Chen, can I call you Yi? Tang Qingyan looked at Chen Yi expectantly. Chen Yi was a little puzzled. Why did even Tang Qingyan like to call him like that? Was there any knowledge behind this? Although he felt very strange, he still nodded. Of course, can I call you Xiaoyan? Tang Qingyan nodded frantically, she wished she could be called that. Xiaoyan, how beautiful and kind. Tang Qingyan was once again obsessed with Chen Yi's affectionate address to her. Well, Xiaoyan, let's go quickly. I haven't eaten breakfast yet and I'm a little hungry. Okay. So how do we get there? Take a taxi? Chen Yi waved his hand and said, No, I have a car, it's parked in the playground. You have a car? Tang Qingyan looked surprised. Yes, but it's not an expensive car. It's just a gift from my family. Chen Yi lied a little. After all, he and Tang Qingyan were from the same college and had similar teachers for their professional courses. If he said that he followed his teacher to trade stocks, it would be a bit outrageous. After hearing his explanation, Tang Qingyan finally understood. In fact, there are a lot of students who own cars in universities now, and anyone with a little money from their family can afford it. From this we can see that the Chun family should be quite rich, right? In fact, Tang Qingyan is also a materialistic girl, and she admits this. There should be no one in this world who doesn't like money, right? But liking money has nothing to do with love. Just like so many rich men have confessed their love to her, but she refused. It's not that she doesn't love money, but that she simply doesn't like that person. And because she likes Chen Yi, she will be with him regardless of whether he has money or not. Of course, it would be better if you have money. If there is no money, then two people can carry it together. Tang Qingyan believes that true love is when two people help each other, make progress together, share happiness and difficulties. It is definitely not something that can be bought with money. Can you drive? Yes, I got my driver's license right after I finished the college entrance exam. The two of them walked towards the playground while talking. Oh, then you must be a pretty good driver, right? Faced with this question, Chen Yi hesitated. To be honest, it's just so-so. I don't usually drive, so how can it be any better? But then again, men must never say no in front of girls. Besides, is Tang Qingyan definitely that driving skill? Maybe it's another driving skill. As for his driving skills, he is indeed quite good. Of course it's good. Then can you teach me how to drive? I'm going to get a driver's license soon, so can you practice with me when you're free? Chen Yi smiled evilly, Of course, I can teach you step by step. Okay. Tang Qingyan curled up the corner of her mouth into a smile. Step by step teaching? That sounds really good. Generally speaking, some friction is inevitable in this situation. Tang Qingyan was looking forward to it, and so was Chen Yi.
The interior space of this Maybach is particularly large, which is perfect for some two-person games.
But, should I follow Gu Qiubai first, or Tang Qingyan first? Not long after, the two walked to the playground.
Chen Yi saw several boys surrounding his car from a distance.
Where is your car?
Tang Qingyan asked, looking at the various cars around her.
Right over there. Chen Yi pointed at a few boys in the distance.
Tang Qingyan doesn't know much about cars, but they are just a means of transportation, so as long as she can drive it, that is fine.
Chen Yi's car shouldn't be very expensive, right?
After all, you are a college student, and your family definitely won't give you a particularly nice car. Even so, it has surpassed 90% of people.
After all, there are only a few rich second generations like Si Chuanja in the entire Shida University.
Not to mention a Porsche sports car worth nearly $1 million. As the two people got closer, Tang Qingyan could see the appearance of the car clearly. The car had smooth lines, exuding a luxurious vibe, and the logo, she didn't recognize it. At this time, several boys surrounding the car discovered Chen Yi and his partner.
Wow! It's Tang Qingyan. TSK. As expected of the campus belle, she's so pretty. Hey, who is that boy next to her? Why have I never seen him before? Fuck, could it be her boyfriend? No, how could Tang Qingyan have a boyfriend? Chen Yi ignored these regularly refreshed NPCs and got into the car directly. But the moment Tang Qingyan opened the passenger door, she stopped. Chen Yi looked puzzled. Xiaoyan, why don't you go up?
Tang Qingyan thought for a moment and asked, "Co-pilot, can I sit?"
Why can't I sit?
I heard that the man's passenger seat is for his girlfriend, and everyone else can only sit in the back.
Is that so?
Chen Yi suddenly realized, but I don't have a girlfriend right now, so you can sit down if you want.
Is so handsome, but he doesn't have a girlfriend. This is a bit unreasonable.
Tang Qingyan appeared to be standing up for him, but she was extremely happy in her heart.
Not having a girlfriend is just fine. It just so happens that she doesn't have a boyfriend either. There's nothing I can do about it. Chen Yi laughed. Although he doesn't have a girlfriend, he has female friends.
Gu Qiubai was the first one, and Tang Qingyan was the second one.
It just so happens that the two people have different personalities.
One is pure and cute with a little sexiness, the other is sexy with a little pure and cuteness. They complement each other perfectly. Of course, just because there are two now doesn't mean there are only two.
As for friends, the more the better. After getting Chen Yi's permission, Tang Qingyan got on the passenger seat. At this moment, the boys surrounding the car were completely confused.
I originally thought that those who could afford a Maybach would be rich second-generation people like Si Chuanja, or local tycoons like AAA building materials Wang Gu.
But who would have known that he was just a loser wearing cheap clothes? Not only that, he also hooked up with the campus beauty Tang Qingyan. When can I drive a Maybach? Me too. If I could drive a Maybach, I would be willing to have Tang Qingyan as my girlfriend.
The voice came into the car and Chen Yi just laughed. But Tang Qingyan was stunned. What did he just say?
What kind of car is this? Chapter 30. Tang Qingyan's figure is so amazing. Maybach.
Although she doesn't know much about cars, she always comes across videos about Maybach when she watches videos.
No way? Tang Qingyan took out her cell phone and found a picture of Maybach. You won't know until you see it. It's really shocking. This car logo seems to be exactly the same as the one she just saw. Tang Qingyan looked at the car information on her mobile phone carefully again. Maybach S580, suggested retail price. More than 2 million. How is this possible?
You have to know that Si Chuanjia's family is so rich, but he only drives a Porsche 718 worth less than 1 million. Although Tang Qingyan didn't know Chen Yi's family background, she knew that it was impossible for him to afford such an expensive car.
She must have seen it wrong. What kind of car is this? How much did you buy it for? Chen Yi said naturally, this car?
It's a Maybach, which was given to me by my family. I don't know the exact price, but it should be more than 2 million.
Hearing this, Tang Qingyan was almost scared to death.
It turns out that this is really a Maybach.
And it's really worth more than 2 million. Seeing Tang Qingyan's stunned expression, Chen Yi reminded her. Xiaoyan, fasten your seatbelt quickly. Oh.
Tang Qingyan then realized that the car had already left the school and quickly fastened her seatbelt.
Shenny accidentally glanced and saw that the safety belt was pressed into the ravine between the two peaks.
He just didn't realize that Tang Qingyan had such a great figure. The system gave her data yesterday, and her bus size seemed to be D.
Oh shit. Is this D?
I originally thought that Gu Qiubai was powerful enough, but I didn't expect that there was someone even braver than her. Thinking back to playing games with Gu Qiubai last night, Shenny felt his hands itching again. Really, he was with Xiaobai yesterday, and today he is thinking about another woman.
What's wrong with him? Shenny quickly turned his head, trying hard to forget what he had just seen. When Tang Qingyan learned that the car was really worth 2 million, she temporarily lost the ability to think.
After a long while, she finally spoke with difficulty.
This car, is it really a Maybach? It doesn't seem like something that an average family can afford.
It is indeed a Maybach, but my family asked me to keep a low profile and not show off my wealth, so no one in school knows that this car is mine.
After listening to his explanation, Tang Qingyan finally understood. It turns out that Chenny is also a rich second generation, and he looks even more awesome than Si Chuanjia.
I didn't expect that such a powerful person is so low-key. The clothes he wears cost no more than 200 yuan in total. Yes, someone who can drive a Maybach at the age of 20 doesn't need to prove himself with a few pieces of clothes.
Maybe they are no longer interested in money?
Thinking of this, Tang Qingyan became even more excited. He is handsome, rich, and well-mannered. He is simply the man of her dreams. She carefully observed the interior of the car and had to admit that a luxury car is a luxury car, and every corner is filled with luxury. Especially when Tang Qingyan saw the back seat, it took her a long time to recover.
This is too spacious. Why is the space in this car so large? Tang Qingyan asked in surprise.
Of course. Shenny said with a smile, because it makes it convenient for couples to have in-depth communication in the car. Tang Qingyan never expected him to say that and was completely stunned.
What does this mean? Why did tell her this? Was he hinting at something? Tang Qingyan couldn't help but blush and her breathing began to become rapid.
However, after Chenny finished speaking, he began to concentrate on driving without further explanation. This made Tang Qingyan have some strange thoughts in her mind. Unable to bear this awkward atmosphere, Tang Qingyan took the initiative to break the silence.
Where are we going to eat? Well, what do you want to eat, Xiaoyan?
Tang Qingyan thought for a moment and replied, it's all fine, just don't let you spend too much money. Although she knew that Chenny was rich, she still had to be more self-conscious. After all, they had not yet confirmed their relationship.
Well, it won't cost too much.
Soon, the car arrived in front of a restaurant.
When Tang Qingyan saw the plaque in front of the hotel, she was shocked.
It turned out to be Rongyan Chinese restaurant.
The most high-end restaurant in the entire West City is this Chinese restaurant.
It is said that the people who come here to consume are all rich people, and the average consumption per person is several thousand yuan. Shenny just said that he wouldn't spend any money, but in the blink of an eye he brought her to such a high-end restaurant.
Is this the world of rich people? Everything here seems to be quite expensive. Why don't we go to the hot pot restaurant next door? Don't you like homemade food? Tang Qingyan hesitated.
Although she grew up in West City, she had never been to this Chinese restaurant to eat. Now that she had the opportunity to see the world, she was indeed tempted. But she still felt a little guilty about making Chenny spend so much money.
I like it, but... just go if you like it.
Without giving her time to hesitate, Chenny pulled up her sleeve and walked in. As soon as they reached the door, several waiters came forward to greet them and took them into the private room. That's right, this restaurant has no lobby, only private rooms, and each room has an independent fresh air system. The meal is served in a fully separate format, with each guest having one portion and each dish having its own style.
No one uses the same utensils or plates to eat. Entering the private room, the waiter asked, "What price range would you like?"
This was also Chen's first time here, so he wasn't very familiar with the place.
What are the prices?
The waiter explained to him one by one. We have 998, 1698, and 3698 price ranges here, and the dishes corresponding to each price range are different.
Which price range do you want? Then let's go for this one that costs 3698 per person.
After hearing this, Tang Qingyan quickly stopped him and said, forget it.
I think this 998 yuan price range is enough. Anything more expensive? I don't think it's necessary. Because Tang Qingyan just saw on the menu that the most famous signature dish was boiled cabbage? This is a bit outrageous.
Cabbage in the market costs $1 for several kilograms, but here it is worth more than 3,000 yuan.
Isn't this robbery?
Shenny said, it's just over 3,000 yuan anyway, it's not expensive at all, as long as you like it.
Hearing this, the waiter smiled and said nothing.
She has worked here for several years and usually deals with wealthy people.
More than 3,000 yuan is really nothing to them. Some big guys even come here to eat boiled cabbage every day. But what right do you, a young man wearing only cheap clothes, to say such things?
You must have saved up several months' salary to be able to bring your girlfriend here to dress up.
She has seen a lot of people like this.
Many of them don't have much money but insist on eating in such high-end restaurants. But at most they would order a low-priced item of 998 to indulge themselves.
There are indeed not many people like Chen Yi who would directly order the highest price.
I guess after this meal, this boy will have to eat instant noodles for a few months.
However, Tang Qingyan was not surprised at all.
When Shenny said it was not expensive, it was indeed not expensive, but only for him.
After all, how could someone who can drive a Maybach not afford a meal costing thousands of dollars?
Perhaps for some people, a meal costing thousands of dollars is standard.
She could see the disdain in the waiter's eyes.
Indeed, she was also puzzled at first. Why didn't such a rich person buy a set of brand-name clothes like Si Chuanjia, whose clothes cost tens of thousands of dollars?
But now she realized that they were just being low-key.
Sometimes, the more low-key a person is, the more capable he is.
Obviously, he is such a person. Following Chen Yi is indeed a blessing. Thank you, Yi. I'm sorry for costing you money today. Chen Yi waved his hand. How can you call it a waste of money when I treat you to a meal? At this time, the waiter interrupted. Sir, we need to pay first here, how do you pay?
In fact, they didn't have to pay first, but she was afraid that the two of them would dine and eat for free, so she asked them to pay first. Shenny took out a card from his pocket and placed it on the table.
At the same time, the Maybach car keys were also taken out. When the waiter saw the car keys, he froze where he was. Isn't this? Chapter 31. Where does it hurt? Take a picture for me to see. Isn't this a Maybach?
She has worked here for many years and has met many wealthy people, but there are indeed not many people who can afford such a luxury car. The maximum amount is a car worth hundreds of thousands or millions. Except for some particularly wealthy business tycoons.
And this young man can actually afford such a nice car?
This really caught the waitress off guard. She had thought he was just a loser college student who came to experience a luxurious life, but she didn't expect him to meet a mysterious rich man who was dressed so low-key that she almost made a mistake.
Fortunately, she didn't say anything just now, otherwise if she made him angry, she might lose her job. In an instant, the waiter's attitude did a 180-degree turn.
With a smile on his face, he said respectfully, Sir, you don't have to pay now.
Let me serve you the food first.
Shenny didn't say anything, but waved his hand, signaling her to serve the food. In fact, he just took out the car keys on purpose to show her. The disdainful expression on the waiter's face just now was obvious, and Shen saw it clearly. Of course, he was not trying to show off, but he had to put some pressure on this kind of snob. He could have even made things more serious just now, but there was no need. He is a rich man now, so there is no need to bother with such people.
When Tang Qingyan saw this scene, she couldn't help but feel a stronger liking for Chen Yi.
Faced with the waiter's difficulties, he remained neither humble nor arrogant. He neither chose to swallow his anger nor to confront the waiter head-on.
This is a real man, so steady.
However, there was one thing that she couldn't figure out, why Chen Yi asked her for stockings. A rich second generation like him should have no shortage of women around him.
Can I ask you a question?
Before the food came, Tang Qingyan chose to ask directly, why did you ask me for stockings before?
Is there a reason?
For a moment, Chen Yi was also stunned.
He didn't know how to answer. He couldn't just say that it was to complete the task, right? Etc.
It cannot be said that it is a task assigned by the system, but it can be said that it was assigned by my family. Xiaoyan, you should know that my family is very strict with me. They have always hoped that I can find a suitable partner, and they even arranged a test for me. Chen Yi said seriously, they asked me to collect some special things, saying that they can show my social skills and popularity with the opposite sex.
Stockings are one of the items.
I have no choice but to shamelessly ask you for them. After hearing this, Tang Qingyan suddenly understood.
So that's how it is.
No wonder he had such a strange request. I think he was reluctant to ask senior sister Lin for stockings, and in the end he only chose to add me his contact information, which further illustrates a fact.
Chenny really likes her.
Suddenly, Tang Qingyan felt indescribable excitement in her heart. But don't be too hasty in everything, you have to proceed step by step. After all, Chenny hasn't expressed his feelings to her yet, and as a girl she can't be too proactive. So Tang Qingyan smiled shyly and said softly, so that's how it is.
I thought, then this test from your family is quite special.
Chenny also smiled awkwardly, I can't help it, it's the will of the elders in the family.
But don't worry, I won't do anything weird with your stockings. Tang Qingyan said nothing, just lowered her head.
To be honest, she actually hoped that Chunyi would do something strange. But it seems that he is a straight man. There were only 2 of them in the private room, such a private space, but Chenny actually had no thoughts about her at all.
Or is she not sexy enough?
It seems necessary to buy a set of QQ underwear.
If Chenny doesn't take the initiative later, she will have to take the initiative herself.
Not long after, the waiter pushed open the door, brought a few plates and started serving the food. Unlike other restaurants, the portions here are small but the variety is large, so you can basically just eat 1 or 2 bites of each dish.
But what surprised Tang Qingyan was that the first dish served was boiled cabbage.
She muttered quietly, it's over 3,000 yuan per person, and the signature dish is actually boiled cabbage.
I feel like I'm losing money. You don't understand this, right?
This boiled cabbage is not ordinary cabbage.
It is even served at state banquets.
Chenny smiled and began to explain boiled cabbage and other dishes to her. He explained it clearly, just like someone who eats here regularly, and actually had only seen it on video before.
Tang Qingyan believed it and became even more certain that Chenny was a hidden rich man.
People wear shabby clothes because they have no practical use, but they are more extravagant when it comes to food because it affects their health.
No wonder he looks so handsome, it turns out he eats so well all day long.
And the boiled cabbage is really good, it tastes very fresh and not spicy at all.
Tang Qingyan was enjoying her meal when the rest of the dishes were served.
There are Iberian ham, Buddha jumps over the wall, mango sago, cherry foie gras, pan-fried marbled beef and so on.
Although these are all relatively common ingredients, high-end restaurants are different and the taste of their dishes is extraordinary.
Tang Qingyan's eyes lit up as she ate the food, and she kept praising it, it's delicious, and the money is really worth it.
Chunyi looked at her satisfied expression and started laughing too. If you like, I'll bring you here every day.
Anyway, a meal costs less than 10,000 yuan, and 18 million yuan can last you many years.
Tang Qingyan didn't just focus on eating, she also took out her mobile phone to take a lot of photos.
Although Chenny said she could come whenever she wanted, it was impossible for her to really come every day. So, save some pictures and show them to your roommates.
Snort.
I don't know who were saying that this kind of guy is unreliable, but he is obviously super reliable. Tang Qingyan sent some good photos to the dormitory group, which immediately caused quite a stir. While eating, Chenny walked around the mall to see if there was anything to buy. Suddenly, Gu Qiubai sent a message.
Qiu bye bye, where are you? Are you finally awake? Why don't you check what time it is now? I've already had lunch. Qiu bye bye, are you blaming me for getting up late? Of course, I woke up at 8 in the morning. Qiu bye bye, that's all your fault. You had to stay up so late last night. I was almost dead tired.
TSK, it seems you need to exercise more, after all, the intensity will be getting higher and higher in the future.
Qiu bye bye, what do you mean? It means literally. Qiu bye bye, stop it, I'm in pain right now. Where does it hurt? Take a picture so I can see it.
After seeing this message, Gu Qiubai, who was lying on the bed, almost vomited blood.
This guy is too perverted. Qiu bye bye, stop joking, I really feel pain. Chenny smiled meaningfully and pondered for a long time before typing the next line. Chapter 32, can I rub that place? If it hurts, bear with it for now. I will help you massage it when I get back. Qiu bye bye? Seeing this nonsensical remark, Gu Qiubai was confused. Can I rub that place? Qiu bye bye, don't worry about rubbing it or not, just tell me why the door is locked? I locked the bedroom door only because I was afraid you might be in danger. Qiu bye bye, then how do I get out? Is it possible that the key is on the bedside table? Gu Qiubai raised his head and indeed saw a key on the bedside table.
When she opened the door, the living room was empty, making her feel empty inside too.
If only Chen Yi was here.
She didn't know why, but she dreamed about Chen Yi last night.
Perhaps this is what is called you dream about what you think about during the day.
He had clearly only been with her for one night, but Gu Qiubai felt that his mind was now filled with him. Especially last night she actually did that with Chen Yi. Even though I just used my hands, I still feel shy when I think about it now.
Gu Qiubai's face turned red instantly, and she quickly shook her head, trying to shake off those terrifying images. But the more I shook it, the clearer my memory of last night became. Especially Chen Yi's hands, which made Gu Qiubai have endless aftertastes. Although it is a bit painful, but overall the experience is still very good. It's true that a day without seeing you feels like 3 years. Although she said she didn't want to, she still hoped very much that Chen Yi could come back and play with her for a while longer.
Goo goo.
Suddenly, my stomach growled. By the way, what is Chen Yi eating? Gu Qiubai sent a message to Chen Yi again. Jojo bye Yi, what did you eat for lunch? I'm so hungry. Looking at the message sent on the phone, Chen Yi smiled evilly.
I just took a few photos and sent them over.
Picture. Jojo bye. Jojo bye, okay Chen Yi, how dare you eat delicious food behind my back? What do you mean by eating behind your back?
I told you yesterday.
Jojo bye, I don't care, I want to eat too. Omega. Okay, I'll treat you to dinner tonight.
Jojo bye, okay, then I'll cook some noodles first.
Okay. Who are you chatting with?
After eating and drinking, Tang Qingyan wiped her mouth and asked.
Chen Yi put down his phone and thought for a moment. My roommate.
Gu Qiubai slept in the same room with him last night, so it's not an exaggeration to say that they were roommates.
Oh, do your roommates know that you are rich? Chen Yi shook his head. I don't know. No one in our school knows about it yet. You are the first one.
Tang Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then the corners of her mouth slightly raised.
She was the first one to know Chen Yi's secret, which meant that Chen Yi only liked her. Seeing that Tang Qingyan stopped eating, Chen Yi asked, Are you full? Yeah, I'm full. How does it feel? Tang Qingyan commented very objectively, The taste is really good, the best Chinese restaurant I've ever been to. It's a little expensive, but it's worth it.
When she first saw boiled cabbage, she thought it was just an ordinary cabbage, but she didn't expect there was so much knowledge involved.
As for the other dishes, there is no need to mention them.
Each one has its own characteristics. Anyway, Tang Qingyan was very satisfied.
So what are your plans next? Chen Yi asked. It's still early, why don't we go out and play?
Chen Yi thought about it and decided that since there was nothing to do today, he could just go back to find Gu Qiubai in the afternoon. It's a good opportunity to take Tang Qingyan to the mall and improve our relationship.
Okay then, I'll take you somewhere.
Where?
You'll know when you get there.
Chen Yi was very mysterious, which made Tang Qingyan very curious. As soon as the two of them reached the door of the restaurant, the manager came over and asked respectfully.
How was your dining experience today? Do you have any suggestions?
It tastes really good.
I don't have any suggestions, except.
Just what? It's just that the quality of your waiters needs to be improved. The manager was stunned for a moment, then reacted and apologized quickly.
I understand. We will seriously rectify it in the future and ensure that your experience is improved. Chen Yi asked again, By the way, do you have any members or anything like that here? The manager replied, Yes.
Apply for a membership card and get 30,000 for a top-up of 50,000.
Would you like to consider it?
Yes, I will charge 200,000 directly. When these words were spoken, everyone present was stunned.
The manager opened his mouth slightly. How much? 200,000? What's wrong? Chen Yi said naturally. Although the food here is relatively expensive, Chen Yi thought it was quite good after eating it.
Anyway, he is not short of money now and can come here anytime in the future.
Tang Qingyan was also shocked.
Although she knew that Chen Yi was very rich, she still found it a little outrageous when he actually spent 200,000 yuan at one time.
This is 200,000.
For an average family, the annual income is only 100,000 yuan, while others can easily top up a membership card for 200,000 yuan. Especially seeing Chen Yishang pay 200,000 yuan at the counter with her own eyes, which gave Tang Qingyan an illusion.
It seems like she is a rich person herself. In fact, she was just benefiting from Chen Yi.
If it weren't for Chen Yi, she might never have seen such a high-end restaurant in her life. Thinking of this, Tang Qingyan secretly made up her mind. Chen Yi has already given so much for her, and now she has nothing to give in return, so she can only give herself to him. Although she had no experience in this area, she just needed to practice more. As long as Chen wants, she can sacrifice herself at any time. After paying the money, Chen Yi handed the membership card to Tang Qingyan.
Huh? What do you mean? Tang Qingyan looked confused. Of course I'll give it to you. Don't you like the food here? I may not have time every day. If you want to come, you can come anytime.
If you don't have money, just tell me and I can top it up directly.
Tang Qingyan was stunned.
She never expected that Chen Yi would give her the card directly.
So, what about when you come to eat? It's okay. I don't need this little money anyway. This. Tang Qingyan was speechless.
Indeed, Chen Yi was not short of money at all, and the 200,000 was like a piece of cake for him.
Tang Qingyan did not keep refusing, as that would have seemed too pretentious. Anyway, she belongs to Chen Yi now.
Whatever he says is what it is, and whatever he wants to do is what she does. At this moment, she was completely lost. Tang Qingyan took the membership card with trembling hands, and then the two of them walked out of the restaurant. However, just after taking 2 steps out, Chen Yi saw something that shocked him.
Then, what is that? Chapter 33. Yes, she is my best friend. That is Su Wei's 718 sports car. How come it is here? Chen Yi had some bad premonitions in his heart. Sure enough, the next second Su Wei and Su Cha got out of the car. And they were holding hands. Seeing this scene, those memories resurfaced in Chen Yi's mind.
When he thought about how he had been toyed with by a woman like this for 5 years, he wanted to rush up and punch that bitch. But reason told him not to do that.
Because this is the stupidest way to retaliate against her. He would probably be in jail right after the beating.
Although he is very rich now, he still cannot compare with Su Wei in terms of power. Maybe he had just beaten someone up and went in, and came out after a while. Therefore, he only needed to wait for an opportunity for Su Cha to come to him in person, and then he could humiliate her properly.
Thinking of this, Chen Yi's mouth corners slightly raised, revealing a sneer. Tang Qingyan, who was standing by, was surprised to see his expression. What is Chen Yi looking at?
She followed Chen Yi's gaze.
Aren't they just an average-looking couple? And the car he was driving was just a Porsche 718 of the same model as Si Chuanja, which was far inferior to Chen Yi's Maybach. Wait, this guy looks familiar? It seems to be the eldest son of the Su family in Xiqing. But why did Chen Yi keep staring at him? What are you looking at? Chen Yi retracted his gaze and grabbed Tang Qingyan's arm. Nothing. Feeling his movements, Tang Qingyan's mind went blank. He actually took the initiative to pull his arm. This straight guy finally got it. Isn't it a declaration of sovereignty to make physical contact with her on the street? Tang Qingyan's heartbeat suddenly accelerated and her cheeks flushed. On the other side, Su Cha and Su Wei also noticed Chen Yi. When Su Cha saw him, she was obviously a little nervous. Su Wei came up to him and greeted him directly. Hi, brother Chen Yi, what a coincidence, I can meet you here too.
The words were polite, but the tone was disdainful.
Chen Yi nodded slightly and said calmly, it is indeed a coincidence.
I just finished my meal at the Chinese restaurant and I ran into you guys when I came out.
Hearing this, Su Wei was stunned at first, and then he couldn't help laughing, holding his stomach. Ha ha ha. What did you say? You just finished your meal at Ronyan Chinese restaurant? Are you sure you're not kidding?
The wanton laughter reached Chen Yi's ears, but he was not angry at all. Instead, he smiled a little.
What's so funny about this? It's just a meal, right? No one can afford it, right? Su Wei finally stopped laughing and said, Brother Chen Yi, you can eat whatever you want, but you can't say anything you want.
I'm not trying to discourage you, but Ronyan Chinese restaurant is the most upscale restaurant in the entire West City.
One meal here is equivalent to your monthly living expenses. How can you afford it?
Indeed, I only have that much money for living expenses each month, but what does this have to do with my eating here? Su Wei wiped his tears and hugged Su Cha tighter. Of course it doesn't matter, but I would like to advise you, brother, don't touch those online loans or campus loans. Especially for college students like you, if you touch those things just to show off, you will be screwed by the interest when the time comes. This Jenny, probably, took out those online loans just to have a meal here and show off. And Su Cha in her arms became anxious the moment he heard these words.
What? Shen-yi, you actually took out a loan.
Shen-yi said nothing, his expression calm.
Seeing that he didn't say anything, Su Cha thought he agreed and became furious. Okay, Shen-yi, how dare you take out a loan behind my back and eat at such a high-end restaurant? Facing Su Cha's questioning, Shen-yi frowned. What does it have to do with you whether I lend you money or not? Su Cha put her hands on her hips and said viciously, what does it have to do with me? I am your girlfriend. You said before that you didn't have money to buy me a bag. Now, instead of lending me money to buy me something, I come here alone to secretly eat delicious food.
Hearing this, Tang Qingyan, who was watching the game on the side, was stunned.
What? Chen-yi actually has a girlfriend. Didn't he say he didn't have a girlfriend, or was he saying that Chen-yi was lying to her?
At this moment, Tang Qingyan felt mixed emotions. But after a moment, she felt something was wrong.
Since the girl in front of him is Chen-yi's girlfriend, why is she snuggling in Su Wei's arms? If she was Su Wei's girlfriend, then why did she say that she was Chen-yi's girlfriend, and Su Wei was not angry at all?
A series of questions swirled in Tang Qingyan's mind, making her more and more confused. Her intuition told her that this matter was not that simple.
At this time, Chen-yi sneered, Su Cha, who said you are my girlfriend? From the moment you chose to betray me, there is no relationship between the two of us anymore. Don't even think about it. You were the one who pursued me at the beginning, and you are the one who wants to break up now. Why? Just because you are handsome, right? I tell you, it is your honor to be my boyfriend. What are you still not satisfied with? Su Cha shouted sharply. Oh? Chen-yi was a little speechless. Is it an honor to spend money on you? Of course. I'm so pretty, shouldn't you spend money on me? As my best male friend, Mr. Su is willing to buy me nice things, but you're not willing to take out a loan for me? Are you still a man? Who is willing to spend money on you has nothing to do with me. We have broken up. Su Cha was a little annoyed. Who allowed you to break up with me? You want me to break up with you, right? Okay. Give me the money, 100,000.
After hearing this, Tang Qingyan roughly understood it.
This Su Cha should be Chen-yi's girlfriend. To be precise, it should be the ex-girlfriend.
Su Cha found a mistress outside, Su Wei, and the two of them got together.
After Chen-yi knew about it, he wanted to break up with Su Cha. But Su Cha was unwilling to give up and wanted to make some money from Chen-yi. No, who is this person? How can a person be so shameless? Tang Qingyan stood directly in front of Chen-yi and yelled at Su Cha, do you have any shame? You are obviously looking for a mistress outside, and now you blame Yi for breaking up with you, and you still want 100,000? Who do you think you are? You are so ugly and wishful thinking. Dream on. Chen-yi was a little surprised to see Tang Qingyan standing up for him. On the one hand, he was very surprised. He didn't expect Tang Qingyan to defend him so much. On the other hand, I feel that she is somewhat different. I didn't expect that such a pure and beautiful woman would have such a fierce side. If I had known, I should have recorded it with my cell phone so that I could use it to threaten Tang Qingyan later. Xiao Yanyan, you don't want others to know about your fierce personality, right? Su Cha's face turned red after being scolded by Tang Qingyan. She pointed at her and screamed, Tang Qingyan? Where did you come from? This is a matter between me and Chen-yi. What does it have to do with you? Humph.
Tang Qingyan grabbed Chen-yi's arm. He is my best male friend. What does it matter to you? It took Chen-yi a long time to react and he hugged Tang Qingyan as well.
Yes, she is my female best friend. Chapter 34 Tang Qingyan can only be mine. Male best friend? Su Cha narrowed her eyes. Do you two think I'm a fool? Male best friend. There is no such thing as pure friendship between men and women. Tell me, what is the relationship between you two? Chen-yi asked, then tell me first, what is your relationship with Su Wei? This. Su Cha was stunned. She didn't expect that Chen-yi would ask her this. He used to be very easy to bully and would listen to anything you said, so why has he become like this now? It must be because of that hateful woman Tang Qingyan. Well, brother Su and I are just good friends, right? As he spoke, Su Cha looked at Su Wei.
At this moment, Su Wei was staring at Tang Qingyan motionlessly with a lustful look in his eyes. This little girl is so beautiful. Look at this skin, it's so tender that you can pinch water out of it. Look at these legs again, so thin and long, I really want to touch them. And these two mountains are so majestic, I think they should be D. This feeling should be pretty good, right? This little girl is much prettier than Su Cha. Especially the capital on her chest, which is much bigger than hers. It must be more exciting in bed. Seeing this, Su Wei immediately lost interest in Su Cha. She has a terrible figure and average looks. If she didn't have a boyfriend, I would have dumped her long ago. In fact, as the eldest son of the Su group, there is no shortage of women around him. But he has a habit, which is to like other people's girlfriends. Su Wei had met Su Cha in a bar before and learned that she already had a boyfriend, so he was very satisfied with her. At that time, Su Cha asked him if he wanted to break up with Chen Yi directly, but Su Wei said no, because he felt that this was more exciting. But now seeing Tang Qingyan, Su Cha is no longer fragrant. Even though he has this little quirk, it doesn't mean he doesn't like more beautiful women. With Tang Qingyan, what do we need Su Cha for? Just now she said Chen Yi is her male best friend, so a best friend is her boyfriend, right? Why are you pretending? Su Wei coughed twice and asked, my beautiful lady, you and Chen Yi are best friends, so are you willing to be my best friend? Su Wei raised the corner of his mouth, revealing a smile that he thought was handsome, but his eyes were staring straight at Tang Qingyan. Tang Qingyan frowned and looked at him with disgust. Before she could open her mouth to refuse, Chen Yi stood in front of her and said coldly, don't you already have Su Cha? Why, one best friend is not enough. Su Cha also nodded anxiously, yes, brother Su, didn't you say that you only love me? Of course she knew what Su Wei meant. The last time Su Wei said he wanted to be her best friend, he ended up sleeping with her that night. And now that he said this to Tang Qingyan, the purpose became even more obvious. No, we can't let this happen. She has now broken up with Chen Yi and cannot afford to lose Su Wei, her cash cow. Facing Su Cha's questioning, Su Wei ignored her and continued to stare at Tang Qingyan's legs. What do you think of what I just said, Miss Tang? Are you interested in being my best friend? Tang Qingyan felt a little scared by his gaze, so she said in a cold voice, I'm not interested, I just want to be best friends with Yi. Chen Yi? Su Wei smiled disdainfully, what does Chen Yi have? He pointed to a Porsche 718 parked on the side of the road and said, see that sports car? That's mine. Does Chen Yi have one? Also, I can treat you to a meal at this Chinese restaurant next door every day. Can Chen Yi? Besides, I can buy you those expensive bags and cosmetics. Can Chen Yi buy them for you? Just follow me and you'll have whatever you want. How about it? Are you interested? As soon as she finished speaking, Tang Qingyan shook her head. No, I'm not interested at all. She thought it was ridiculous. Chen Yi could give her everything Su Wei said. What's more, Chen Yi is more manly than him. Su Wei was a little unhappy after being rejected by Tang Qingyan. Miss Tang, you are really shameless. It's an honor for you that I like you. How dare you reject me? Chen Yi didn't really dislike Su Wei at first, even though he had snatched Su Cha away, but there was a saying that when something like this? In fact, the mistress is a good person. She snatched away someone who doesn't love you. It was for this reason that he was quite polite when speaking to Su Wei. But he actually dared to set his sights on Tang Qingyan? Damn it, Tang Qingyan can only be his. Su Wei, I advise you not to hit on Xiaoyan. You already have Su Cha, just live your life with your cha-cha. Oh? From what you said, it seems like you are very protective of her. Su Wei raised his eyebrows disdainfully, but do you think you can protect her? As he spoke, he moved his wrist and moved closer to Chen Yi. Chen Yi, however, was as steady as a rock and asked, are you sure you want to do it here? At this time, several security guards walked out of Rongyan Chinese restaurant, followed by the manager. Mr. Su, if you are here to eat, I welcome you. If you want to fight here, please go somewhere else and don't affect our business. You. When Su Wei saw the manager and the security guard, he suddenly felt helpless. In West City, their Su group is indeed one of the best. But the problem is, to be able to afford such a high-end restaurant, the person behind it must be an extraordinary person. It is said that the boss behind the scenes is very powerful, and even many bigwigs in West City dare not provoke him. So Su Wei really didn't dare to take action here. If he made others unhappy, he would be in trouble. Seeing this, Chen Yi mocked, why, you were going to hit me, why don't you do that?
Sue clenched his fists tightly and said in a trembling voice, "Humph. You are lucky this time, don't let me bump into you next time, otherwise, I will not let you go. Then let's talk about it next time you meet." Fighting alone, he was not afraid of Sue at all. Faced with Chun Yi's provocation, Sue was very angry. No one has ever dared to talk to him like this in his life. "Chen Yi, are you looking for death? I can't do anything here, and I don't believe you will stay here forever. If you have the guts, why don't you try to leave here?" At this time, the manager who had been watching nearby spoke. "Mr. Chen, do you need me to take you back? Our restaurant has a special car for pickup." What? Sue looked confused. "Why didn't I know you have a special car to pick us up?" He would occasionally come here to eat, but he had never heard of the special car pickup. The manager explained, "Because Mr. Chen spent more than 200,000 yuan in our restaurant today, this is a privilege specially opened for him. Whenever Mr. Chen eats at our restaurant, he will be picked up and dropped off by our security car to ensure his safety." "How much?" 200,000. Not only Su Cha, but even Su was surprised. Although he is a rich young master, 200,000 is still a considerable expense for him. But how could Chen Yi have 200,000? It must be the money he borrowed online, it must be. Thinking of this, Su felt relieved. "I knew it, how could a poor guy spend 200,000 yuan? It's just to show off in front of pretty girls and then take out loans on major platforms. When the platform comes to collect the debt, let us see what he does." Chen Yi waved his hand and said, "No need to trouble you. I drove here by myself. Let's go back." He patted Tang Xingyan's shoulder. "Drive?" Su couldn't help laughing again. "Don't tell me you bought it with a loan?" "Oh, right, it should be a second-hand domestic car worth 20,000 or 30,000 yuan, right? Be careful that you won't even be able to pay back the principal." Chen Yi ignored him, took Tang Xingyan's hand and walked straight to the parking space. Watching him walk up to a Maybach, Su was full of questions. Is this Chen Yi probably stupid? Chapter 35, There are indeed differences between people. Can a person who can only afford to eat by relying on online loans still afford a Maybach? In other words, even if he could get a loan, could he get more than 2 million? Even as the eldest son of the Su group, he only drives a sports car worth less than 1 million. Thinking of this, Su was filled with anger. Just yesterday, his father told him that he should not be so extravagant with his money in the future and also reduced his pocket money. The reason is that someone acquired 1% of their company's shares, and this person's information cannot be found. Although life is not as good as before, overall, it is still much better than that of ordinary people. Unlike Chen Yi, a loser who still dreams of driving a luxury car. At this time, Chen Yi walked to the front of the car, touched his pocket, and found that the car keys were missing. Tang Xingyan asked, "What's the matter?" "I can't find my car keys. Maybe I forgot them in the private room?" However, Su saw two people standing in front of the car, chattering about something. He taunted in a sarcastic tone, "Hey, what's wrong? You can't afford to drive? Weren't you so arrogant just now?" At this time, some people who did not know the truth also gathered around to watch. Seeing this, Su shouted, "Everyone, come and look at this loser. He is so poor that he can't even afford food, yet he still wants to drive a Maybach? But now he doesn't even have the car keys. Aren't you awesome? Why don't you get in the car?" Everyone began to mock. "No way? You're wearing cheap clothes and you're dreaming about driving a Maybach? Ha, this is so funny. This guy doesn't seem to be honest. He was probably just trying to show off in front of his girlfriend, but he overacted. But his girlfriend is really young. I wonder how he got her. I guess this chick was also rented for a fee. Let me guess, $1,000 a day?" Hearing the mockery from the crowd, Tang Xingyan clenched her fists. These people are like idiots. They just do whatever others say and they don't have any brains at all. However, Chen Yi patted her shoulder and comforted her softly, "Don't be angry, they will change their faces later, just wait and see if you don't believe me." At this time, the restaurant manager came over. "Mr. Chen, has something happened?" Chen nodded. "I think I forgot my car keys in the private room. Can you help me get them?" "Okay, wait a moment." The manager turned and walked into the restaurant. Seeing this scene, everyone looked puzzled. This guy actually knows the restaurant manager? And asked the manager to help get the car keys? Could it be that the Maybach is really his?
Su Wei still looked disdainful and mocked.
It looks pretty good, maybe it's an electric bike key? Chen Yizhe looked at him as if he was a fool, which made Su Wei feel very unhappy. What are you looking at? Are you envious of me because I can afford a Porsche? It's a pity that there are differences between people.
Then he looked at Tang Qingyan, who was standing beside him. Miss Tang, there is an old saying that a man who knows the current situation is a hero.
There is no future for you to follow a loser like Chen Yi. Why don't you consider me?
I'll tell you a secret, I'm very strong in that area, I can come 7 times a night.
At this time, he didn't care about his little habit. He just wanted to engage in double sports with Tang Qingyan. Tang Qingyan glanced at Su Wei with disgust.
Just as she was about to speak, the manager hurried over with the car keys.
Mr. Chen, please keep your car keys.
As he said that, he handed the key to Chen Yi.
Chen Yi took the key and pressed it lightly.
The lights of the Maybach flashed and a low whistle sounded. Everyone suddenly fell silent, the mockery on their faces instantly disappeared, replaced by shock and envy.
How is this possible? His clothes are not even as expensive as mine, how can he afford a Maybach? This is so fake. This world is so crazy. I must be dazzled, I must be.
No, in the end, it turns out that we are the clowns.
Su Cha also looked incredulous. What is going on with Chen Yi?
It's been such a short time since we last met, how come he is attending a state banquet and driving a luxury car?
Could it be that I won the lottery? If that's the case, then she's at a big loss.
I shouldn't have been with Su Wei. Su Wei also widened his eyes, unable to believe what he saw.
That car really belongs to Chen Yi. It's worth more than 2 million, how can he afford it?
His face turned very ugly, as if he had eaten a fly.
Before Chen Yi left, he came to Su Wei and patted him on the shoulder. There are indeed differences between people, and the gap is not small, just like you and me. After saying that, Chen Yi pulled Tang Qingyan into the car, started the engine, and the Maybach slowly drove away. Only Su Wei and a group of stunned people were left standing there.
Watching the Maybach slowly driving away, Su Wei was so angry that he was shaking all over and his fists were clenched so hard that they made a rattling sound. He just couldn't understand how a loser college student could do it.
Is it rented?
Yes, how could he forget this?
He must have rented it.
Chen Yi had just borrowed money from an online loan, so he must have some money left. The cost of renting a Maybach for a day would probably be only 2,000 to 3,000 yuan. He must have wanted to show off in front of me, so as to rent a girlfriend and a car.
Thinking of this, Su Wei breathed a sigh of relief.
I thought he was some big shot, but turns out he's just a loser.
Snort! Dare to provoke him? Sooner or later, Chen Yi will be taught a lesson. Su Cha came back to his senses and poked Su Wei. Brother Su, are we still going to have Chinese food?
Su Wei glanced at her with disgust. This woman is so disgusting, all she does all day is eat.
I have neither the looks nor the figure. I'm not good enough in that area yet. As a result, he could only envy Tang Qingyan and couldn't sleep with her even though he wanted to.
What is even worse is that he has already set sail, but cannot start sailing. But then again, although Su Cha was a little bit inferior, at least he could vent his anger.
It's better than nothing, right? Don't eat yet, come with me to the hotel. Su Cha was stunned. What are you doing? Su Wei smiled evilly, what do you think? We've already gone to the hotel, what else can we do? Chapter 36. If he wants to do it, let him do it. In the car. Tang Qingyan sat in the passenger seat, pouting and looking unhappy.
Chen Yi turned his head and looked at her, the corners of his mouth unconsciously raised.
A beauty is a beauty, she is so cute even when she is angry. What's wrong? Are you unhappy? Tang Qingyan sighed and said in annoyance, I am really unhappy.
Those people are so stupid. Especially Su Wei and Su Cha.
These two are really too much. People from the same family are like one family. I am talking about these two.
She got angry when she thought about what happened just now, especially Su Cha. Chen Yi is such a good person, but she doesn't cherish him at all.
I guess Chen Yi must be feeling very uncomfortable now.
After all, that was the person he liked before.
After all, there is some emotion involved. Alas, Yi is so pitiful. But it's okay, I will protect him from now on. Actually, there's no need to be angry. Chen Yi said with a smile, do you know the principle of concession for the happy? Never heard of it. Tang Qingyan shook her head. Chen gave her a brief explanation.
After hearing this, Tang Qingyan suddenly realized.
Is that so?
No wonder those people spoke so harshly, but you weren't angry at all.
So, in the future, if you meet someone who provokes you outside, you don't have to argue with him.
You just need to show the evidence of your happiness and then politely give in.
Chen said gently. Tang Qingyan's eyes sparkled and she nodded vigorously. I understand, happiness is the best counterattack.
As she spoke, she glanced at Chen secretly.
I really didn't expect this. Chen is so young, how come he knows so much? Who told you all these things? Hey, actually it was the elders in my family who told me that. They usually like to educate me in this way. Wow. Sure enough, children with tutors are different.
For example, Su Wei, it must be because his family members don't care about him that he has such a bad character.
However, it is rare to be so mature and steady at this age. Tang Qingyan likes Chen more in her heart.
He is handsome, well-mannered and rich, who can not love him?
By the way, what is our relationship now? Chen thought for a moment and said, then what kind of relationship do you want us to have?
This question stumped her. To be honest, she hoped that the two of them were in a romantic relationship. It was indeed inappropriate for a girl like her to say this. She hoped that Chun-Yi would admit in person that he liked her.
But if she doesn't take the initiative, what if he is snatched away by other girls? Tang Qingyan let out a long sigh and made up her mind. Who cares? If I get rejected, I get rejected. I like you.
She said this out loud and then quickly covered her face. I didn't dare to look directly into Chen-Yi's eyes. But from her shaking hands and blushing ears, it was clear that she was very shy.
Seeing her look, Chen-Yi didn't know whether to laugh or cry. It seems that Tang Qingyan is quite innocent. She gets so shy just because she confesses her love. If there were any more intimate actions in the future, she would faint. In this respect, Gu Qiubai is a little better than her.
Although she would be shy when the two of them were intimate. But when she confessed to herself, she was very direct. So much so that the two of them had already had sex that night.
Well.
In fact, it wasn't really a sexual relationship, there wasn't any in-depth communication, they just used their hands to test each other.
It's just an exercise.
But no matter how you look at it, Gu Qiubai is already considered bold.
It developed into sex in one day. Apart from those short-lived loves bought with money, there shouldn't be any more, right?
Therefore, he and Gu Qiubai can be regarded as the pioneers in this field, and it is estimated that it will be difficult for anyone to surpass them in the future. Although it is not a real combat, it has already defeated 99.9% of people. After all, many people nowadays don't even have a girlfriend. Thinking of this, Chen-Yi decided to test Tang Qingyan.
Maybe he's just pretending to be innocent?
Just like Gu Qiubai, he looks quite innocent, but once he sits on the sofa, he becomes a different person.
It's because he is in good health.
If it were any other man, he would have collapsed long ago. Therefore, if Tang Qingyan was the same as Gu Qiubai, he could have taken action earlier.
After all, two people are always happier than one.
If she was really a pure little girl, then he should be taught a lesson. At this time, the car happened to be driving at a red light and stopped. Chen-Yi turned his head and looked at Tang Qingyan, who was covering her face with her hands, with a barely perceptible smile on his lips.
Shayan, do you really like me?
Hearing this, Tang Qingyan shuddered.
Of course I like it. Since you like me, I'm going to take action. Go ahead. Tang Qingyan put down her hands and looked at Chen-Yi in a daze. Chen-Yi raised his eyebrows. Yeah. Didn't you say you like me? Why don't you even let me touch you?
When Tang Qingyan heard this, she felt a little resistant.
We have only known each other for a short time and we are already getting started. In a few days, 1 tea at B. So what's the difference between this and a lustful person like Su Wei?
But at this time, when she saw Chen-Yi's profile and his stunning appearance, Tang Qingyan hesitated again.
Chen-Yi is definitely not that kind of person. If he was really lustful, why would he take me to such a high-end restaurant for dinner, and why would he tell me those profound truths?
What's more, for someone as rich as him, it doesn't take much effort to find beautiful women.
In other words, many women would probably lean towards him on their own. And why did Chen-Yi choose to be with her? Obviously.
He must be just testing himself to see if he really likes him.
Even if Chen-Yi was not testing her and just wanted to touch her to satisfy his desires, so what? Men are naturally lustful, and the fact that he has lustful thoughts about her, doesn't that mean Chenny likes her? Isn't this the result you want? How great it would be if I could really become Chun-Yi's girlfriend.
He always travels in a Maybach, and probably lives in a big villa, and can often eat at high-end restaurants. Although she was never a snob, it didn't mean she didn't like money.
Only a fool doesn't like money.
In this world, money is not everything, but without money is absolutely impossible.
Of course, all this is based on the fact that she likes Chen-Yi.
If it were Su Wei, he would not be willing to do so no matter how much money she was given.
And now, there are two things placed in front of me. One is money, the other is Chen-Yi.
She could have both, and the price was just being slept with.
No, how can this be called a price? Chen-Yi is so handsome, it would be an advantage for me to be with him.
At this moment, Tang Qingyan also figured it out.
It's just a matter of getting started. If he wants to do it, let him do it. Of course I like you. You can touch me if you want. Chapter 37. Women are made of water.
When she said this, Tang Qingyan's face turned red, like a ripe apple.
Obviously, still not ready.
But Chen-Yi could understand it. After all, it was the first time.
Although not as good as Gucho Bai, it is already pretty good. Let us not teach it for now. But I still have to take action. After all, Tang Qingyan has asked me to do so.
If I don't do so, it would be too disrespectful to her.
Chen-Yi looked at Tang Qingyan's legs.
In this respect, she and Gucho Bai are similar.
Both legs are straight and slender, white and tender, and look.
And Tang Qingyan was wearing a pair of white silk today, which was full of freshness and purity. Just like the first snow in winter, it gives people a clean and bright feeling. I have to say that the visual impact of white stockings is too strong.
With just one glance, Chen-Yi was already staring intently. Who said that white makes people look fat? Why does it fit Tang Qingyan so well and highlights her figure?
Plus, she was wearing a pink pleated skirt today. The combination of white and pink made her look even sweeter and cuter. While there were still a few seconds left before the red light ended, Chen-Yi took action. In the enclosed space, the sound of stockings rubbing against each other can be clearly heard. However, Tang Qingyan was still a little scared. There was no way, this was her first time having such close contact with a boy. Although she had prepared herself mentally, Tang Qingyan still felt a little strange when she was actually being fucked. Unable to bear this feeling, Tang Qingyan quickly spoke.
Let's go for now, the red light is about to end. Chen-Yi smiled playfully. Okay, I won't tease you anymore.
It seems that she is still quite innocent, and there will be more teaching sessions in the future.
Chen-Yi continued to ask, do you still want to go out and play now? I'll take you to the mall? Tang Qingyan seemed to have grasped a life-saving straw, and hurriedly said, why don't we forget about it today? It will take a long time. I will go back to school first. Oh? Chen-Yi looked puzzled, isn't this quite early? Tang Qingyan stammered. It's not that she doesn't want to play anymore, but... Chen-Yi saw the whole scene.
Based on his years of experience studying at the Naiwan website, he could already see what had happened to Tang Qingyan.
Interesting. The red light ended and Chen-Yi stepped on the accelerator. Since you don't want to play anymore, I'll take you back to school. Tang Qingyan blinked and said in a whisper, okay. She glanced secretly at Chen-Yi to see if he was angry. However, Chen-Yi was very focused when driving and was not affected at all. But in Tang Qingyan's opinion, Chen-Yi was just angry. What's wrong with her? She could have a good chance to improve her relationship with Chen-Yi, and maybe even have sex with him tonight. Damn my body, it's still too weak. She couldn't stand just a simple exchange. What if I do other things in the future?
No, it seems I need to train more in the future.
Tang Qingyan quietly took out her mobile phone and began to browse the training tools online. Chen-Yi inadvertently glanced at her mobile phone screen and almost mistook the brake for the accelerator. What is Tang Qingyan looking at? No. Why would you buy mining tools when there is a strong man next to you? Although he was confused, he didn't say it out loud. After all, the two of them had just met, so it was a bit difficult to talk about this. Unlike with Gucho Bai, the two of them are childhood sweethearts, having grown up together and already know each other well. But it doesn't matter, let her figure it out first. Soon, Shen drove to a side door of Shida. The main reason is that I'm afraid of causing unnecessary trouble, and there are few people here, so I basically want to be seen. Do you want me to take you in? Chenny asked as he rolled down the window. Tang Qingyan turned around and smiled sweetly. No, I can walk back by myself.
The two smiled at each other, and then Tang Qingyan entered the school gate.
Chenny rolled down the window only after her figure disappeared from his sight.
He rubbed the fingertips of his right hand carefully.
It feels really good. To be honest, Gu Qiubai and Tang Qingyan are similar in figure and appearance, but they have some differences in personality.
But he likes both of them very much, and they are both his wings.
Chenny took out his cell phone and checked the time. It was just past 3 in the afternoon.
It's still early before the time I agreed to meet Gu Qiubai, so I can take a rest first and get a feel for the configuration of this car. Although it is already October, it is still very hot at noon. Under the scorching sun, the car is already very stuffy.
Chenny turned on the air conditioner, and soon, cool breeze blew out. A luxury car is a luxury car. The large central control screen is easy to operate and the cooling effect is very good. And this seat is really comfortable to lie on.
It felt much more comfortable than lying on his bed in the dormitory.
Oh, I almost forgot.
Speaking of dormitories, Chenny suddenly remembered that he still had 40 game coins that had not been redeemed. I happen to have some free time right now, so I'll take a look at some good houses and move in anytime later. As soon as I entered Winner in Life, a message popped up.
Unlocked friend attribute, Su Cha. Name, Su Cha. Gender, female. Age, 20 years old. Height, 165 centimeters. Weight, 45 kilograms. Capital, B. Appearance, 85. Number of experiences, 99. Look. Su Cha's figure is indeed not good, far behind Xiaobai and Xiaoyan. And the appearance is only 85. To be honest, this appearance is really good among ordinary people.
But compared with Gu Qiubai and Tang Qingyan, it pales in comparison. But it should be said that when Chenny was in high school, he started pursuing Su Cha because she was pretty.
I really don't know what he was thinking at the time.
There was obviously a better-looking Gu Qiubai.
If he hadn't been blind, he would have eaten meat long ago. Pity. Look at this again. Chenny almost vomited blood. WTF. Sees the young master? Chapter 38, times 200.
Chenny wiped his eyes vigorously and looked at the phone screen again.
Holy shit. He really saw it wrong.
It turned out that it was not 99, but
199. Oh shit.
This, I said before that Li Xiaola was outrageous, but I didn't expect this to be even more outrageous. It happened 10 times, probably all with that yellow-haired guy, but at least he didn't mess around.
But Su Cha's 199th time. Hiss. It's so terrifying.
As far as Chenny knew, Su Cha and Su Wei had known each other for less than half a year. That is to say, if she didn't have an affair, she would have sex with Su Wei once a day on average.
But most likely, it's still a mess.
He no longer cared who it was. Just as Chenny was in a daze, the numbers on the screen changed again.
Number of experience, 200. Chenny? I'm so mad. No way? Don't they both know how to do it? The corners of Chun Yi's mouth twitched.
I wonder how Su Wei would feel when he sees this number.
It should be very interesting, right?
At this moment, Chenny was not angry at all, but felt fortunate. Fortunately, nothing happened between him and Su Cha. After 200 times, he would have become a biological mother.
Chenny couldn't help but check on Gu Qiubai and Tang Qingyan. Sure enough, 0 looked more comfortable. But Gu Qiubai, something might change today, he. After wiping the saliva from the corner of his mouth, Chenny entered the mall.
After a quick look, I found that there were quite a lot of houses, including villas and apartments. However, there isn't much that can be bought with 40 game coins.
Something like Thomson Yippin costs hundreds of game coins.
However, Chenny did not plan to spend his current money to buy a house. Although he could not buy a good one, it did not matter. Anyway, he was alone at the moment and it was enough to have a place to live.
Xiqing number 1 Courtyard Riverside Villa, worth 40 game coins. This is pretty good. Chenny didn't hesitate and clicked on the redemption button directly. Congratulations to the user for successfully redeeming the Xiqing number 1 Riverside Villa. Relevant personnel will contact you later, please pay attention to answer the phone.
Before the call came, Chenny clicked in to check the situation of the villa area. Upon seeing this, Chen was stunned. No wonder this number 1 courtyard riverside villa sounds so familiar, it turns out to be the famous villa area in Xiqing district. I heard that it was built around Xijiang River and has beautiful natural scenery. It is said that all the wealthy people in Xiqing live here. He roughly checked the price of the villa, but he didn't expect it to cost tens of millions. This made him feel very strange. A Maybach worth more than 2 million yuan cost 60 game coins, and this one was several times that, but was actually cheaper. It seems that the things in this mall are not defined according to real-life prices. He originally thought that 40 game coins could only be exchanged for a small villa, and he would be very satisfied with that. But what he didn't expect was that this time he actually exchanged it for the most luxurious house in West City. Just as he was surprised, a strange phone call came in.
Chen Yi answered the phone decisively. Hello? Are you Mr. Chen Yi? I am a staff member of the West City No. 1 Riverside Villa District. Are you available to answer the phone now? It was the voice of a young man on the other end of the line. Chen Yi cleared his throat and said in a deep voice, Yes, yes. You just bought a luxury villa from us. When will you be available to sign the contract? Chen Yi thought for a moment. It was still early anyway, so he could just go over and sign the contract. He could move in tonight. Well, I'm free, let's go now.
On the other end of the phone, the young man said respectfully.
Okay, Mr. Chen, just come to the property management office and we will arrange for someone to receive you.
After hanging up the phone, Chen Yi breathed a sigh of relief and felt a little dizzy. All this happened too suddenly, making him a little overexcited. In just a few days, he went from a loser college student to a successful man with tens of millions of assets and luxury cars and villas.
And all this is thanks to the app, Winner in Life.
After adjusting his mood, Chen Yi checked the address of the villa area and drove directly there. What made Chen Yi happy was that the security guards here did not discriminate against him because of the cheap goods he was wearing.
On the contrary, he simply asked for Chen Yi's information and let him in. Chen Yi parked the car in the parking lot. As soon as he got out of the car, he saw a beautiful woman walking towards him. She was wearing a white lace tank top, which showed off her bust. Especially this tight suspender dress highlights her figure. She was wearing a sports skirt, which was really super short, only reaching 1/3 of her thighs. She wore a black and white zebra print headband on her head. She wore a pink and white woolen cloud bag around her waist. On her feet she wore a pair of white sneakers and long white socks. Classic Lululemon-style tennis outfit, what a lively girl. More importantly, her legs are straight and slender with graceful lines, looking like carved works of art. Seeing that Chen Yi was staring at her, the girl nodded at him. Chen Yi also nodded slightly, but he was already furious inside. Wow, this girl is so beautiful. It can be said that their looks are not inferior to Gu Qiubai and the others, and they are basically on the same level. It's just that the personality this girl shows is a little different. At first glance, she is a girl full of energy and vitality. When I reacted again, the girl had already walked away. Chen Yi chuckled, feeling deeply moved. I can't help but want to ask for your contact information. Can we play ball or exercise together when we have nothing to do? Chen Yi didn't take this little episode to heart, because when he walked into the property management office, he was completely stunned. Chapter 39, Must Be Taught. Oh my god, what is going on? There were 3 or 4 graceful and charming saleswomen standing at the counter. Each of them wore short skirts, black stockings and high heels, and had extremely strong capital. Seeing Chen Yi coming in, several beauties hurriedly came up and surrounded him. Hello sir, are you Mr. Chen? One of the salesmen with the longest legs and the most capital stood up and asked. Chen Yi moved slightly closer to her, taking in the full curve of her chest. At the same time, an alluring body fragrance came, making Chen Yi feel his blood boiling. Why are there only beauties everywhere every day? Chen Yi took a quick look at these beautiful saleswomen. The one who was talking to him had the best figure and the most beautiful appearance. And he doesn't look very old, probably in his early 20s. TSK. She is so beautiful at such a young age, she is truly a beauty. Although Chen Yi has seen so many women, he is still moved by this one. Yes, I just got off the phone with the manager. Chen Yi said calmly. At this time, a young man in a suit walked out of the office. As expected of a salesperson, she is so good looking. Hello, Mr. Chen. My last name is Wang, you can call me Manager Wang. Chen Yi shook hands with him. Hello, Manager Wang.
Manager Wang appears calm on the surface, but he is deeply moved inside.
You look so young, yet you can afford a villa? Not only that, the clothes he wore cost only 200 yuan in total, which is too low-key. What a promising young man. Mr. Chen, you have already paid for the villa. Do you want to go and see it first?
Manager Wang said respectfully.
Chen nodded. Just take a quick look. I'm free anyway.
Okay, then Mr. Chen, please choose a beautiful sales lady to accompany you to see it.
Just choose anything?
Chenny raised his eyebrows.
Yes, take your pick. Chenny started to look at the salesman again.
At the same time, except for the youngest and most beautiful one, the others approached Chenny intentionally or unintentionally.
A bolder one grabbed Chen Yi's hand and put it on his. Mr. Chen, how about letting me accompany you? I know the structure of that villa very well. Mr. Chen, choose me. I have the most experience, you know it all. TSK, I have the most experience, Mr. Chen, how about taking a look at me?
Chenny reached out and gently pushed away a few salesmen. His intuition told him that these people were definitely charging stations.
The number of teaching and training sessions must be quite large, at least hundreds of times, right?
He would never touch such an unclean woman. However, the young salesperson was the only one standing aside and not sticking close to Chen Yi. This made Chen Yi very interested in her. The salesperson blushed, with a hint of shyness and anticipation in his eyes.
Just choose her. Chen Yi pointed at her and said. The young salesperson obviously didn't expect that he would choose him. He didn't react for a long time and just stood there.
Manager Wang coughed lightly and reminded, Xiao Qin, hurry up and accompany Mr. Chen. Mr. Chen, my name is Qin Jiruo, please, take good care of me.
Qin Jiruo reacted and quickly held Chen Yi's hand.
Her hands were soft and her body exuded a faint fragrance.
Why are you still stuttering? Are you so nervous about seeing him?
It's obvious at first glance that she has no experience.
As a new-age college student, she must be given some work experience. Chen Yi held her hand and squeezed it gently twice. Feeling his movements, Qin Jiruo's body trembled.
Seeing the two holding hands for a long time, Manager Wang smiled awkwardly.
Well, Mr. Chen, Xiao Qin is a new salesperson.
She is relatively young and has insufficient work experience. I hope you won't blame her. Chen Yi raised the corner of his mouth slightly and said with a smile, of course, I will definitely not blame her. On the contrary, I will have in-depth exchanges with her to improve her experience.
Of course, no one else understood the hidden meaning behind his words.
When the other salesmen saw this scene, they were speechless.
What's the point of a young man?
Not only does he look immature, but he's not good enough in that area.
He's far behind these veterans in the workplace.
However, they only complained in their hearts and did not say it out loud. After all, they could not afford to offend those who could afford to buy villas here.
Xiao Qin, then go and show Mr. Chen around the villa.
Qin Jiruo pulled out her right hand, smiled at Chen Yi and said, Mr. Chen, please follow me. After leaving the property office, Qin Jiruo walked in front and Chen Yi followed behind her.
He took the opportunity to take out his mobile phone and clicked on Winner in Life. Unlocked friend attribute, Qin Jiruo. Name, Qin Jiruo. Gender, female. Age, 22. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 49 kilograms. Capital, D+. Appearance, 95. Number of experiences, 0. 22 years old?
She was indeed quite young, only 2 years older than him, probably just graduated from college. Her figure is really good, no wonder her legs look so long, she is actually 1.7 meters long.
The key point is that the bust is actually D+.
This should be the woman with the most capital among all the women he has ever met.
In this regard, Guchobai is a little bit worse.
It seems that I need to let her supplement more nutrition in the future. The most amazing thing about Qin Jiruo is that she weighs less than 100 pounds and has a typical curvy figure. Similarly, her appearance is not low, reaching 95 points. The most important thing is that she has only had 0 orgasms.
Sure enough, he is still a rookie.
You have to know that there is basically no clean people working in sales. Especially those sales champions, who will do anything to achieve their sales performance. Therefore, he couldn't let Qin Jiruo go astray and had to teach her well. At this moment, Qin Jiruo suddenly turned around.
Mr. Chen, did you come here by car? Yes, I parked my car in the parking lot. What's wrong? It's like this. Each of our villas has its own parking lot, so would you like to go to the parking lot and drive your car in? Shinjiroa showed a standard smile. Shenyi thought for a moment and said, then drive on. You follow me. Shinjiroa looked confused and pointed at her own face. I will follow you? Yeah, what's wrong? No. It's okay, I'll go with you then. After saying that, Shinjiroa walked in front again. At this time, a notification popped up on Shenyi's phone again. Unlocked friend attribute, Luo Lingyun. Chapter 40. Can I touch your black stockings? Luo Lingyun? Has he seen this person? Generally speaking, winner in life will only give out information about girls he has had contact with. Take Shinjiroa for example. Shenyi frowned and carefully recalled the girl he met today. That's right. He just met a very pretty and energetic girl with a great figure in the parking lot. Could this be her? Chunyi clicked on it immediately. Name, Luo Lingyun. Gender, female. Age, 21. Height, 168 centimeters. Weight, 48 kilograms. Capital, D. Appearance, 96. Number of experiences, 0. Based on Shenyi's careful observation of the girl just now, this task information is about her. About the same age, early 20s. They are about the same height and weight, and have about the same capital, so they are both quite wealthy. In terms of appearance, they seem to be about the same, they are all beautiful women anyway. As for this experience, Shenyi was very satisfied. Clean girls are still popular, unlike Su Cha, who is only 20 years old and can reach 200 times. Shenyi silently clicked on her message, and sure enough, it was now 201. He didn't want to say anything about it. As a man, who doesn't like a clean girl? Ding dong. Just then, a task notification popped up on the phone. Mission release, have an intimate contact with Shinjiroa, the beautiful saleswoman at West City No. 1 Villa. Task reward, 50 game coins. Task time limit, 1 hour. Failure penalty, weight gain of 100 caddies. Shenyi? This app is a bit unserious, but he likes it very much. Originally he didn't want anything to happen between him and Shinjiroa, but there was no other way, for the sake of game coins. What's more important is that the penalty for failure is too outrageous. Gaining 100 pounds? Therefore, I had to have an in-depth communication with Shinjiroa. However, he was less clear about the definition of close contact during the mission. What exactly counts as close contact? Just a touch? Or a kiss? Or? Of course it won't come to that point. If that is necessary, those two words will be said directly during the mission. Besides, he had never thought about having any relationship with Shinjiroa. It was not that he didn't like her. How could he not like such a stunning beauty? But his first time has to be saved for Guchobai, so today they can only kiss at most, and Xiaoqin has to let it go. When they arrived at the parking lot, Shinjiroa stopped, turned around and asked, Mr. Chen, where is your car? Shenyi pointed to the corner. Shinjiroa was a little shocked after seeing this, but she was not shocked at how expensive the car was. Instead, she was shocked that Chunyi could afford to live in a villa and drive a luxury car at such a young age. But this is nothing to those rich second generations. She has been here for almost a month and has met many rich people. Unlike her, she is just an ordinary person, doing an ordinary job, and in the end she can only sell her body in exchange for performance. Thinking of this, Shinjiroa sighed. It would be nice if someday a rich second-generation guy could fall in love with her, but there is no such good thing in the world. Even if there is, it is only a short-lived liking. After all, those rich people all care about being well-matched. And she is just a vase with beautiful appearance. Although she is still innocent now, it won't be long before she will gradually sink into depravity like those predecessors. Mr. Chen, then you drive away first, and I'll follow you. Shinjiroa said gloomily. Why? Can't you just get in the car? Chenyi was confused. Because I'm just a salesperson and not worthy of riding in your car. Shinjiroa lowered her head and her voice became smaller and smaller. Shenyi's mind was full of question marks. No, ladies. You are in sales. If it were those veterans in the workplace, they would have probably rushed up to you and asked for guidance. They wouldn't be so pretentious as you. Isn't this too innocent?
If she continues like this, she will be fired soon. No, I must help her overcome her psychological difficulties.
Chen Yi made up his mind secretly.
He took Qin Jiruo's arm and got into the car directly.
Mr. Chen, what are you doing? By the time Qin Jiruo reacted, she had already sat in the passenger seat.
Chen Yi said nonchalantly, I am a client, you must listen to me, if I tell you to get in the car, you get in the car. Qin Jiruo blushed when she heard his words.
Why does this sound so overbearing?
At this time, she carefully looked at Chen Yi's face. No, this is too handsome. This was the first time in her life that she was attracted to a boy. She has seen many handsome boys since she was a child, but she has never felt like this today.
Why is that?
Chen Yi also felt Qin Jiruo's burning gaze, but he didn't care. Instead, he took out his mobile phone to check the task status.
It still shows as not completed, which means that physical contact alone does not count as completing the task. It seems that we need to go a step further.
But looking at Qin Jiruo, she seems quite innocent, and if you are too direct, she might be scared.
So Chen Yi decided to find out what she felt first. Miss Qin, what do you think about the contact between customers and sales? Chen Yi asked casually while driving. When asked this, Qin Jiruo's cheeks turned even redder.
She hesitated for a moment and said, I think we should keep a proper distance, but if the customer has reasonable needs, we can cooperate.
Chen Yi had a plan in mind.
He slowly approached Qin Jiruo and whispered, I have a reasonable demand now.
Can you satisfy it for me?
Qin Jiruo held her breath, feeling a bad premonition.
Mr. Chen, please tell me.
I will try my best to satisfy you.
She answered tremblingly. Can I? Chen went straight to the point, looking serious.
Hearing this, Qin Jiruo's face turned red like a ripe apple, her heartbeat began to speed up, and her breathing became rapid.
This. She hesitated.
According to the job requirements, she had to meet all the customers' requests, but unreasonable requests like this were not allowed in principle. But as we all know, in principle, not allowing is almost the same as allowing. Like her predecessors, all of them achieved their sales by having sex with clients. In fact, Manager Wang had arranged a client for her last time. At that time, the client only asked her to have dinner with him, but she refused. The client was extremely dissatisfied with her at the time and said that she was pretending to be innocent, but no one knew what she was like behind the scenes. Manager Wang scolded her severely for this. And now this client just asked to touch his legs, which didn't seem too much compared to what those predecessors had experienced.
What's more, Mr. Chen is so handsome and doesn't seem to be at a disadvantage. For the sake of performance in life, I have to bow my head. Why, is it not possible?
Chen Yi raised his eyebrows.
Okay, but. Qin Jiruo paused, but only once.
Chapter 41, The Gambling Father, the Sick Mother, the School-Age Brother and the Broken Girl.
A moment? Ha ha ha.
Then I'll just touch it briefly.
So Chen Yi started driving with one hand.
The black stockings that are longer than the knees add a layer of mystery to her beautiful legs. Sure enough, the elusiveness is the most alluring.
Full of atmosphere.
Although he had just had a brief exchange with Tang Qingyan not long ago, the feelings the two people gave him were obviously different.
White represents purity and flawlessness. Black symbolizes mystery and temptation.
In short, each has its own characteristics.
Unconsciously, Chen Yi fell and forgot about time. Suddenly, Qin Jiruo grabbed his hand tightly. Mr. Chen, please, quickly let go. It's been a minute.
Her voice was trembling slightly, which made people feel pity. When their hands touched each other, Chen Yi felt her softness and warmth.
Is this resistance? Why does it feel more like a reward?
Of course, Chen Yi is not the kind of person who would take advantage of others.
After hearing Qin Jiruo's reminder, he finally let go of her hand.
Sorry, sister, your legs are so beautiful, they are kind of attractive.
Elder sister? Qin Jiruo looked confused and didn't pay attention to what he said next.
Yes, you are 22 years old, 2 years older than me, so of course I have to call you sister.
Ah. You are 22 years old? Qin Jiruo was stunned, her face full of shock. On the one hand, it was because Chen Yi actually knew her age. But the more important point is, Chen Yi is so young?
Although he looked young and handsome, Qin Jiruo guessed that he was about 27 or 28 years old.
But what I didn't expect was that he was actually 2 years younger than her? What's wrong? Nothing, I just think you are young and promising, Mr. Chen.
Chenisho said, I don't have any ability, it's just that my family paved the way for me. Qin Jiruo looked at his confident and calm appearance, and her curiosity towards him increased a little. At the same time, she also thought of her family. Sometimes she would envy why other people were born into such good families, while her own family always brought her endless pressure. Her father is a gambler, her mother is seriously ill, and now she has a younger brother who needs to go to school. The burden of the family falls entirely on her. Whenever she thought of this, Qin Jiruo felt like she was about to break apart.
Since high school, she has often worked part-time during her holidays.
When she was in college, she listened carefully in class and went to a milk tea shop outside the school to do odd jobs to earn money after class. Every penny she earned was used to treat her mother's illness. Fortunately, her brother's school waived his tuition, otherwise Qin Jiruo would have collapsed long ago. What worries her even more is that she has not received any commission for any order after almost a month of internship. In fact, the answer is right in front of her. As long as she is willing to give it her all, she can make money easily. She doesn't have any advantages, except that she is good looking and has a good figure, and she is one of those people who are born with a holy body. As long as you meet the needs of your customers, you can get generous commissions and the difficulties at home can be alleviated. But the education Qin Jiruo received since childhood did not support her doing such a thing. She wanted to prove to others that it was possible to work in this industry with a clean record. But the fact told her that she was still too young. Although she already knew what to do, she still found it difficult to take the first step. She was afraid that once she took the first step, she would never be able to come back. Of course, Qin Jiruo also thought about whether there might be any other ways. For example, find a rich boyfriend to help her solve these problems. But this idea is too naive. She is not the daughter of a wealthy family, so how could she possibly meet someone who was willing to spend a fortune on her? We're here, get out of the car. Shen parked the car in front of the villa. Qin Jiruo shook her head, trying to forget her worries. No matter what, she should complete this order first. It seems that Brother Chen is not likely to make things difficult for her, so she should be able to get the commission smoothly.
Mr. Chen, let me introduce this villa to you. Chen stood at the door and looked at the outside of the villa. I have to say that the natural environment here is really good. The reason why it is called the Riverside Villa is because it is really built by the river. You can enjoy the river view just by standing in your own home. Approaching the gate, Qin Jiruo introduced him. Mr. Chen, although the security work in our villa area is very good, we also pay great attention to the gate. The main door of the villa is a double door that is unlocked by fingerprint and face.
It is also very strong and cannot be knocked open by ordinary cars, unless it is a tank or armored vehicle. Pushing open the gate, Qin Jiruo first took him on a brief tour of the yard. Although the property area of this villa is only 400 square meters, the actual area is as high as more than 1,300 square meters, which is almost 2 acres of land.
To be honest, it's more like a small estate.
The garden alone is over 500 square meters, and the basement and terrace are also free.
Not only that, there is also a particularly large hot spring pool in the garden. What is this hot spring pool used for? Shen suddenly asked.
This is actually your private hot spring. In your spare time, you can take a hot spring bath here with your girlfriend. The hot spring water comes directly from more than 2,000 meters underground.
Ah.
Shen sighed, it's a pity that I don't have a girlfriend right now, so I can only hang out here alone. When Qin Jiruo heard this, she felt a little confused.
She's just a salesperson, what's the point of talking to her about this? He doesn't want me to go to the bar with him. Impossible, absolutely impossible. How could she be so worthy as to take a bath with a multi-millionaire?
If Mr. Chen is too bored being alone, there are horse farms and golf courses in our community.
You can try it. Shen was very dissatisfied with Qin Jiruo's answer. He has hinted to this extent, but Qin Jiruo has no reaction at all? It seems that we need to add some pressure. After visiting the garden, Qin Jiruo took Chen into the room.
As soon as he walked in, Chen closed the door and locked it. He didn't mean any other thing, he was just afraid that a thief would come in. Hearing the sound of the door closing, Qin Jiruo seemed to realize something and her face turned red.
Mr. Chen, there's no need to lock the door.
Our neighborhood is very safe, and no one will sneak in.
Shen raised his mouth slightly and said, Oh? Let's lock it. What if someone sees it?
As he spoke, he slowly approached Qin Jiruo.
Seeing this scene, Shinjiro's pupils shrank slightly. Mr. Chen, what do you want to do? Chapter 42. With her huge body, she will definitely be able to take down Chen Yi.
Several big question marks emerged in Chen Yi's mind.
No, ladies. What does that expression mean? I won't eat you. At least I won't eat you today. I'm not doing anything. You're going to take me on a tour, so go on. Chen Yi's expression was very calm. This time it was Shinjiro's turn to be confused. No, man. Why don't you play by the rules? Normally, shouldn't he do that to himself first, then that, and finally that?
Although she couldn't help but resist just now, she had actually accepted it in her heart.
What else can you do if you don't accept it? You will have to take this step sooner or later.
If she could really curry favor with a rich man, her mother would be saved.
Of course, we can't blame her. Who doesn't want to take shortcuts?
She is about to graduate and has to take responsibility for the entire family.
Innocent character is no longer important to her. The most important thing is money. If I could really be with Chen Yi, I wouldn't have to worry about money anymore.
What's more, compared with other wealthy people, Chen Yi is much stronger than them. For example, the previous customer was in his 50s and had a family. Not to mention her age, she also wants me to be his mistress, which I definitely cannot agree to.
But Chen Yi is different.
He is not only young, but also handsome.
Even if something really happens, she won't suffer any loss at all. Why is she still panicking? Shouldn't she be more proactive like her predecessors? The most important thing is that she didn't hate Chen Yi at all.
Instead, she felt inexplicably fond of him.
Never mind, let us take him on a tour first, and then it's time to show off his skills.
Shinjiro is very confident about her figure.
With her, she will definitely be able to win Chen Yi. Mr. Chen, please follow me to the living room first. Shinjiro took Chen Yi on a tour from the basement to the third floor. The basement alone is over 300 square meters and is 5 meters high. There is a huge reception room in the basement, as well as a private cinema, KTV, mahjong room, tea room, gym, etc. The first floor has a living room, dining room, kitchen, and 2 suites. There are 3 suites on the second floor, each with its own terrace and bathroom. There are also 2 independent bathrooms, both with separate dry and wet areas. The third floor is home to a master suite, a game room and study. The rooftop is a huge terrace where you can have barbecue and a drink in the evening. There is also an open-air swimming pool next to it, with an area of 40 to 50 square meters. It has to be said that the luxury of this house far exceeded Chen Yi's imagination. Is this a villa? It's better to call it a castle. If you are not familiar with the structure, you may get lost in it. After the visit, Shinjiro blushed, with a hint of shyness in her eyes. She deliberately straightened her chest and approached Chen Yi and said in a soft voice, "Mr. Chen, is this house to your liking?" Chen Yi still looked calm, just nodded and said, "The house is nice." Shinjiro bit her lip. She hinted so obviously, why didn't he react at all? Or is she not majestic enough? Shinjiro lowered her head and glanced silently. No, it looks quite majestic. Is it because the atmosphere is not good enough? She reached out and gently pulled Chen Yi's sleeve, her voice soft and sticky. "Mr. Chen, are you tired? Why don't you sit down and have a drink of water?" Chen Yi frowned. "Don't call me Mr. Chen anymore." He is only 20 years old, but he always comes and goes like a gentleman, which shows how mature he is. Then, Shinjiro hesitated for a moment, then suddenly realized, "How about calling you brother?" Shen Yi. It's up to you. But, did you just graduate from college? I haven't graduated yet. I'm a senior now and I just came here for an internship after school. Oh? Which university are you from? Shen Yi asked. I'm from West City University, majoring in marketing in the School of Management. You are from Xicheng University? What a coincidence, me too. Shen Yi was stunned. You are also a student at West City University, so why haven't we met before? Shinjiro looked at him carefully, feeling a little puzzled. Shouldn't it? Logically, such a rich junior should have a great reputation in school, but how come she has no impression of him at all? I'm from the School of Economics and Management, which is in the new campus, and your School of Management is in the old campus. It's normal that we haven't met before. Oh, so that's how it is. Shinjiro suddenly realized.
Xiqing University has two campuses, the old campus is in the city center, and the new campus is in the suburbs. The two campuses are basically managed independently, so it is normal that you have not heard of it.
During these 4 years in college, Shinjiro has been confessed to many times.
There were also some rich second generations and even some big bosses outside the school who wanted to support her, but she rejected them all. At that time, she still felt that the most important thing for a girl was her innocence.
If she lost her innocence, no amount of money would be of any use. But now, alas, fallen. But there's nothing I can do, that's life.
Senior, how about we add a green bubble so we can have a deeper discussion later?
Senior? Shinjiro blinked. What's wrong? What's the problem? Without.
But she felt that calling Chen-yi junior brother was a bit inappropriate. After all, she still had to find a way to win him over, so calling him junior would sound a bit awkward. Shinjiro took out her cell phone and added his contact information.
All? What a strange online name. But calling him EE seems to be a good choice.
It's much better than calling him Chen Shueti.
One by one.
Before she could finish her words, Chen-yi interrupted her.
Wait, what did you just call me?
Shinjiro was stunned for a moment.
EE, if you find it weird, then I'll just call you my junior.
Chen-yi shook his head and said, no, just call me EE, it's quite friendly.
But I still have some doubts in my mind, why do people like to call him EE?
Also, the person named EE before him still had pain there this morning.
By the way, what did you want to tell me just now, senior?
Shinjiro suddenly remembered something and said with a smile, I forgot to introduce a place to you.
Where? You'll find out if you follow me. Chen-yi followed Shinjiro to the basement. This small cinema can show movies, and the viewing experience is great. I've seen it a long time ago. Do I need to introduce it separately? Shinjiro's lips curled up into a smile. This cinema has a more important function. What is it?
You and your girlfriend can watch some exciting movies here, and interact with each other to enhance your relationship.
As she spoke, Shinjiro quietly approached Chen-yi. Chapter 43, Senior, I'm sorry. Chen-yi's mind was full of thoughts and he didn't notice Shinjiro's little movements.
This is a great place. He was worried that he couldn't find a place to have a deep communication with Shinjiro. If you were to play a small movie on this 100-inch big screen, that would be the viewing experience.
TSK, I dare not even think about it.
Chen-yi touched his chin and asked with a smile, oh, what kind of interactions can be carried out? After saying that, Shinjiro hugged Chen-yi, resting her head gently on Chen-yi's shoulder, and said softly, just like this.
Suddenly, a faint fragrance entered Chen-yi's nose. Although her movements were swift and without any hesitation. In fact, Shinjiro was almost panicking at this moment, her heart was pounding.
In her 22 years of life, this was the first time she had physical contact with a boy, and that boy was her client, her junior. Although she had prepared herself mentally, she was still extremely nervous when she really hugged Chen-yi. But it wasn't that she was dissatisfied with Chen-yi, but that she was really shy.
To be honest, the masculine charm exuded by Chen-yi is really too great.
At the same time, Chen-yi was also extremely shocked. What he originally wanted was to take the initiative and have an in-depth communication with Shinjiro.
But I didn't expect that she would get there first.
Even though he was trembling with fear, he still pretended to be experienced.
Oh, poor senior.
While Chen-yi felt pity for her, he also had a strong desire to win.
He is a man, but he was touched by a woman first. If this gets out, won't he be laughed at? We must fight back. Chen-yi smiled, what are you doing, senior? Of course I'm demonstrating how to interact.
Omitted 10,000 words.
Although it hurt a little, she didn't feel angry at all. Shinjiro, on the contrary, liked it a little bit. But I can't say this out loud, otherwise I'll be considered a pervert. How about it, senior? Do you want me to teach you again? No. No need. Shinjiro hesitated. But, senior, you don't have much experience.
Hearing this, Shinjiro licked her lips in panic.
She's doomed now. If her junior classmates find out that she doesn't have much experience, will they be dissatisfied with her? This is not right. Isn't it said that men like clean girls the most? Could it be that my junior has a stronger taste and prefers those experienced veterans?
In this case, she has to put all her life's learning into practice.
Shinjirowa took a deep breath and looked confident. Look at what Yi said. How could I not have rich experience in this line of work? It's just that I'm afraid of scaring you. Yes, I'm afraid of scaring you. Then he added. Senior, I have seen everything in the world. Come at me one by one, and use all your tricks. Experienced?
If Chen-Yi hadn't seen Shinjirowa's ears turn red, she stuttered, and her body trembled slightly with fear, he would have believed it.
You are obviously an innocent little girl, why are you pretending to be mature?
Children who lie will be punished.
Senior sister, it was you who asked me to come over here, so don't regret it.
Chen-Yi touched Shinjirowa's head and put his arms around her waist.
I have to say that her figure is really good, which can be said to be better than 99% of the girls in the world.
Shinjirowa's breathing suddenly became rapid, and her heartbeat was so loud that Chen-Yi could feel it.
He raised the corner of his mouth and whispered in Shinjirowa's ear, Senior sister.
The warm breath sprayed on Shinjirowa's neck, making her tremble all over.
This junior fellow is really talented. Yes, a rich second generation like him must have a lot of women around him.
Although it was her first time, Shinjirowa had already made up her mind to take down Chen-Yi.
Senior, I'm still okay.
There was a hint of charm in her voice, which successfully captured Chen-Yi's heart. This senior sister will never turn back until she hits the wall. The last person who charmed him like this is still in pain.
Shan-Yi. Feeling his movements, Shinjirowa's breathing almost stopped. How could this happen? She is not ready yet.
However, Chen-Yi did not give her time to react.
Senior is still wearing. Shinjirowa smiled awkwardly, of course it's specially prepared for you. Really?
Chen-Yi's mouth curled up slightly, then I can't let you down. He simply picked up Shinjirowa by the waist and threw her on the oversized sofa.
I estimate that the mission deadline is almost over and we can't delay any longer. Senior, I'm sorry.
Seeing Cheniru's hungry look, Shinjirowa felt flustered but also a little expectant. Being able to be close to a tall, rich and handsome guy while also getting commissions doesn't seem like a loss at all. Thinking of this, Shinjirowa knelt on the sofa and put her arms around Chen-Yi's neck. Feeling her initiative, Chen-Yi put his face against her hair and took a deep breath. The scent of shampoo mixed with body odor entered his nostrils, and the flame in Chen-Yi's heart was ignited again. After an unknown amount of time, Chen-Yi lay on the sofa, licking his lips with an expression of enjoyment. Shinjirowa fell into his arms with a blushing face and licked her lips as well.
Chen-Yi took out his mobile phone and checked.
The task had been completed and 50 game coins had been credited to his account. In fact, he was just about to have further communication, but when he thought about the promise he had made to someone, he held back.
Senior, how do you feel?
Shinjirowa said coquettishly,
your experience is too rich. I have more experience. Do you want to play again? Chen-Yi chuckled.
Shinjirowa thought about it and decided that since they had already come this far, there would be no problem in going any further. What's more, when communicating with Chen-Yi, her body and mind felt extremely happy. After not having contact with boys for 22 years, even the most innocent girl will have needs in that regard.
Not to mention that Chen-Yi is rich and handsome, if they could really be together. If you don't mind, I'd like to play with you, Senior. Chapter 44, Senior, I seem to have touched something hard and soft. Puff. Shinjirowa's blunt and explicit words almost made Chen-Yi unable to hold back. What are you laughing at?
Shinjirowa said coquettishly, and her white and tender little hand gently touched his Adam's apple.
Chen-Yi grabbed her restless hand and said, Senior, you are playing with fire. So what? Shinjirowa said in a mean way. What's wrong? A dangerous light flashed in Chen-Yi's eyes. Playing with fire means getting burned, do you understand? Shinjirowa was not afraid at all. Instead, she raised her chin provocatively, I am just playing, what can you do to me?
Chen-Yi suddenly pulled her into his arms, their faces close to each other. Shinjirowa could clearly feel his hot breath.
Senior sister, you'd better restrain yourself, otherwise,
Chen-Yi's voice was low and contained a hint of warning.
But Shinjirowa seemed to be aroused by his appearance at the moment.
She narrowed her eyes slightly and opened her red lips, I won't. As she spoke, she touched Chen-Yi's Adam's apple again.
Shinjirowa's hands were soft and warm, making Chen-Yi's skin itchy and his heart itchy too. Senior sister, you really won't turn back until you hit the wall.
Chen-Yi reached out and gently pinched her chin, making her unable to move.
The sudden eye contact made Shinjirowa's heart tremble violently.
She looked at Chen-Yi who was so close to her. His handsome face was full of charm at this moment. Her heartbeat involuntarily quickened and her breathing became rapid. "Ee, what are you doing?" "Want." Shen-Yi held Shinjiruo's face and kissed her again. "Use your imagination." "Senior, I seem to have touched something." Chen-Yi laughed. "Can I have a taste?" "This." She hesitated for a moment. It's not that she doesn't like Chen-Yi touching her, but this behavior is a bit too perverted. To be honest, she was already prepared for Chen-Yi to do something to her. After all, the ordinary communication just now was so joyful. It would be hard to imagine if it were an in-depth communication. Shinjiruo couldn't help but feel a little excited. However, Chen-Yi and she had been kissing for almost an hour without taking the next step, which made her a little confused. "It's already, why can you be so patient?" What's more, he has made such an outrageous request, actually wanting to try it. Should I agree to it or not? Shinjiruo felt a little embarrassed. Forget it, never mind. If he wants to taste it, let him taste it. Shinjiruo bit her lip lightly. Can you be a little gentler? Don't worry, senior sister, I will naturally love you well. Just as he was about to enjoy the delicious food, the cell phone in Chen-Yi's pocket suddenly rang. Damn! Whoever disturbs me while enjoying my dessert, I will kill him. Shoucho bye-bye, what are you doing? Oh? Shoucho bye-bye, when will you come back? I'm starving. Seeing that the message was sent by Xiaobai, Chen-Yi instantly lost his temper. Don't worry, I'll go back and feed you well. Shoucho bye-bye, okay. I'll wait for you. Putting down his phone, Chen-Yi took a look at the charming Shinjiruo and felt it was a great pity. The ones here are super large portions, but when I go back I can only get medium portions. I don't need to explain what a normal person would choose, right? However, he can taste the medium portion twice. Xi's milk cap did not disappear, it just moved to a new place and a new variety. So Xiaobai, you caused me to not be able to eat the super large portion of milk cap, you have to compensate me. Shinjiruo saw him smiling foolishly at the phone screen and was full of doubts. What are you looking at? Chen-Yi explained to her, it's like this, senior sister, something happened suddenly at home and I have to go back, so I can't accompany you today. A hint of disappointment flashed across Shinjiruo's eyes, but she quickly returned to her cute look. Okay, if you have something to do at home, then go back quickly. But you owe me one, so when you have dealt with your family affairs, you have to make it up to me. Chen-Yi smiled a little embarrassedly. Don't worry, senior sister, I will definitely compensate you. Then you have to lock the door later. I'll go back to the property management office. Now. Chen-Yi raised his eyebrows and looked at her. How are you going to get back to the property management office now? Shinjiruo's hair was a little messy, there were obvious red marks on her face and neck, and her clothes were wrinkled. It was really inappropriate for her to go out in this state. Shinjiruo blushed. What should I do? I can't stay here forever. Why can't you stay here forever? Chen-Yi asked back. Because this is your house. How can I, an outsider, do this? Before Shinjiruo could finish her words, Chen-Yi interrupted her immediately. Who said you are an outsider? What do you mean? I mean, you're not an outsider, you're mine. Chen-Yi was very serious when he spoke, and it didn't seem like he was joking. I am your junior? What does this mean? Chen-Yi went on to explain, from the moment we had intimate contact, you are mine, so you can live in this villa if you want. Shinjiruo covered her mouth in disbelief. Chen-Yi actually? Why do you take her so seriously? I originally thought that he would be like most of my clients, just playing with me to satisfy his desires. But Chen-Yi actually directly identified himself as his. Shinjiruo's heart was very complicated at this moment. But I still have to work. Chen-Yi was a little angry. Why are you still working? I've already said that you are mine, do you really want to accompany other clients? But Shinjiruo was still a little hesitant. Alright, don't say buts. Chen-Yi waved his hand. I'll tell manager Wang, and you can stay in this villa today. I'll probably be back tomorrow, and then you have to be in your best condition to welcome me. Although her mind was still a bit confused, Shinjiruo still nodded. Okay, then you go and get busy. Chen-Yi quickly tidied his clothes, kissed Shinjiruo lightly on the forehead, and hurried away. Watching his hurriedly leaving back, Shinjiruo's mood underwent subtle changes.
She looked at it, and her face blushed. How about we rehearse it first? Chapter 45, Nightgown is good, nightgown is good. 10 minutes later. Shinjiruo was just going to the toilet. As a result, a new world was suddenly discovered. No wonder those seniors always say that doing this job is just like lying in bed and making money comfortably. At first she found it difficult to accept accompanying male clients. Now it doesn't seem that bad, but that's only true for Chen-Yi. After all, anyone would like a boy who is handsome, gentle, and rich. Shinjiruo's lips curled up slightly, and a hint of cunning flashed in her eyes. Buzz. The cell phone in her pocket rang and Shinjiruo answered the call. Hey, Xiaoqin, where are you now? Manager Wang's anxious voice came from the other end of the phone. I'm in Mr. Chen's villa. That's good. It's like this. You don't have to come to work for the time being. Your job is to accompany Mr. Chen well and try to meet all his requirements. Of course, you will also get a commission on your salary. Okay, Manager Wang, don't worry. Shinjiruo answered decisively. On the other end of the phone, Manager Wang never expected Shinjiruo to agree directly. That's not right. Wasn't this little girl unwilling to accompany the client? Why did she agree this time? It was not until he recalled Chen-Yi's appearance in his mind that Manager Wang finally understood why. Handsome, young, and rich, these little girls nowadays are really ambitious but incompetent. Then Xiaoqin, you go ahead and do your work. Call me if you have anything. After hanging up the phone, Shinjiruo looked at the huge villa, and the feeling of loneliness in her heart came over her again. After Chen-Yi left, he felt lonely both physically and mentally. There is no other choice but to train alone again. Chen-Yi stood in front of the door of the rental house and took a deep breath. When we go in later, should we eat dessert first or practice first? No, they can obviously be done at the same time. As soon as Chen-Yi opened the door, Gu Qiubai sat up from the sofa. She trotted towards Chen-Yi with her long, straight legs. You're finally back. I missed you so much. She hugged Chen-Yi tightly and rubbed her head against his chest. Chen-Yi put his arms around Gu Qiubai's waist and took a deep breath at her hair. Wow! Familiar taste. It's only been 1 day since we last met, why do you miss me already? Chen Yixio said. I don't care. I just miss you. I think about you every moment. Gu Qiubai called out softly, his whole body pressed against Chen-Yi. Oh? Chen-Yi smiled evilly, do you miss me or want me? After hearing this, the tips of Gu Qiubai's ears turned red. Of course I do, I miss you and want you at the same time. The more she spoke, the softer her voice became, but her body became hotter and hotter. You just told me on the phone that you were hungry, right? Chen-Yi asked. I'm indeed hungry. I only ate a bowl of noodles today, and now my stomach is empty. Gu Qiubai looked aggrieved. Really? Chen-Yi raised his eyebrows, then I'll give it to you first, how about that? How? Chen-Yi looked at Gu Qiubai. She was wearing a pure ice silk suspender nightgown. Nightgown is good, nightgown is good. So he doesn't have to do it. Of course, use this. Chen-Yi pointed. Hateful Gu Qiubai said coquettishly and patted his chest gently. Gu Qiubai curled his lips. It's not that she doesn't want to, but it's too. Since you don't want to, then you can give me more. Me? How can I give it to you? Dessert after dinner? Is there such a metaphor? What's more, she is only 20 years old, so young, how could she have done that? Gu Qiubai put his hands on his hips and said angrily, you just finished your meal, but I'm almost starving now. Didn't you say you would treat me to a big meal? I'll treat you to a meal, as long as you feed me first. Okay, but how do I do that? Chen-Yi held her and gently placed her on the sofa. To taste dessert, of course you have to unwrap it first. Use your own imagination. Half an hour later. Chen-Yi leaned on the sofa and Gu Qiubai leaned in his arms. Omitted 10,000 words. I'm really tired and too lazy to go downstairs. How about we go out for a big meal next time? Gu Qiubai spoke weakly. How can that be possible? How can you play games with me at night if you don't have enough food? Chen-Yi frowned. Oh, that's right. He has the restaurant manager's phone number and can ask them to make one and send it over. Although the food delivered was a little off in taste, it was definitely much better than most takeaways. Play? What else are you playing? Gu Bai exclaimed. What do you think, little white baby? Chen Yixie said with a smile. We still have a lot of new ways to play that we haven't tried yet. You have to try them one by one with me later. Although Gu Bai was a little annoyed, he did not refuse. To be honest, she had wanted to experience it for a long time. After doing those drills with Chen Yi last night, she was already addicted. Well, how about we just eat something? Gu Bai asked. No, I have the contact information of that Chinese restaurant. Let's have a state banquet. State banquet? That must be very expensive, right? Chen Yi said calmly, it's okay, it's just over 3,000 per person, I can still afford it. He. Gu Bai smiled and said nothing. Is this the world of the rich? A world where I am the only one hurt has been created. Then just order a little more. Chen Yi took out his cell phone and dialed the manager directly. After he ordered the food, the manager told him that the restaurant originally did not provide delivery, but considering that Chen Yi was special, the food could be delivered, and it would be delivered in about an hour. Chen Yi calculated the time and asked, Xiao Bai, before the meal arrives, shall we try this new way of playing? Gu Bai blinked his eyes, looking silly and cute. Chen Yi won't fall for her tricks. Even the cute baby needs to be punished. Chapter 46. These rich people really spend their money lavishly. In the first half hour, Chen Yi asked Xiao Bai to use her capital as a new tool to conduct tactical exercises. As for this tool, everyone who knows it will understand it. The new exercise method gave the two people a completely new experience. However, since it was his first time, Gu Bai was not very familiar with this drill method, so he was unable to conduct the drill normally for half a day. Chen Yi was helpless and could only give her some guidance. Afterwards, Gu Bai was able to use this method correctly, and Chen Yi was very satisfied. Just as the two were conducting the exercise, the doorbell suddenly rang. Both of them were frightened. The meal should be here. Chen Yi frowned and said impatiently. Gu Bai blushed and hesitated, then, what should we do now? Chen Yi curled his lips, looking unhappy. What else can I do? Just go open the door. Me? Gu Bai bit his lip. Why don't you go? My legs are a little weak right now, and I'm afraid I can't stand. Chen Yi pointed helplessly, do you think I can open the door now? I'm afraid I'll scare people to death. Gu Bai took a look. Indeed, Chen Yi really couldn't go out. There was no other way. Gu Bai could only put on his white socks again and walk to open the door with trembling legs. As soon as I opened the door, I was greeted by two staff members in suits. Excuse me, is this Mr. Chen's home? He ordered a meal from us. Gu Bai stood aside and said, yes, it's right here, bring it in. Two staff members carried a huge insulated box and placed it on the dining table according to her instructions. Chen Yi was sitting on the sofa and one of the staff members recognized him. Mr. Chen, we'll set it up for you and you can eat it directly later. Chen Yi didn't say anything, just nodded. The staff looked at him suspiciously. He looked at Gu Bai again, whose legs were trembling slightly and whose face was flushed. Only then did I realize something. It looks like a big battle just took place here. It seems they came at a bad time. The tips of his ears instantly turned red, and his hands moved faster and faster. But didn't Mr. Chen come with another girl last time? Why did he come with someone else this time? These rich people really spend their money. So envious. After a while, the two men arranged all the dishes, said hello to Chen Yi and the others, and left in a hurry. After Gu Bai closed the door, he looked at the dishes on the table and then at Chen Yi, who was looking depressed. Are we still going to continue with our exercise? Forget it. Eat first. We'll talk about it in the evening after you're full. Then you won't eat? Gu Bai asked, it's already very late. If you eat any later, it will be difficult to digest and bad for your stomach. I don't want to eat. I'm not very hungry. These 2 portions are for you. Please eat more. Gu Bai snorted, do you think I'm a pig? Can I finish all these dishes by myself? Chen Yi looked at her with amusement, tsk. You really need to eat more, you are too thin, What? Gu Bai asked. Chen Yi leaned closer and whispered in her ear, put. Gu Bai's face turned red all the way to his ears, and he hit Chen Yi lightly. You think I'm too young, but I'm tsk. Chen Yi shrugged. You are small to begin with.
There are more and more super large cups now. To be honest, Shen-Yi prefers girls with a slightly plump figure. As we all know, being slightly overweight does not mean being fat, but rather gaining weight where it should be gained and becoming thin where it should be thin.
For example, a bigger butt, a thinner waist, and fuller breasts. Guqiubai's waist is quite thin, and besides. But, we can do better.
Thinking of this, the corners of Chun-Yi's mouth rose unconsciously.
Guqiubai followed his gaze and her face turned even redder. If you keep looking at me with such lustful eyes, I'll be angry.
Oh?
We've both been honest with each other, why are you still shy? You still say that. You have torn my skirt to pieces. If you continue like this, I will have nothing to wear.
Guqiubai pointed at the fragments on the ground aggrievedly.
It's just a skirt. I'll give you money, just buy 100 and replace it if it breaks.
Shen-Yi picked up his phone and directly transferred 100,000 yuan to Guqiubai. Looking at the extremely long amount displayed on the phone, Guqiubai was stunned.
How many zeros are there?
She squinted her eyes and counted, and there were 5 zeros. As a child from an ordinary family, although I was raised in wealth by my family since childhood, I had never seen so much money.
And it was the money that Chen-Yi transferred to her casually. How much money does Chen-Yi have?
As childhood sweethearts, Guqiubai knew his family situation very well.
Even if I follow the teacher to trade stocks, it's impossible to make so much money, right?
If you don't have capital, you won't make any money from stock trading. Although her mind was full of doubts, she did not ask any more questions. She knew Chen-Yi's character very well and knew it was impossible for him to do anything illegal. So the money must be clean, but such a large sum of money still made her hesitate.
You gave too much.
It doesn't cost that much to buy a skirt.
Is this a lot? Didn't you ask me to support you before? Consider this as my support money. 100,000 per month from now on.
Shen-Yi said this seriously, with a calm expression.
This made Guqiubai even more curious about him. Well, I'll accept it first. From now on, I'll be your sponsor.
Guqiubai smiled playfully. Shen-Yi looked at her smile and felt sweet in his heart. For some reason, he would feel very happy when he saw the person he liked smile.
Maybe this is love.
Speaking of keeping a mistress, Chen-Yi suddenly remembered that there seemed to be Tang Qingyan and Qin Jiruo.
As far as he knew, the two men came from ordinary families and did not have much money. Since he has supported Guqiubai, what about Tang Qingyan and Qin Jiruo? We can't favor one over the other.
Especially in this era, many girls will disregard their bottom line and do things that sell their bodies for money.
Anyway, it's only 100,000 yuan a month, it's not like we can't afford it.
Shen-Yi did not hesitate and transferred 100,000 yuan to Tang Qingyan and Qin Jiruo.
At the same time, in the girls' dormitory of Xiqing University.
When Tang Qingyan saw the 100,000 yuan that Chen-Yi transferred to her, her fingertips kept trembling.
Chapter 47 I don't want it, I'm afraid of the pain. What is going on? Why did Chen-Yi give her 100,000 yuan? Tang Qingyan typed a line of words with trembling fingertips. Tang Qingyan, what do you mean? It's nothing special, I just want to give you some pocket money. Tang Qingyan? Why do you give me pocket money? 11, because I'm afraid you'll run out of money. Remember, come to me if you run out of money.
Don't look for other men, and don't do anything that goes beyond your bottom line.
Tang Qingyan, is this too much? It's not much at all.
If you think it's too much, just consider it as my money to support you. Seeing this message, Tang Qingyan was confused.
What does it mean to keep her as a mistress? Chen-Yi wants to keep her as a mistress.
Although keeping a sponsor is a derogatory term, but being supported by Chen-Yi seems not bad.
Since Chen-Yi is willing to support her, doesn't that mean Chen-Yi has her in his heart? Tang Qingyan felt secretly delighted and her cheeks flushed.
She bit her lip and replied.
Tang Qingyan, then I will accept it without hesitation, but why do you suddenly want to support me? Because you are mine.
Tang Qingyan was so excited that she almost rolled off the bed.
Chen-Yi said, I am his.
Originally she just guessed that Chen-Yi had feelings for her. However, after seeing these words, Tang Qingyan became more certain of this guess. She rolled over on the bed several times in excitement, unable to hide the smile on her lips. Just as she was immersed in joy, her cell phone vibrated again.
But don't think that being kept by someone means you don't have to do anything.
You have to spend more time with me in the future. Tang Qingyan was stunned for a moment, then replied without hesitation.
Tang Qingyan, no problem. I will definitely learn the techniques well. All? Tang Qingyan, it's okay, go ahead and do your work. After putting down the phone, Tang Qingyan took a deep breath.
The reason why she was so excited just now was because she was sure that Chen Yi had her in his heart. The second reason is that Tang Qingyan likes money, especially when Chen Yi gave her 100,000 yuan at once.
Her family's financial situation is very average.
Although they are not poor, they are definitely not rich either.
Tang Qingyan couldn't even think about getting 100,000 yuan all of a sudden. But no matter how much she likes money, she will never do anything immoral. Take the matter of being kept as an example.
As the most beautiful girl in the school, Tang Qingyan has been pursued and confessed to by many people. There were also some people who wanted to support her, but she rejected them all. Therefore, Tang Qingyan is also called the cold goddess. It is not because she is cold, but because there are too many perverts and she can only reject them all. However, this time it was Chen Yi who proposed to support her, which gave her no reason to refuse. Tang Qingyan doesn't ask to be his only one, as long as Chen Yi has her in his heart. So, she agreed to Chen Yi's proposal to support her.
Not only can I be with him, but I can also get money. Why not?
After figuring it out, Tang Qingyan took out the express delivery she had just received.
That is, mining tools. In fact, Tang Qingyan didn't know much about this kind of thing at all.
To put it even more outrageously, she has never even dug a mine in her life. If you have never been to the girls' dormitory, you may never know in your life that most girls have actually mined. But they are not as arrogant and frequent as boys, and they can't wait to tell everyone how many times they took off last night. On the contrary, girls generally like to be secretive and don't want others to know, so they look innocent on the outside, but in fact they know just as much as boys.
Tang Qingyan's dormitory is a good example.
There are 4 people in the dormitory, and except for her, the other 3 are senior mine managers. Moreover, none of them hide themselves and often talk about these things with each other. Although Tang Qingyan had never tried it, she always secretly listened to them talking about it, and only remembered a purple erotic heart. All 3 of them said it was useful, so Tang Qingyan bought it.
It's quite expensive, more than 800 yuan.
She wanted to see if this thing was really that magical.
Tang Qingyan quickly unpacked and counted the items.
Not bad, they gave me a few small umbrellas. It just so happened that the other people were out and Tang Qingyan was the only one in the dormitory, so it was a good opportunity to try out the effect. She picked up the mining tools and prepared to explore. At this moment, the door suddenly opened. Tang Qingyan was so frightened that she shivered and almost dropped the thing in her hand. She stuffed all the tools under her pillow and looked towards the door. It turned out that her roommate had returned.
Hey, Xia Yanyan, why are you back?
Several roommates saw Tang Qingyan sitting on the bed and asked in doubt.
We thought you and Chen Yi were having a good chat and that you could have sex tonight. Tang Qingyan blushed and answered hesitantly. Don't talk nonsense. We just met. How could that happen? Everyone walked into the dormitory and saw the express package thrown on the ground. They asked, Xia Yanyan, what did you buy? Nothing. Ha, why are you so nervous?
Did you buy the purple erotic heart?
Everyone laughed. Tang Qingyan was stunned for a moment. How is it possible? Why would I buy something like that?
Several people in the dormitory began to joke. That's right, our little Yan Yan is the purest girl, how could she possibly buy something like that?
Tang Qingyan responded with a smile. At this time, a girl smiled evilly. Xia Yanyan, why don't you give it a try? The 3 of us have been doing that since high school. You're already in college, so it's time for you to give it a try. Tang Qingyan blushed and said, I won't try it. What's the point? No, Xia Yanyan, have you really never tried it? I always thought you were joking. I really haven't tried it. Everyone was silent. Then what do you usually do when you are lonely or stressed? Tang Qingyan touched her chin and began to think carefully. When I was in high school, if I felt stressed, I would do a set of math problems to relax.
Now, I would probably read novels to relieve boredom.
Everyone. No, ladies. So you are already 20 years old and have never mind? How is this different from a child?
As expected of the aloof campus beauty, she is so innocent.
Xia Yanyan, you have to think about it this way. Sooner or later, you will have to do that with Chun-Yi. You don't have any experience. What if he is not satisfied? Everyone began to persuade. Although it is not very nice to persuade people to do such things, they can't just watch Tang Qingyan suffocate to death, right? Anyone who has never experienced this feeling will never know how wonderful it is. Tang Qingyan shook her head. I don't want to. I'm afraid of the pain. Several people looked at each other. You see, people who have never experienced it think it will hurt. In fact, it is not. Xiao Yanyan, let us help you. When you open the door to the new world, you will know what you have missed all these years. Everyone was ready to go and kept getting closer to Tang Qingyan. What are you doing? Looking at her roommate approaching, Tang Qingyan's pupils shrank slightly. P.S. Sorry everyone, some of the previous chapters were blocked for review, so I can only add one more chapter. Please understand. Chapter 48. Who put the purple erotic heart under my pillow? I'm in the black room now. There's really nothing I can do. I'm working hard on the resurrection match. I'll update one chapter first, and I'll use the rest of the time to revise the story. What on earth are you guys doing? Stop being so scary, okay? Seeing her roommates, who used to treat her like sisters, now looking at her with lustful eyes, Tang Qingyan was frightened and broke out in a cold sweat. We'll let you try meat first, otherwise you won't know what meat tastes like. Tang Qingyan was completely confused. No, why would you let me eat meat? Even if I want to eat meat, it should be with boys. The roommate chuckled and said, Xiao Yanyan, you don't understand this, right? Haven't you read those lesbian novels? Tang Qingyan was stunned. She had read Yuri novels, but the author hadn't written the key plots. She only knew that. Hiss. It feels a bit scary. No matter whether I have seen it or not, the problem is that you are not crooked, so how could you do it? As a person with normal sexual orientation, Tang Qingyan has always felt that homosexuality is a terrible thing. Girls are actually better off, after all, they don't have much offensive power. But it's scary among boys. It is said that if there is a ghost in the boys' dormitory, other people won't be able to sleep at night. I would rather be stabbed in the back with a knife than anything else. My roommate waved his hand and said, Hey, I was just joking with you. Look how scared you are. Of course we are normal people. But Tang Qingyan just breathed a sigh of relief, but became nervous again. But what? From the pictures you posted in the group today, it seems that Chenny took you to a big dinner, and it was quite rich? Of course. Tang Qingyan put her hands on her hips, looking proud, so I told you, you were right. Nowadays, there are not many guys who can treat girls to a big meal. Don't you usually not eat those greasy meat dishes because you are afraid of gaining weight? Especially since you will be living with Chen-Yi in the future, it is particularly important for you to maintain your figure. The roommate joked. You guys don't understand this, no wonder you don't have a boyfriend. When you go out to eat with boys, you have to eat as much as you want, no matter if you're fat or not. Tang Qingyan said proudly, if you act shy, people will think you dislike the restaurant he chose. Besides, I also want Chen-Yi to know that I am not picky about food and easy to get along with. What's more, it was a state banquet that cost thousands of dollars, and she would feel like she was losing out if she ate one bite less. Hey, our little Yen Yen has a boyfriend now. Let's see how your nutrition supplements are today. As they talked, several roommates started playing around with Tang Qingyan. Get out of here now. We are not boyfriend and girlfriend yet. We are just ordinary friends, Tang Qingyan explained shyly. Suddenly, with a pop, a small blue box fell to the ground. Everyone was stunned. Tang Qingyan touched under the pillow and found that the thing was gone. Her eyes widened instantly and she thought to herself that something was wrong. All the roommates' eyes fell on the box, and one of the sharp-eyed roommates picked up the box and exclaimed, Isn't this, Dues? Several other people also began to exclaim, What? Xiao Yanyan, didn't you just meet each other? How could it be? Tang Qingyan's face flushed red, and she reached out to grab it hastily. It's not what you think. This must have been given to Chen-Yi by the merchant when he paid the bill at the restaurant. I don't even know when it was put in my bag. But her roommates refused to give in and kept teasing her with a smirk on their faces. Wow, what kind of restaurant gives this thing away when you pay the bill? Let's go check it out next time. Xiao Yanyan, please stop lying to us. Did you two go to get a room after dinner? He must have gone to a hotel, otherwise where did he get this little umbrella? It can't be a gift when he bought the mining tools, right? Hurry up and tell the truth, Xiao Yan, have you done that with him? Tang Qingyan was embarrassed and anxious. She patted the bed and explained, it's not what you think. He and I are just ordinary friends. This is just a misunderstanding.
As a result, this shot revealed another object under the bed.
A delicate little pink box fell in front of everyone.
The roommates were very curious, and one of them quickly picked it up and opened it, and found that it was.
This caused an uproar in the dormitory. Tang Qingyan, tell me the truth, what is going on?
You said this little umbrella is not yours, so this purple erotic heart is not yours either. My roommate's eyes were full of gossip and teasing. Tang Qingyan wished she could find a crack in the ground to crawl into. Her face flushed and she stammered.
This is also a misunderstanding. I don't even know whose stuff this is. Who is this? Who put the purple erotic heart under my pillow?
But my roommates refused to believe it and they all laughed so hard that they fell over.
Xiao Yan, you are really a hidden talent. I didn't expect you to be so talented. Ha, didn't you say you never mind? Why did you buy this? Did it start a long time ago, and then secretly when we were not alone in the dormitory? Tang Qingyan was speechless and felt extremely aggrieved.
She took out her cell phone and explained to everyone that she had just bought it today and was not a senior mine manager. When his roommate saw it, he laughed again. Although you bought it today, you still bought it.
Hey, I bought this for a reason. Tang Qingyan blushed and explained the whole story to everyone.
After hearing this, several roommates were stunned at first, and then laughed even more happily.
So you're afraid of being inexperienced? But only girls who are ignorant are more popular with boys, right? If you are too experienced, maybe.
In fact, Tang Qingyan had also thought about this question, but she hoped to have an in-depth communication with Chen Yi as soon as possible. Only by giving away her most precious things first could she capture the boy's heart. Of course, she is not a casual girl.
Tang Qingyan would never have such thoughts about other boys. There is nothing I can do, Chen Yi is just too charming. After explaining it clearly, Tang Qingyan began to discuss mining methods and precautions with her roommates.
On the other side, Chen Yi fell into deep thought after seeing that Qin Jiruo had not collected the payment yet.
What's going on? Did he fall asleep?
It's possible, after all, I'm tired of playing.
Forget it, let us talk about this later. Chen Yi put down his phone and looked up at Gucho Bai. Xiao Bai, how's your meal? I'm almost done eating. Gucho Bai swallowed the food in his mouth and said vaguely.
This ham is delicious, and this beef is the best thing I have ever eaten.
Chen Yi smiled with relief. If you like it, I will order it for you every day.
Anyway, a meal costs more than 3,000 yuan, so would one tea go bankrupt him?
Chen Yi looked at the time and it was already late. Finally. It's time to get down to business. Chapter 49. I'll be yours for the rest of my life. Gucho Bai's first time. Chen Yi stood up and walked to the dining table.
The table full of dishes has been almost finished.
Chen Yi was a little surprised. Isn't Gucho Bai such a big eater? This is for 2 people.
But seeing how happily she was eating, Chen Yi's mouth corners unconsciously rose slightly.
Actually, it's good this way. Such women are the easiest to keep.
They will be satisfied as long as they are fed well. As Chen Yi was thinking, Gucho Bai suddenly burped, and his little face instantly turned red like a ripe apple. She scratched her head a little embarrassedly. Sorry, I ate too fast, it was really delicious.
Chen Yi looked at her cute appearance and couldn't help laughing out loud. Eat slowly, no one is going to snatch it from you.
Gucho Bai stuck out his tongue, then stood up and took the initiative to clean up the dishes.
Chen Yi held her hand and said, don't worry about it, I'll take care of it. You take a rest first, you will be tired later. Chen Yi smiled evilly. Gucho Bai's face instantly turned red. Is it too early? Isn't that what you've been saying before? I'm just fulfilling your wish now.
Chen Yi raised his eyebrows.
Gucho Bai was a little hesitant. She did say that, but wasn't that what she said when she was deeply in love?
But when it really came to this, she was still a little scared.
It's not that I dislike Chen Yi, but it's a very normal reaction. After all, it is the first time, which is the most precious thing for a girl. Once you give it to her, you are giving your whole life to the other person. However, if the object was Chen Yi, she would be quite happy.
It's just a pain point, as long as he is happy.
Gu Qiubai bit her lip lightly and nodded. Good.
After saying that, she put her arms around Chun Yi's neck.
Feeling Gu Qiubai's initiative, the flame in Chun Yi's heart was ignited again.
Without even bothering to clean up the dishes, he just picked up Gu Qiubai and walked towards the bedroom.
Hey, the chopsticks are still in your hand. Gu Qiubai said coquettishly. No. 10,000 words omitted here. 2 hours later.
The bedroom door was half open, and the city's neon lights poured into the living room through the window. In the trash can, a small box was lying quietly.
Chen Yi and Gu Qiubai lay side by side on the bed.
Gu Qiubai's face was tired, but with a blush of satisfaction, she leaned gently in Chen Yi's arms.
Do you think it's a loss for giving your first time to me? Chen Yi touched her head. Loss?
Gu Qiubai raised his head, his eyes filled with determination and tenderness.
How can I lose? You are the one I like. I feel very happy to give myself to you. Xiao Bai, do you still remember how we met? Chen Yi looked out the window and his memory went back many years.
Gu Qiubai tilted his head and thought about it. A sweet smile appeared on his face. Of course I remember. When I was 4 years old, I moved next door to your house.
On the first day I went to kindergarten, I was bullied by a few boys. I was so scared that I almost cried.
Then you appeared, stood in front of me, and chased those boys away.
You even patted your chest and told me that you would protect me in the future.
Gu Qiubai said this, his eyes filled with gentle memories.
Chen Yi also smiled. Yes, from that time on, I decided to protect you forever.
Later, we went to school together, played together, and our relationship became better and better.
Gu Qiubai nodded gently. Later, we were admitted to the same high school and the same university.
You have always been by my side for so many years. Chen Yi hugged her tightly. I will always be here in the future.
No matter what difficulties you encounter, I will protect you. Gu Qiubai closed his eyes happily. Xiao Bai, do you remember what you said to me after I protected you? Gu Qiubai closed his eyes and thought for a moment, and finally his brows suddenly relaxed. Of course I remember. I said, I want to be your woman and I will be yours for the rest of my life. Chen Yi smiled evilly and hugged Gu Qiubai again. The next morning, the morning light shone through the window onto the bed.
Chen Yi sat up with difficulty and stretched.
Ah. He picked up his phone and checked the time. I rely on O Convex. It's 7:30. It's over, I'm going to be late for 8 a.m. Chen Yi quickly pushed Gu Qiubai. Xiao Bai, wake up quickly, don't sleep anymore, it's time for class. Gu Qiubai turned over and said lazily, what class? I don't have any class today.
After saying that, he began to sleep soundly again.
Alas, I am so envious and jealous. However, Chen Yi did not continue to disturb her. The two of them played until very late yesterday and were indeed exhausted. Forget it, let her rest. Chen Yi quickly put on his clothes, washed up briefly, and went downstairs directly. He actually doesn't have many classes today, just one early morning class. In fact, this morning class is just a useless class. It doesn't matter whether you go or not. There is nothing to listen to anyway. However, since the class just started today and the teacher is a teacher from the school of Marxism who has a lot of trivial matters to deal with, it is very likely that he will take roll call today. So, go ahead. What's more, this class is a public class. He and Tang Qingyan are both studying in this classroom, and sitting together can help enhance their relationship. We drove the Maybach and arrived at West City University in less than 10 minutes. In order to avoid unnecessary trouble, Chen Yi parked his car outside the school and trotted to the classroom. Fortunately, he was in good health and finally arrived at the classroom 1 minute before class started. As soon as I entered the classroom, the teacher at the podium said something sarcastic. Some of our classmates, can you come to class earlier in the future, at least 10 minutes earlier? The teacher always arrives in the classroom 20 minutes early, but some students actually arrive on time. If you go to look for a job in the future and arrive at the company on time, will the company leaders be happy about that? Chen Yi could tell that she was playing tricks on him, but it didn't matter since he wasn't looking for a job. The back row of the classroom is basically full, and the first 3 rows are basically empty. Chen looked back and, sure enough, his 2 roommates were sitting in the last row. Wang Zihao waved at him and reserved a seat for him. However, Chen Yi did not go over. According to the nature of these teachers, they would definitely let the students in the last row sit in the front later.
So Chenny shook his head at the two of them and made a mouth shape. Then he scanned the entire classroom and found a seat in the middle against the wall.
Hey, isn't that Tang Qingyan?
There were only 2 seats against the wall.
Tang Qingyan sat inside, but no one sat outside.
Did she keep this for herself? It doesn't seem like that, because Tang Qingyan is holding her face with her hands at the moment, looking unhappy. According to his estimation, it was probably because Tang Qingyan was too aloof, so no one wanted to sit next to her.
Either way, it's a good opportunity. Chenny walked straight to Tang Qingyan and greeted her.
At the same time, Tang Qingyan smiled slightly after seeing him and opened the chair for him.
Then Chenny sat down.
This action shocked everyone in the classroom.
Chapter 50. Wow, little Yan Yan is so lucky.
Especially a few boys who had a crush on Tang Qingyan, they couldn't sit still anymore.
No, why is that? Isn't Tang Dahua known as the cold goddess? Why would she actively invite boys to sit with her?
Besides, this boy doesn't have any special skills.
If it was a rich second-generation guy like Si Chuanjia who was with Tang Qingyan, they would accept it, but they didn't even know this boy. How could it be possible?
In the last row, Wang Zihao and Xiao Yu were also staring in amazement at the backs of Chen Yi and Tang Qingyan, who were huddled together.
No, buddy, what's going on? When did the two of them get together? Wang Zihao coughed lightly. Lao Chao, why? What why? Why are Lao Chen and Xiaoyan together? Wang Zihao looked distraught. He has been secretly in love with Tang Qingyan ever since he entered university.
But after all, she is one of the most beautiful girls in the school, and so many outstanding boys have failed one after another, so he can only have a crush on her and has never expressed his love. But what he didn't expect was that his good brother, who had lived with him for almost 2 years, he actually won the heart of his secret crush. Xiao Yu was relatively calm. I don't think it's a big deal.
Old Chen is so handsome, isn't it normal for girls to like him?
What's more, he even got the stockings of the school beauty Lin, so wouldn't it be easy for him to get Tang Qingyan?
Wang Zihao was stunned. Yes, wasn't he having an ambiguous relationship with the school beauty Lin? Why is he getting involved with Xiaoyan now?
Trying to play both sides.
Old Chen, there are so many beauties, you have to give me one.
Xiao Yu sneered. You?
Old Chen is handsome, how about you? Wang Zihao brushed his side bangs and said narcissistically, I'm pretty handsome too, right?
In fact, although Chenny got together with his secret crush, his mood did not change much. Anyway, Tang Qingyan is not his type, so he can only wish Chenny the best. At the same time, Tang Qingyan's 3 roommates also sat in the last row, carefully observing the 2 people in front of them. Normally, the 4 of them would definitely sit together, but today they deliberately sat at the back, leaving Tang Qingyan alone at the front, just to create an opportunity for the 2 of them and to see what Chen Yi is like.
What the 3 of them didn't expect was that Chen Yi was so handsome, right?
I had seen his photos before and didn't think anything of him, but when I saw him in person, it felt completely different. His facial features were delicate and 3-dimensional, and his temperament was unique. The more he looked at her, the more he seemed to be a perfect match for Tang Qingyan.
One is the most beautiful girl in the yard, and the other is the most handsome boy in the yard. They are truly a match made in heaven. One of the roommates couldn't help but whispered, Xiao Yan has a good eye, this Chenny is much more handsome in person than in the photo.
Another roommate also nodded in agreement. Yes, and she looks healthy, so she must be good in that aspect.
TSK, little Yan is so lucky.
After these words were spoken, the other 2 were speechless. As expected of the most senior mine manager in their dormitory, his speech was so sharp.
But their little Yan might find it hard to accept it. After all, last night.
At this moment, the atmosphere in the classroom also became subtle. Those boys who originally looked down on Chen Yi were now filled with jealousy, but they could do nothing about it. There was a commotion in the classroom and the teacher at the podium looked unhappy.
Hey, it's class time, why are you making so much noise? Also, why are there no people sitting in the front? Let's do this. Students in the last 3 rows can sit in the front and fill up the front. Hearing this, Chen Yi almost couldn't hold back.
Fortunately, he had anticipated this and did not sit with Wang Zihao and the others, otherwise he would have been in jail for sitting in the front row during this class. The students who were called were very reluctant, but they had no choice but to sit in the front. Wang Zihao and the other man walked up to Chen Yi, patted him on the shoulder, and said with a look of despair,
Come on, Lao Chen. We're going to jail. Chen Yi suppressed his laughter. Go quickly, my 2 big sons.
Immediately afterwards, Tang Qingyan's 3 roommates came over and patted her on the shoulders.
Come on, Xiao Yanyan. Try to operate a fully automatic mining machine as soon as possible. Tang Qingyan looked shy. Don't talk nonsense, go to class. Chen Yi was confused. What? Fully automatic mining machine? It 1 TB.
He glanced at Tang Qingyan from the corner of his eye and saw that her face was flushed and she lowered her head slightly, not knowing what she was thinking.
Chen Yi understood. It turned out that this fully automatic mining machine was himself. No, is this really something that can be said from a girl? At this time, the class bell rang. Everyone also quieted down and listened to the teacher quietly.
As we all know, there is actually nothing to talk about in this kind of water class. It's nothing more than the teacher bragging about her husband who was a senior executive of a foreign company and her son who was studying abroad. Everyone, please come up and register your class names, then divide into groups. We will give group speeches in each class. Taking advantage of the chaos in the classroom, Jenny and Tang Qingyan started chatting.
Why don't you sit with your roommates? Chen Yi asked. Then Yi, why don't you sit with your roommate? Tang Qingyan paused, then smiled. Because I want to sit with you. Chen Yi explained seriously.
Tang Qingyan was stunned, and then her face turned red. He is indeed the one she fell in love with at first sight.
Isn't he really good at talking? Then, we'll sit together in this class from now on. Tang Qingyan looked shy. That's fine with me.
Anyway, he was thinking about improving his relationship with Tang Qingyan. After an in-depth discussion with Guqiubai last night, Chen Yi realized that he was becoming more and more of a scumbag. He already has a woman by his side, but he still wants to find another one.
Why?
After the class monitors had sorted out the names of the names, the teacher on the podium began to lecture in her voice that had benefited from the dividends of the times.
Within a few minutes, a large group of people had fallen asleep.
Seeing this scene, the teacher's face looked a little ugly.
Teacher, I don't quite understand. What are you playing with your phones every day? Because my son has been training in golf, equestrianism, and so on since he was young. You are like me when I was studying abroad in the country, studying until very late every night. And my lover, he's a senior executive in a foreign company, with an annual salary of about 500,000 yuan. He just bought a sports car for my teacher a few days ago. Yes. It's the one parked below the college.
She was talking enthusiastically at the table, and Chen Yi was also chatting enthusiastically with Tang Qingyan below.
Xiaoyan, the girls in your dormitory, are they all quite experienced?
Chen Yi said with a smile.
Chapter 51 Xiao Yanyan actually met a rich second generation? Experienced? Tang Qingyan was stunned for a moment. What are you talking about? That's exactly it. I don't quite understand. In fact, it is not. Tang Qingyan was pretending to be confused.
She knew what Chen Yi was asking, but she had to pretend not to know. Because if a girl is too experienced, her image will not be very good in the eyes of others. Chen Yi looked at Tang Qingyan's confused face and felt a little strange. Is this true ignorance or false ignorance? So what is this automatic mining machine your roommate just mentioned? Tang Qingyan's face suddenly changed after hearing this. She only learned the term automatic mining machine yesterday. Last night, some of her roommates taught her how to. Then, she tried it in the shower. How should I put it? It's just impossible to express it in words. In the past, she always wondered why her roommates wanted to. But when she experienced it herself, she knew why. I didn't expect that there would be such magical things in the world. Is this the mystery of life? Originally, Tang Qingyan thought this was the limit, but her roommate told her that automatic mining machines are 100 times better than manual mining machines. At first she didn't understand what it was, but after her roommate's detailed explanation, she understood. Now Chen Yi suddenly asked this, which made her a little panicked. Tang Qingyan's eyes wandered, and she stammered, I'm not sure either. Maybe they were talking about some new toys. Chen Yi looked at her suspiciously, really? But from the tone of your roommate, it doesn't sound like he was talking about toys. Tang Qingyan's face turned red and she didn't know how to answer. When Chen Yi saw that she was almost anxious to death, he burst out laughing. Forget it. I won't tease you anymore. But the more indifferent Chen Yi was, the more shy Tang Qingyan became. She felt that instead of pretending not to know, it would be better to admit it boldly. Maybe Chen Yi is happy and will be with me. Although she and Shen-Yi have only known each other for a short time and it seems too early to talk about these things now, for Tang Qingyan, she will be Chen-Yi's person for the rest of her life. She didn't know why, but she just liked being with Chen-Yi. As long as she was with him, Tang Qingyan would feel happy both physically and mentally. Not to mention that Chen-Yi transferred 100,000 yuan to her yesterday, which was more to her liking.
After all, no one wants to go against money. If
I could really become a couple with Chen-Yi, I would not only be happy, but also happy.
No, how could she think that? Whether it's about money or anything else, she shouldn't have those thoughts about Chen-Yi. Shaking off the dirty thoughts in her mind, she decided to admit the matter of the automatic mining machine to Chen-Yi. So, Tang Qingyan put her face close to Chen-Yi's ear and prepared to speak. This scene was seen clearly by the teacher who was bragging at the podium.
That couple leaning against the wall, please control yourself.
We are in class, okay?
All of a sudden, everyone looked towards the scene of the incident. At this moment, Tang Qingyan and Chen-Yi's faces were just touching, it was so ambiguous. After reacting, Tang Qingyan's face turned red again and she covered her face with her hands.
But Chen-Yi looked indifferent, as he didn't disturb the teacher's class anyway. However, how could the teacher miss such a good opportunity to brag? She immediately walked over to the two of them and began to teach everyone in that lazy voice. Alas! Kids nowadays don't know how to respect themselves at all. They behave like this in class. How disgraceful!
She shook her head, her eyes full of disappointment.
Actually, the teacher doesn't object to your relationship. You're all college students and adults. There's nothing wrong with having a relationship. But you have to have some effect in your relationship. Take my son for example.
He also fell in love when he was in college. And my son is also pretty handsome, so the girlfriend he found is also pretty. When the teacher found out, he didn't object, but told him that if two people are together, they must help each other and improve each other. So my son and his girlfriend started a business together after graduation, and a year later they bought a Mercedes-Benz GLE, which cost hundreds of thousands of yuan.
Teacher, I don't mean anything else. If you could be as good as my son, I wouldn't have to worry so much about you.
Hearing these words, everyone curled their lips.
I'm speechless. Do you really have to pretend here?
All I think about all day is my husband, my son, and myself, who used to study abroad. But Chen-Yi just smiled and said nothing.
So, you two students, what did you get out of your relationship? Did you get a car or a house? Or did you end up with nothing? It's nothing. I just have a car now. Chen-Yi said lightly.
In fact, he didn't want to show off, but there was no other way. When dealing with such people, he had to pretend.
After hearing what Chen-Yi said, the teacher showed a look of disdain on his face.
Teacher knows that some students now have some money at home, but you driving a domestic car worth 100,000 yuan seems not good enough.
You are like my son.
Although he only drives a Mercedes worth hundreds of thousands of dollars now, he has said that he will buy a Maybach after working for a few more years.
So, the teacher hopes that you will be able to afford a good car in the future. Let's not talk about Maybach, at least drive a car worth hundreds of thousands, right?
As she spoke, she raised an eyebrow at Chen-Yi.
Chen-Yi chuckled, took out the Maybach key from his pocket and placed it on the table. Is this what you are talking about, teacher?
A few sharp-eyed people around recognized it immediately.
Isn't this a Maybach? Is this true? How could a student like him own a car like that?
Yes, Si Chuanja is so rich, but he only drives a Porsche worth hundreds of thousands.
This one costs millions.
Wang Zihao and Xiao Yu, who were sitting at the front, were also stunned.
When did Chen-Yi get a car, and a Maybach at that? How is this possible?
They have been together with Chen-Yi for more than a year, and this guy usually gives all his money to his cousin Su Cha.
Is he a hidden rich man? Or did he win the lottery?
Similarly, Tang Qingyan's roommates were also shocked. They don't know much about cars and can only hear people around them say that this car is worth several million.
Is this right? Xiao Yanyan actually met a rich second generation? So envious.
Listening to the discussions of the students around him, the teacher's face turned green. She didn't expect that the student actually took out the car keys, and it was a Maybach.
And it doesn't look fake. She really couldn't understand how a student wearing shabby clothes could afford such an expensive car.
There were only a few rich students in the school, and she knew them all, but she had never even met this student. But as a teacher, she is still very proud. Even if Chen-Yi really has a Maybach, he is still not her student. In fact, in this world, money is the most useless thing.
Chapter 52. This punishment is really scary.
As she spoke, she turned back to the podium. I usually teach my son that a person can be without money, but he must have ambition and pursuit.
So, some of our classmates, don't be arrogant just because your family is rich. In fact, in the eyes of others, you are just a joke.
When she said this, her eyes were fixed straight on Chen Yi.
It is obvious who the implication is.
In fact, let alone Chen Yi, even those people who were originally dissatisfied with Chen Yi were sneering at the teacher at this moment.
How come you are the only one who can show off but others can't?
Can this hypocritical teacher please get out of here? Seeing that no one was paying attention to him, Teacher Xiaodo felt bored and could only continue bragging. Tang Qingyan was so sleepy because she stayed up too late exploring biology last night that she started pecking at rice like a chicken.
Chen Yi looked at the way her head moved noddingly. It was so cute. Have no idea. He.
After observing Tang Qingyan's appearance for a while, Chen Yi started playing with his mobile phone. Logically speaking, the mission should be carried out today.
Sure enough, as soon as I entered Winner in Life, a task popped up.
Mission released, return Tang Qingyan and Lin Shiyao's stockings.
Task reward, 50 game coins. Task time limit, 24 hours. Failure penalty, grow a paronychia that can never be cured. Ahaha. What kind of mission is this? I just asked someone for my stockings and now I want them back. And what is this punishment, paronychia? This punishment is really scary. Chen Yi will never forget the feeling of his nail hitting the corner of the table. For the sake of paronychia, he is willing to venture into any dangerous place.
However, Lin Shiyao's stockings were not a big deal, as they were kept in the rental house and could be taken at any time.
But Tang Qingyan's? It's still in the school's clothing donation box. How can I get it? You can't just take it apart with a wrench in broad daylight, right?
Chen Yi frowned, rubbed his chin and began to think.
It's definitely not possible in broad daylight, but it's possible in the dead of night.
Anyway, the school has security isn't too strict at night, so it's not difficult to climb over the wall and get in.
Chen Yi made up his mind and went to the school to donate clothes and take back Tang Qingyan's stockings when it was late at night. But now there is another problem before him.
He hasn't seen Lin Shiyao since he asked her for stockings last time.
Not even a contact number was added. Unlike Tang Qingyan, who took the initiative to add herself to the green bubble. It seems necessary to go find Lin Shiyao again after class. Ding dong.
At this moment, a message popped up on Chen Yi's phone. Unlocked friend attribute, Lin Shiyao.
Name, Lin Shiyao. Gender, female. Age, 21. Height, 170 centimeters. Weight, 50 kilograms. Capital, C+. Appearance, 98. Number of experiences, 0. Oh no. As soon as I thought of Lin Shiyao, her attributes came out. She is worthy of being the school belle, her figure is really. She is 1.7 meters tall and weighs only 50 kilograms. How thin must her waist be? As for the capital, although it is slightly inferior to Qin Jirua's, it is still pretty good. After all, Lin Shiyao is the pure type, while Qin Jirua is fairy type. Therefore, for Lin Shiyao, C+ is definitely enough. As for the appearance, I can only say that it is well deserved. 98 points, the highest among all the girls he had met so far. Of course, the reputation of West City University's recognized campus beauty is not an exaggeration. In fact, when it comes to looks, Lin Shiyao and Gu Qiubai are not much different. But the aura she exudes gives people a sense of being out of touch with the world, which makes her appearance even more beautiful in the eyes of everyone. Take Gu Qiubai and compare him to her. Gu Qiubai is the cute and silly type, while Lin Shiyao is the cool and fairy type. Of course, a person's temperament is also related to his family. It is said that Lin Shiyao's family is also very wealthy, otherwise they would not let her study art. I wonder what it feels like to get along with this type of girl. Thinking of this, Chen Yi became impatient. Anyway, first add a green bubble, then have a meal together, and finally have an in-depth exchange. Feelings are cultivated. Chen Yi was about to turn off his phone when he suddenly seemed to think of something. That's not right. It's been so long since last night, why hasn't Qin Jirua replied to the message yet, and hasn't he even received the money? Haven't you woken up yet? Perhaps this is possible. After playing with Gu Qiubai for the first time, she slept until noon the next day. Forget it, let us wait a little longer. Nothing will happen in the villa anyway. Soon, the bell rang for the end of get out of class. Shen patted Tang Qingyan on the shoulder and asked, "Do you still have classes?" "I don't have any classes, this is the only class today." Tang Qingyan shook her head and yawned several times. Shen was a little amused and confused. "Did you go out to steal yesterday? Why are you so sleepy?" Hearing this, Tang Qingyan was startled and suddenly woke up. "No. I didn't steal. I just read novels too late, so." "Oh, I see. I thought you had done something bad." Tang Qingyan opened her eyes wide and spoke nonsense in a serious manner. No, how could I do anything bad? I just read a novel." But the sound was getting smaller and smaller. "Okay, then I'll take you back to the dormitory so you can catch up on some sleep." Shen carried her school bag for her and pinched her face. At this moment, several roommates who had been standing aside waiting for Tang Qingyan saw this scene and suddenly lost their composure. No, if they were so intimate in broad daylight, then in private. "I dare not think about it. Two people won't already." Judging from their skillful movements, they might have slept together a long time ago. Go, don't disturb Xiao Yinyan's good thing." Several people covered their mouths and quietly left the classroom. At the same time, Wang Zihao and the other man, who were waiting for Chen in the corner, twitched their lips. "My goodness, this old Chen is really. The food is getting better and better." Xiao Yu patted his shoulder and said regretfully, "Let's go, I heard that Chunfeng has reduced its price, let's split the order." Wang Zihao wanted to cry but had no tears. The two of them returned to the dormitory side by side. On the other side, Tang Qingyan was so sleepy that her steps were a little unsteady, and Chen supported her and walked slowly. When they arrived at the girls' dormitory, Chen handed her the bag and said, "Have a good sleep. I have things to do in the afternoon. Let's play together next time." Tang Qingyan smiled slightly. "Okay, see you all." After they parted, Chen went straight to the downstairs of the art college. "If nothing unexpected happens, I should be able to meet Lin Shiyao here." Shen saw Si Chuanjia's Porsche sports car from a distance, as well as a group of people gathered around it, doing something unknown. Okay, I guess he is confessing his feelings again. Now he had to go find Lin Shiyao. He couldn't let this kind of person keep pestering her. Shen straightened his clothes, pretended to join in the fun, and stood behind the crowd. Sure enough, Si Chuanjia was holding a bunch of. He knelt on one knee with a bouquet of flowers made of $100 bills to confess his love to Lin Shiyao. "Yao, I really like you. From the moment I saw you when I first entered school, I knew you were the only one in my life. Don't worry, there will only be you, the only woman by my side in this life, and there will never be a second one. Please give me a chance." Lin Shiyao. However, the crowd watching was shocked. Chapter 53. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, I laugh at them for not seeing through me. What made everyone go crazy was not what Si Chuanjia said, but the money in his hands. It looks like this must be tens of thousands, right? How much money does it take to make a bouquet of flowers with tens of thousands of dollars? Is this the world of the rich? TSK, is this the nth time Si Chuanjia has confessed his love to School Beauty Lin? Hey, School Beauty Lin doesn't like him at all, but he still shamelessly licks her. But then again, if I was given that much money, I would be willing to be his boyfriend. Wait, what did you say? Chinese characters can actually be arranged and combined like this. I still don't know enough. Shit, I'm always out of tune with you guys because I'm not perverted enough. Listening to the ridicule from the people around him, Si Chuanjia smiled disdainfully. Others laugh at me for being too crazy, and I laugh at others for not seeing through it. Yes, he was indeed licking Lin Shiyao, but so what? In the entire West City University, he is the only one who can lick Lin Shiyao. If it were any other boy, he wouldn't have the qualifications. That is Lin Shiyao, recognized as the most beautiful campus belle in the school's history, a fairy who is detached from the mundane world, a cold goddess who keeps people at a distance. Si Chuanjia admitted that he was indeed vulgar and wanted to use money to impress girls. But the same thing goes, everyone loves money. Other boys can't even give her money, let alone other things. What's more, Lin Shiyao is aloof to begin with, so it's normal for her to reject him once or twice. It is said that if you keep thinking about something, it will definitely come true. He even dreams about Lin Shiyao at night, which shows his feelings for her. Si Chuanjia firmly believes that as long as he persists, Lin Shiyao will be moved by him sooner or later.
Student C, whether there are other women around you has nothing to do with me. I have said it many times, I don't like you, please respect yourself. Lin Shiryao had a gloomy face and her voice was very cold. Hearing the voice, Chun-Yi looked towards her and examined her carefully from top to bottom. Perhaps because the weather was hot today, Lin Shiryao was wearing cool clothes. Very cool, very cool. She wore a sun hat on her head, a white suspender top, a super short denim skirt, and a pair of white shoes and socks. Pictures in the comments. A real sweet girl. From time to time, people nearby looked at Lin Shiryao's legs. Although I can't be her girlfriend, it's always okay to take a sneak peek at her.
But we can't blame them, it's just human nature.
Chenny felt his blood boiling and his nose was swollen when he saw this. Just when Chenny was wondering if he was going to have a nosebleed again, Si Chuanja, who was kneeling on the ground, spoke again.
Yao Yao, even if you don't like me, I will stick to my feelings. As Si Chuanja spoke, he raised the bouquet of money flowers higher.
Lin Shiryao was speechless.
Please take your flowers away. I'm not interested in them. Not interested? Chenny was a little surprised.
He transferred 100,000 yuan to both Gu Choubai and Tang Qingyan.
They were very happy, but Lin Shiryao was not interested in Si Chuanjia's money of tens of thousands of yuan? Yes, her family must not be short of this little money. Si Chuanjia put down the flower in his hand and continued, Yao Yao, you don't have my flowers, but can you go out with me to have a meal together? I don't mean anything else, let's be friends first.
No, don't think I don't know what you mean. Also, don't show off your money in front of me. I will never be your girlfriend in this life. Lin Shiryao shook her head with a tone of rejection.
Yao Yao, don't be so decisive. You will find a boyfriend sooner or later. Why don't you try it with me first? Si Chuanja is still very confident in himself.
In terms of appearance, no one in the entire Shida can compare with him.
In terms of power, no one can compare to him.
So if Lin Shiryao doesn't even like him, then no one else would be able to catch her eye.
But is this possible? A girl in her 20s would be suffocated if she doesn't interact with men. Therefore, there is only one truth.
Lin Shiryao didn't look down on him, but she was playing hard to get.
Ha, do all women like to play hard to get?
Since Lin Shiryao likes to play, I will accompany her. However, this trick of playing hard to get can only be played once.
The next time will be on the bed in the hotel. He. However, Lin Shiryao sneered when she heard his words. Oh? Let me try it with you? What do you think you are qualified for?
Si Chuanja cleared his throat and said, I have a mansion, a sports car, and I can give you tens of thousands of pocket money a month.
What do you think, Yao Yao? Are you tempted?
You big head ghost, I'm single for the rest of my life and I can't be your boyfriend, stop dreaming. Si Chuanja was stunned for a moment.
Is this a joke? Why do I feel that it doesn't look like that? Yao Yao, stop joking and be a good boy, okay?
After these words were spoken, not only Lin Shiryao, but even the onlookers were confused.
Is Si Chuanja probably stupid? I was just joking, I'm just really angry. TSK, he must have been rejected so many times that his brain is not normal anymore. I'm kidding, don't you understand what I'm saying?
Lin Shiryao's face turned red with anger.
Si Chuanja still didn't want to believe it. He raised his voice and said, Yao Yao, stop it. You'll make me think you're immature. I'm so sincere, why are you still holding on? Come with me quickly, or I'll be angry.
After saying this, he showed an unhappy expression, trying to scare Lin Shiryao. Lin Shiryao lowered her head slightly, her eyes so calm that it made people a little scared.
Suddenly, she raised her head, her eyes full of anger. Don't you understand what I'm saying? I said I don't like you, stop bothering me. Si Chuanjia's face changed, and he became angry and said, Lin Shiryao, don't be shameless. There are so many women who want to be with me but don't have the chance. Don't refuse my toast and drink the penalty wine.
As he said that, he was about to reach out to pull Lin Shiryao's arm.
Chenny finally couldn't bear it anymore.
When Si Chuanjia's hand was about to touch Lin Shiryao, he walked out from behind the crowd and stood in front of her.
Student C, please stop touching me. Senior Lin doesn't like you.
The moment Lin Shiryao saw Chenny, there was some surprise on her face, but then it turned cold again.
The onlookers immediately started talking. Who is this person? How dare he interfere in this matter?
Hiss, he looks familiar.
Isn't he the pervert who asked for stockings from School Beauty Lin last time? Is this true? What is the relationship between him and school beauty Lin?
I don't know, but I heard that school beauty Lin gave him her stockings, so it shouldn't be simple.
Oh my god, is he my boyfriend?
When Si Chuanjia saw Chen Yi, he recalled what happened a few days ago.
Chen Yi, why are you here? What are you doing here?
Last time, he disturbed my and Shuryao's good time.
I can't let him succeed this time.
Chen Yi turned to look at Lin Shuryao and said softly, "Of course I'm here to see Senior Lin."